Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. Wherever you are from, whoever you are, welcome, welcome. Would you call it a good news day, or is the Levy PR machine at work? Depending on which side of the fence you sit, depends on how this news about Savinho from Manchester City is being viewed. The news did come out late last night from Fabrizio Romano saying that Tottenham are in talks, club-to-club talks, with Savinho of Manchester City. That has now been backed up today by Ornstein. But is the matter closed? Are we getting too ahead of ourselves? Will this deal happens? Ornstein has said that Tottenham have approached Man City over an unexpected attempt to sign winger Savinho. Dialogue has taken place between the clubs and a package in the region of 50 million euros was discussed. City say they do not want to sell Savinho, communicated that in response to the inquiry, and regard this matter as closed. So maybe this is all something to do about nothing. However, he does say other sources with knowledge of the situation regard Spurs' pursuit as ongoing. The 21-year-old Brazil international is open to the possibility, and City manager Pep Guardiola tends to not stand in the way of players who wish to leave. Savinho joined City from Girona last summer, and the Brazil international is contracted until 2028. So let's be honest. At the moment, I don't think this is one of those where I go, "Oh my God, this is happening in any way." In any way, shape, or form. I don't think that I'm going to sit here and go, this is close. This is definitely going to happen. But what I would say is this. If we are going for players like Savinho, it gives me somewhat hope that there'll be other players that we can try and nab in the last 3 weeks of the window, because there are 21 days to go. There are 21 days to go. The window shuts 3 weeks today. Now, as I've said, I know a lot of people don't tend to listen. I think this is far away from being close. I think this is far away from being a done deal, being close. Maybe Spurs have to offer something big to get this done. Maybe they do. Maybe they will get it done. And I think this is what I just said on a group just now. Here we go. Right. So here we go. So this is the interesting thing, right? So that's what Ornstein said. Now I'm being sent that Romano has just said this, and this is where you've got to love football transfers. 1 minute ago. This was 1 minute ago, people. This is happening now. This is what Romano has said. You can see the screen. Romano has said more on Savinho and Tottenham exclusive story. First proposal has already been sent by Spurs worth 50 million euros, and Man City want more. Negotiations ongoing with City, open to selling as Savio's keen on the move, but only at their conditions. Deal absolutely on. I think any Spurs fan that is doubting this, by the way, give your head a wobble. Give your head a wobble. This guy was in La Liga team of the year, like a year ago. This guy's just had his first season in the Premier League, and all people are focusing on is just got the one goal. Do people not go and watch how other teams play? Do people not go and watch when Man City play? Bearing in mind he doesn't start every game for City. Doku, Savinho, they play against a low block every single week. Every single week, right? Also, Savinho is more of a left winger than he is a right winger. Didn't get that opportunity as much at City. I think that this is going absolutely mad. Spurs fans, honestly, some of you honestly hate Daniel Levy that much that we will poo-poo anything that the club tries to do. Listen, I'm as frustrated as the next person. But if Spurs were to pull this off, this would be an amazing signing. This would be an amazing signing if this was to happen. But I'm seeing so many fans, honestly, so many last night, this morning, going, "Oh, he only got one goal. Oh, I wouldn't want him. Oh, I'm not sure. I give the head a wobble. Give the head a wobble. Give the head a wobble for me." I completely agree. People moan we ain't buying players, and they moan when we try. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure what some of these people want. I'm not sure what caliber of player above Savinho these fans think we're buying. That's the beauty for me. I was having a debate in a chat room last night with somebody. I won't mention the name, and they were just like, "Oh, he doesn't move the needle." Sorry, he doesn't move the needle. Oh, but he's only done it in Spain. Sorry, only Spain. Sorry, only Spain. One of the best leagues in the world, where the Champions League winners more often than not come from. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? I've got to completely disagree with this. No, not El Canoes for me. Elliot, I'll take El Canoes, not for me. For me, I think he needs more years at a top level. For me, I think he needs more years at a top level. But hey, that's just me. Right. So what do we know? Let's go back to the basics. First and foremost, please, let's do our admin. Smash the like button if you haven't already. Please hit the notification bell and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you very much. Last night we did go past 21,000. So thank you very much. I really, really do appreciate that. Look, the funny thing is Spurs have gone in and tried to buy Savinho, and already the agendas, like Sean says, have got to agenda. Look at the state of that message. Why is offering 50 million euros a low ball to begin negotiations? Why? Again, somebody like Matt, unfortunately, my mate Matt doesn't understand how to negotiate. Why would Spurs go in higher than that to begin with? Again, I am not the biggest fan of Daniel Levy, but surely wait for us to not get it over the line before we go mad. Surely. By the way, we don't even know if Man City will sell him. They might want ridiculous money to sell him. It's absolutely crazy. I don't think people quite understand how football transfers work. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Matt, I've said it to you a million times. You demonstrate your absolute lack of knowledge in how football transfers work. Big up, Manny. Are you there? Manny? I can see you. You're kind of there.
I am, mate. I think I was frozen by the amount of conversations I've had to have about this Savinho thing in the past few hours. I'm in disbelief by how many people are saying that he's meaty. I'm in shock. I tuned in. So obviously I was in bed literally about to sleep, and then I saw the news. I was like, what? So and then I was like, Savva is going online. I was like, great, let me tune in. I'm in bed. I'm like, let me listen to what Savva's got to say. I'm listening to Savva, and then I'm watching the chat, and I'm like, am I in a disproportionate different world? Like, what the hell is going on at Spurs as a fan base with people saying that he's not good enough for Spurs? I'm in shock, man. But I'm good. I'm here. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're good,
mate. I'm really, really good. I'm really good. You do know your camera's not on, right? You do know.
Is it? I can see myself.
That's why I didn't know if you were there. It's just a black screen at the moment, mate.
Right. Let me come out and come back in.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just going to try and find something because I saw this thread. I saw this thread. Let me have a look. Where is it? Right, here we go. This. Okay, I've seen this thread. Right, guys and girls. First and foremost, I'll say it again. Give your head a wobble. Give your head a wobble. Hang on. Give your head a wobble if you wouldn't want Savinho. Let's have a look. I'm going to show you a few things. Manny, there you are. I'm going to show you people a few things here, right? For all these people who are unsure, this cracks me up. This is a Fred Squawker did, right? where they are comparing Spurs wingers, right, to Savinho, right? You could see the first one. I mean, look,
Come on.
I don't want to insult anyone by trying to explain between the green and the red, right? Have a look at this right now. Let me see if I can blow that up a tiny bit because it's a bit small. 1 second. Hopefully that should be a little bit better.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. Other than goals, which by the way, the year before he got quite a lot of goals, and Frank could bring out of him. Have a look at everything: assists, chances created, through balls, take on success.
This is perfect.
It fouls one, touches in the opposition box. I mean, look at this guy, right? That's him and Brennan Johnson. This is now him and Matisse Tell, the people that everyone keeps telling me is going to be amazing, right? Have a look.
Yep.
Have a look at that. It's night and day. Here he is against Odegaard.
Come on. I'm shocked we're even having this conversation.
This was him against Son last year. And then this is him against Kudus.
Yeah, like it's a no-brainer. Come on. Even I think the bit that I'm quite concerned about. Can you hear me, Savva? Or am I
Yeah, I've got
out?
you, man. I've got you.
The thing I'm concerned about is that people actually couldn't see this, what you're showing me, right? Couldn't see this with their own eyes by just watching the player. Just watch the player. Look how good he is at progressing the ball. Look how good he is at taking his man one on one. You now have a situation where if Savinho comes in and plays on the left hand side, you've got two players on the left and on the right that are a problem for opposing defenders. That is what we need. That is what we need, because I saw someone said to me on a chat yesterday, yeah, but all you have to do is double up on both. I'm thinking, how do you double up on both without creating
How many
space?
defenders are on the pitch at once?
I'm tearing my hair out.
Manny, can I say something? Your facial expression right now is exactly how I feel. I jumped on last night about midnight when this news broke, right? And I was expecting, right, that every Spurs fan would be, oh my God. There were so many people saying, nah, don't think he moves the needle. Nah, he's not good enough. Oh, we only got one goal. Like, I genuinely don't think people watch a lot of football. I genuinely don't think people watch a lot of football to say these things. For me, does he need to improve in front of goal? Of course. But have we not seen what Thomas Frank just did over the years with Wissa, with Mbuemo? What he did with Ollie Watkins when he went there, what he did with Ivan Toney. Like, mate, my mind is I'm blown.
I'm just like you. I'm like I think you need to look at context when you talk about these things, because I think people's issue is, oh, why will Savinho come in to Spurs when he's at City? But people need to understand the level at City and what Pep specifically requires is so specific. Like, even if you listen to Thierry Henry when he talks about his time at Barcelona with Pep, and the fact that he wants you to be so specific that it takes certain things out of your game. So it just because people will say at City he didn't set the world alight from their perspective of GA, because it seems like we are in the era of, if you don't assist or tap in and score, you don't bring anything to the team. If like at City, it's so difficult and it's so different. Even Grealish, look at Grealish at Villa and the freedom he had and what he did and the level he played at versus Grealish at City. Obviously, he had a great time during the treble season, but outside of that, you look at his play. A lot had been taken out of him. At Spurs, Savinho would have a field day in terms of his ability, being able to showcase his ability. And when he has good players like Kudus on the other side, the space that these kind of players create, it brings a whole lot than you just looking at things and saying, oh, he hasn't got the GA last season, which is, by the way, It's his first season in English football. His first season in
Yeah,
English football.
yeah,
And you're talking to me about he I am in absolute shock. I think from my perspective, just to be 100% clear, I'm absolutely the way when we bash Levy about doing things, this is what I want him to do. This is it. Going into teams that have got a certain level of players and saying, right, you know what, you're not even playing, every single game. Is that
yeah,
what you want? No, isn't that what you want? Okay, come to Spurs. We will make you the main profile.
yeah,
You
yeah,
will be
yeah.
able to express yourself and you'll be able to improve yourself. This is what I want. This is what I want. And this is what people have been calling out for, but they want to moan. They just
Yeah.
want to moan. That is
Oh,
it.
yeah. Matt, please go away. It's not a plea. Matt, please go away. What do you mean he scored a bigger goal than Savio has had? Well, Savio's not played in the Europa League for Tottenham, has he? Savio was busy playing in the Champions League for Manchester City and in the World Club Cup, mate. You really do say a lot of stupid things, Matt. You really do. You really do. Listen, I think the interesting thing for me here, Manny, as well is, I think what this does is, let's just play the hypothetical. If you've got Savinho, I mean, it's really weird because it's Savinho, but he puts Savio on his back, doesn't he? Right.
Mm,
So we've got Savinho, who is a left winger by trade, right?
yep.
Who's played more games on the left than he has the right, and he's got much better stats from the left than the right. If you've got Savinho and Kudos, you've now got a different dilemma for defenses to think about. Right now, we're in a you watch every game. Arsenal, Newcastle, Bayern. Teams are going right. Double up on Kudos. Don't worry about Johnson on the left. He's not gonna take you on. He's not gonna beat you, man. Now, all of a sudden, in the transition, if this deal happened, you go right. Do we go left to Savinho? Do we go right to Kudos? Suddenly, you're giving teams something to think about, Manny. That's a positive for Tottenham Hotspur, right?
Spot on. And bear in mind, I've been on multiple channels saying this, right? The thing that PSG have got to a T, right, is that you can't double up on their left hand side because they've got the likes of Desiree Doué doing a madness on that side, and he would easily take on 1, 2, 3 men and take them out the game. You can't double up on the right hand side because you've got Barcola and Kvaratskhelia, who no matter what defender you are, they'll take
Yeah,
men on. So all
yeah,
of a sudden, you play PSG, and then you've got the Dembele in the middle. It's a problem all over. At Spurs, even before the example you've given about Kudus and Johnson, Savva, just look at last season. All teams did, and that was the major issue with our team, right? Is that they doubled up on Sonny or Tel or whoever was on that left hand side, and said, forget about Brennan Johnson because Brennan Johnson will not take on his man. Now, now we are tackling that issue, and clearly Frank has come in and could actually see that that has been an issue. He's coming in and he's like, right, we need to be a threat on both left and both right. There are
yeah,
people that actually don't rate Solanke, right? However, I can actually see how Solanke would even benefit with having that level of threat on both hand side. Now, if you bring in a competent 10, and the reason why I'm saying this is because clearly in the way Lange works, right, you don't hear about anything until they are pretty much in negotiations, right? That we've seen that with Kudus, we've seen that with Morgan Gibbs White, and we've now seen that with this Savinho. You bring in a competent 10 and we are cooking. We are cooking as a team. So we need to embrace these kind of signings. We need to.
Do you know what I find really funny? This is my funny thing, Manny, right? Now, bear in mind, I don't like Levy. Yeah, by the way, please subscribe. If you think, listen, I think Manny talks in abundance of sense. I really do. So please smash a subscribe on his channel. And thank you to everyone that helped me last night get over 21K. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, big
Big
ups
up
on
to
that
Danny,
actually.
who's come on as well. Big up, Dan. I'll come to you in a second, Dan. I'll tell you, one of the things, we'll get into the player in a bit more detail in a minute, but this is where I do feel that Spurs can't win. Now, listen, I'm as critical as the next person, Manny. You've watched me. Dan's done hundreds of shows with me. I'm as critical as the next man, right? Or the next lady, or the next whoever, right? Got to be careful these days. But we all scream that we want Spurs to go and act like a big club. We all scream that we want to go and buy good players from big clubs. We all scream for this profile of footballer. Then when we do it, rather than everyone being able to turn around and go, actually, yeah, this is good if it comes off, we've got people going, I like him, but not at 65, 70 million. Manny, why do these people, like, if Daniel Levy goes and drops 65, 70 million on Savinho, what part of you as a football fan, Manny, is going to give an absolute shit that it costs 70 million?
First and foremost, none, right? First and foremost, that's we people act like accountants when we are spending money, and act like accountants when we're not spending money. I just don't understand people. But in essence, right at the moment, with the level of with where the market is, that's roughly how much the wingers are going for. Like, you've got Elanga having one good season, and all of a sudden he's going for 55 million plus add-ons. You've got Kudus, who's going again. He had a poor season last season, where regardless whether we like it or not, he's going for 55 plus 5. We've got 55 million. We've also then got Mbuemo, who by the way scored 20 goals, but if you look at his track record in the past, he had scored 9 goals. I remember thinking Mbuemo couldn't hit at the barn door at some point, and now he's going for 70 million. With our coaching setup, you look at Savinho and you think that, City don't want him to go. I was looking at the City dashboard last night, and City fans are in a meltdown. They're thinking, why the hell are we letting this guy go? But it plays as part of the thing where Pep says, I'm not going to keep anyone who wants to go. And maybe he wants to play time.
Money, it's a World Cup year. It's a World Cup year.
Exactly. He can't afford to be on the bench.
At City, it's the one club. City is the worst club in the world to pick anyone for a fantasy football team, because other than the 3 or 4 that are guaranteed, you never know who's going to start. Dan, I'll come to you, but Marios, dude, I love you to bits. You know I do, Marios, out there in Cyprus. I love you to bits, mate. But, I mean, read what you're saying. You think we should be getting higher level players than Kudus and Savinho. Dude, we've just come off the back of having players like Brennan Johnson and Matisse Tell on our wings. What? Can I ask, for anyone who thinks we should be doing better, what better wingers are we buying than Kudus and Savinho? I mean, Danny, morning, mate. How you doing, bro? You good?
Yeah, morning.
Morning.
Early morning.
I'm on it. Dan, honestly, I saw this news come through last night. I'm laying in bed just after the Spurs review, and you know when you have to take a double look, you're like, shut up. Like, and I started doing that thing where I double checked: is it the actual Fabrizio Romano account? Has Romano been spelt wrong? All this stuff. And then I jump on and I've got people worrying about, but he's not better than what we've got. What if he's that good? Why would City sell him? But he's not worth this money. Dan, I'm going to ask this question. Do we deserve nice things sometimes?
It does help. I'd say we do. Look, with this whole thing, I could definitely see two sides to a story here, yeah? Now, I mean, you both mentioned about money, who cares, this and that. Well, everybody does seem to care. Whether they should, it ain't our money, so what do we give a shit at the end? So what do we care at the end of the day? But you've sat here and complained about it before. I'm sure Manny has in his life. I can't vouch for everything, but I'm just saying I'm quite sure of it. I have. When we went and paid 65 million for Solanke, I don't think there was many people out there who didn't say he is not worth 65 million. That's just part of football. But at the end of the day, it ain't our money, so why should we care, yeah? But there are some players that you look at and you just think we should never have spent that amount of money on him. I mean, was Johnson worth 47 million? But now, Savinho, I've only seen him play about 7 or 8 times. And what I've seen of him, very good. I heard he had a very good Italy in Spain. I keep track of the Spanish league, but I don't watch it. The Italian league's my one. And I heard he had an extremely good season at, Girona? But on the other side of it, we keep saying that we want the more experienced, established player. He's still one of the younger ones, 21. But on the other side of it, he's got significantly more experience than, say, Tell. So I get sides of that. My point is, at Spurs, we pretty much know it's usually one or the other. It's not an option of both. He's not a priority for me. A number 10 is more important. If we go and get him and don't sign a number 10, I'm not happy. I want that number 10 instead of him.
We'll get both, Dan. This shouldn't be about
what makes
him
you say that?
10. Well, because the club know they need a number 10. The club, as much as I don't get frustrated at Spurs, there is not a chance we go into a season without a number 10. There is not a chance. Whether it's Harvey Elliott, whether it's McAtee, whether it's they will buy a number 10. Thomas Frank, his system revolves around playing a number 10.
I agree.
He needs a number 10. The club, listen, I'm as frustrated as the next person, Dan, right? But for me, I think we've got to stop doing this. And when we go, like everyone last night going, I'd rather Eze than Savinho. I don't even know why it's an either or. This should be, it's where I disagree with you, Dan. I think a player like Savinho is an absolute must for this football team. We can't go into the season with Tell, Odegaard, or Brennan Johnson on the left wing. This guy
significantly better than what we got. Yeah.
And by the way, this is
brilliant. This guy.
And by the way, yeah, sorry. No, and by the way, this is coming from someone like me who actually I have seen the glimpses in Odegaard, right? But that is the point. You bring in someone who has got, as you said, significant experience at top level, so
and
that
a lot
then
of potential.
Odegaard can actually just learn from him, because that is the whole point. And I spot on, Savva, on the fact that we absolutely need the 10, and we absolutely need that left wing, because with that, if you bring in a 10, I can guarantee you, like everyone, just mark my words, I can guarantee you everything. If you bring in an outstanding 10 out of a 10, excuse my punt, and you don't bring in a left winger, all the teams that we are going to play against will do is literally just leave that left wing from Spurs' side, mark out Kudus, double up, triple up on him, and that is our creativity gone. We need to get to the point as a club whereby we don't just look at, what is that one that we might need, kind of. No. Where are the holes in your team? Plug those holes. It's as simple as. And
unpredictability, Manny.
No, it's not.
Unpredictability. If you only have, it's like back in the day when this great man played for Tottenham, right? Ginola, not Messi. I wish he had played for Tottenham. When Ginola played for Tottenham, this is what teams used to do. They knew there was nothing on the right-hand side for Tottenham. So every team would stick 2 to 3 men. Don't get me wrong, this guy was good enough to take them all on, but 2 to 3 men on Ginola, because they knew that you can get the ball out to the right, nothing's happening. Manny, you're bang on. Teams will double up on Kudus, right? Leaving the left-hand side free. 1-on-1, not free, 1-on-1, right? Because any fullback, let's be brutally honest, any decent Premier League fullback is not worried about playing against Odegaard, Tell, or Brennan Johnson. They're not. I'm not saying they can't get the odd goal, but they are not worried about them as a one-on-one take-on specialist. Now, let's say, just for Dan's argument, let's say, right, we've got Paulinho and Bentancur as your 2, right? And now we've got a 10. Whoever it is, you've got your 10. I'm not going to pick a name. You've got your 10. That guy now gets the ball and he's going, right, where do I go? At the moment, he's going to constantly or subconsciously constantly out to Kudus, right? Now he's got Savinho and Kudus. Now he's going, I've got options, right? Now he can go in for the 1-2 with Solanke. Now he's got 3 options. Am I going right, left, or through the middle? This is where I think people need to take a little bit deeper into the coaching aspect of this. If you don't prioritize all positions on the pitch, you make yourself very, very easy to play against.
And can I say one thing as well?
Just last bit, sorry, mate, it's really quickly. This is the beauty of when Spurs were best under Poch. You had Sonu go from the left. You had Kane through the middle. And what you had Eriksen and Ali that kind of both floated about anywhere from that right to the middle. And it was so unpredictable because they all had ability. Right now, take Kudus out of the game, you take Spurs out of the game. That's a worrying place to be. So that's how I look at it from a coaching standpoint.
No, spot on. And one thing, another thing I want to add as well is with we all, you know, we've all people have advocated for Frank and his ability to coach and being a tactical, being great tactically in game, right, and in game management. How nice would it be that Kudus is playing, Savinho is playing now? Kudus, you know, Frank spots a weakness on that right hand side that maybe Kudus can't exploit, and says, you know what, Savinho and Kudus, you both have played both wings, switch. Like how good would it be to give him all that like all the ability to do and have that in-game management that you wouldn't have if you have players that can't do even the basics. And that's my thing. And also one last thing as well on the point about us getting a 10. I'll say that one last time, because obviously even I have been I have come, what's the word, I've fallen short on that side, and realizing, right, because Lange clearly is someone who just keeps everything quiet, everything shut. And based on that alone, and seeing how he's brought in Kudus, no one knew about it until you know, it just came out, and then bang bang bang, it was done. Morgan Gibbs White, which we thought it was done, and then this Savinho thing, I just don't see us going into the season without a 10. It would have been nice if we had got all of them before preseason, 100%, and I'll bang on that drum, you know, until I die. However, I just cannot see us not bringing one.
They'll get a 10. If they don't get a 10,
right? If
they don't get the 10, right?
Yeah, no.
then that is the most negligent thing they could do. I think they will. Unfortunately, what we're seeing, Dan, for me, is we're seeing that Spurs will buy what we need. What we're worrying about right now is what's the caliber and the fact that it's so late in the window. They will move.
On the other side of it, yeah, I mean, call it being devil's advocate, yeah. I think he's a good player from what I've seen, but significantly better than what we got, and there is significant reasons why we should get him. But we're talking about goals, and this man don't score goals. Not on a regular basis. Okay.
So
assists,
you mean just last year he struggled to get goals? Just last year he scored goals before.
And now, but he was playing in a team that scores a lot of goals, and he didn't score goals. I mean, if I'm looking at it properly, he scored out of 29 games, and most of them were actually started. He scored a goal. That's not good enough.
Sure.
Okay.
But there's a lot of reason for that.
But he scored in the but he scored one in the Champions League. He scored 3 goals last season, and altogether 10, 11, 12, 13 assists. Now, the assists are good, but we're sitting here saying we need goal scorers because we've just lost a GA of, what was it, 92 altogether or something? I think you said, or someone said last night.
91, yeah.
Right. So is he really the player that we need there because we need the goals? I'm just being devil's advocate here, yeah?
Yes.
And the other side of it, for the goals, well, there's nothing to prove that he can, because he hasn't done it yet. I think he's got capability.
There's nothing to prove that he can for anybody that only looks at a short snapshot of time rather than doing their homework.
We need to remember that.
Manny, I've got another point to add to it, yeah? Doing your homework is basically assessing what you've seen. You can only go by what you've seen. You can't predict the future. We know that. And by what I've seen, he is not a consistent goal scorer. His stats say so.
So at Man City, he's not been, right? At Man City, he's not been.
No, he hasn't. And at Man City, I must admit, I would, whether it's one season or not, I can only judge on what I see. Yeah. And on the other side of it as well, in that aspect, we need a 10 more than we need a left wing. Ben brought this point up last night. Yeah.
Completely disagree.
Well, otherwise, we haven't got a playmaker.
But you've got to have both. We haven't got a left wing.
Yes, I know this, but let me finish. Let me get my whole point over, yeah? Ben said last night, we will sign someone because we have to. You, Savva, along with me, turned around and said to Ben, but Spurs just don't do it like that.
No, listen to what I said to
what
Ben.
has they got to do it with it, yeah? Now, usually, we should, okay, caliber, fine. I'll step back on that one, then fine, yeah? But we did question on it when he said we have to. And it's more, we should do. We know we have to. But give me some evidence, solid evidence, where I can sit here and say, right, we're going to get Savinho and we're going to get an established number 10 because we have to. Last season, we went and got Archie Gray and bloody Bergvall, and we had to get someone else for that centre mid who could bloody control it, and we didn't. So I get we should get both. We have to, really, but it is Spurs, and will we?
Sure.
Give me some evidence that we will do it and get an established number 10 as well. Sure, I think we need a 10 more than a winger.
But again, like we just pulled apart there, you get the 10 in, and now we're going to be very, very predictable. We're doing this thing where we think it's either or. We're doing this thing when we think it's either or. I don't think people quite realize just how bad our left-sided options are. I don't think people, well, it is. So, but that's why. So I could argue the other way, Dan, that if we're saying we need a 10 more than 11, at least you've got Kulusevski coming back at the end of September. So you could argue that from October, you've got a 10, but from October, we'd still have crap left wing options. Look, for me, I feel like Spurs, we're the only fan base that do this with the either or. Most clubs are linked with good players and they're like, yes, right? Yeah, we're getting this player. I think we've got to stop doing this either or stuff. Second of all, on the goal front, I think people have got to go and do their homework with Savinho. You've got to go and do your homework. The difference between how he played at Girona versus how he played at Man City, the positions he played at Girona versus the position he played at Man City, the caliber of low blocks that he would have played for Man City. See, this is what I mean when I say people do their homework.
That's spot on. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Manchester City, if you look at Manchester City's wingers, watch any Manchester City game, Doku and Savio and Savio are playing against low blocks. They are playing against teams that have got the bodies camped on the edge of the penalty area at all times, right? So it's very, very difficult to find space to shoot. It's very, very difficult to find space to cross, right? At Tottenham, we won't be facing that. We're not Man City. We will be more what Brentford did. We will be on the transition of Savio doing what he did for Girona. Now, if anyone watches him when he played for Girona, he was more a left-sided winger that would like to cut in, right? Say more like to cut in. He can go both ways. But Savio, when he played on the left, that's where he gets his goals from. That's where he gets his assists from. It's the same with Doku. If Doku played for Tottenham Hotspur on the transition, Doku would get loads more goals and assists than he does get at Man City. So just saying they play for a bigger club, it doesn't always just equate to should be smashing in the GA because they're actually more frustrated. They're left with less space. Next time you watch Man City, watch Doku. Okay. Doku can beat any fullback in the world. I don't think anyone can doubt that. Doku's got unbelievable skill and unbelievable pace. You watch whenever Doku playing, they have got 2 to 3 men. Teams camping, 2 to 3 men there, 2 to 3 men there. And that's why a lot of what Man City do from goal-wise comes from a central area because they nullify the wings and you have to go in. At Tottenham, we're not going to play like that. At Tottenham, we don't play like that. So his stats tell you that story.
Okay, I get where you're coming from, yeah. But on the other side of it, again, I can only judge by stats at the end of the day of who scores in the season, whatever else. I've only seen him play about 7 or 8 times at City. And, you know, I don't really only follow the Spanish league just to see what's happening. I don't really watch it. So I can't even really give him a fair judgment in what I've seen of him, yeah. But going by what I see again, I did ask a question that didn't get answered yet. Give me some solid evidence.
Well, no, but you can't give evidence of anything, can you?
Exactly, because it doesn't happen at Spurs.
Sure.
Sorry, evidence.
So I'm saying if I have to pick one or the other, because usually at Spurs, it is actually one or the other. When do we actually go out and get the job done and get exactly what we need?
Ornsteins, Ali Golds are all saying that Spurs are actively targeting a number 10. So I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
My worry is who will the number 10
I'll believe it
be?
when I see it. Yes, I'll go with that. But I'll believe it when I see it when it comes to Spurs. Even when we got Paulinho and it said it was done, I still ain't believing it till he's got the shirt on. My point
they're
is,
not going to go into a season without a playmaker. They're not. They're not.
I just wouldn't. I would hope so. I would hope so. But I just wouldn't put it past us. Now, I want the player. Don't get me wrong. I think he's significantly better than what we got. Okay, we're going for a young fella again. But you can blatantly see he's got it from what I've seen off of him, and you can blatantly see there's a lot of potential on top of what he's got to improve. So I'm not saying I don't want him, but the way I do look at Spurs is it is always one or the other. And again, give me some solid evidence that we will go for an established good number 10 as well as go for that. Because an established number 10, a good number 10 is going to cost us another 50, 60 million as well. Do you see Spurs spending another 120 mil altogether? Do you see us getting a striker with it as well? Definitely not. We ain't going to spend 180. As all I'm asking for, give me a solid bit of evidence, like you ask for at times and others do, that we will go and get the job done, that we should get done, that we have to get done, because we never bloody do it.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from with regards to this. In terms of Dan, oops, I'm recording myself. I don't know why. In terms of
By the way, Grealish to City is Grealish to Everton.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah, that's it. Just seen it. But I understand your point purely because of the fact that we are Spurs fans, right? So the club has operated in such a way in the past that has made us get to the point as fans where we always have to think, is it this or is it that? In terms of evidence, right? I think purely from the perspective of going into this summer, right? Did we even think that we would go into, and I know Savinho is not done, but would we even have thought that we would have spent 55 on the right hand side and probably 60 to 70 on the left hand side? I don't think we would have thought that in the first place going into the summer, because that's not what we do. We always buy one player, and me and you have said it on this channel. We always buy one established player, and then we buy kids for the rest of it. Already, if this Savinho thing does happen, and say we spend 60 million on him, we've already spent 115 million on two positions, and that is something, a territory that us Spurs fans is really unheard of. And then when I was listening to Frank and his last presser, and the emphasis he put on the fact that Madders was injured, I would really be surprised if we were not to bring in a 10.
I agree.
It probably is going to be, like Savva said, the caliber of it.
I'll put my reputation on the line. Spurs will sign a number 10. My problem has not been will we sign a number 10. My problem is going to be what caliber is it going to be? Is it going to be? Are we talking El Canouse level? Are we talking Harvey Elliott level? Are we talking? Are we talking Nico Paz? Are we talking Eze? I don't know, but they will buy a number 10. Every noise coming out of the club is saying that Spurs are scared. Ornstein said it last week. Romano said it, that the Spurs are picking up the phone. And
I hope so.
But because you can't lose Kulu and Maddison and not go into a season with a number 10. Even Spurs are not that stupid. Spurs are not that stupid.
I disagree on that one, yeah. The Spurs are that stupid. We are that stupid. And the past puts it in the favour of saying we are that thick to go and do that. Now, any normal club with any normal standards wouldn't do it. And yes, we have to do this and that. But again, there's too much evidence on the side to say that we wouldn't do it than say we would do it. Yeah, call that being negative. I'm just being realistic by facts, not even opinions on that one. Facts. The fact is, last season, we needed an established DM or a boss in midfield. What did we go and do? We went and got Archie Gray and didn't get anything else.
This window we went and got Paulinho.
But I'm talking about last window when we needed that player as well, and it was blatantly obvious that we needed him. We didn't go and do it. Just because we have to do it and we need it so much. With Spurs, sadly, you can't say it is solid that we go and do it. Now, I want us to go and do it more than anything. But as now says we sign the number 10. I'm not saying we won't do it. But I'm saying the evidence in the past.
Want to go again, Sav?
In the past, I'm saying the evidence in the past. What are you arguing
about then? You've just told me we will do it.
Argue it.
What are we doing?
No, I said I'm not saying we won't do it, but I'm not 100% sure we will do it either. I'm very 50-50 with it because, again, give me established evidence that we will go and do it.
Our two signings on the left and right for 115 million is probably evidence of Spurs wanting to spend money. That's my thing. We need to understand that last season we all moaned and we bashed to a certain extent Ange as well on co-signing on these things, right? But this season we all went in and said we need a DM. We all went in and said our left side and right hand side are not great, our striking position is not great, and then our 10 would be great if we got something. We all then said, but we know Spurs is only going to buy one established player and move on. What has
Because that's what we
happened since
usually do,
then?
isn't it?
Yeah. And but that's the facts, right? If we're talking about facts, that was the fact of what we usually do, and that's what we said we would do going forward. We are now sitting here on the 11th of August, and we've brought in Paulinho, a DM that majority of the fan base have been crying on for. We've brought in Kudus, who, regardless of what kind of season he had last season for West Ham, is their second best player. You're right, on the wing for 55 million. We've then brought in. We are now also having we then thought we had triggered a release clause for Morgan Gibbs-White, who is Forrester's best and actual captain, right? Yeah, within the team. And we're now in the middle of having a conversation to try and bring in Savinho, who, regardless of what anyone says, is one of their top wingers, who, again, the fan base are in a meltdown. And also what the reports are is not that City want him gone, is that Pep just says, if he wants to leave, I will not stop him from leaving. Just the same way he didn't want Alvarez gone. Alvarez decided, you know what, I want more playing time, and he left. And I think that alone is a lot of evidence of us doing our business quite differently, regardless of how much of a meltdown we go into as a fan base. We're doing things slightly differently than we would in the past.
Manny, do we realise as well that, like, first of all, as you said, you make a great point. Look, Pep Guardiola has never cared. It doesn't matter if your name's Messi, Ibrahimovic, Omri. If you don't want to play for me, see you later. I don't care. On the other side, Savinho's in a massive Man City squad. This is a big squad they've got now. They've bought a lot of players. He must be looking and going, World Cup year, I need to play week in, week out. At Tottenham, he starts every game, right?
Yes.
At Man City, he doesn't. And he's not so established at City that he could say, yeah, I'll start every game. They've got Marmoush that can play out there. You've got Bob, who's now back from injury. You've got Doku. You've got Savinho. Foden can float out there. You've got Cherky who can float out there. You must be looking and going, I want to play. I want to be the main man. Second of all, yes, he's young. I got a lot of people yesterday saying, oh, you're going back on the young players. But for me, there's a difference between wanting a young player that's not done anything and wanting a young player that was in the La Liga team of the season a year ago, by the way. La Liga team of the season for Girona. Everyone's talking. Like, this is why when people are going, the stats. La Liga team of the season. This is a league that has some of the best forwards in the world, and he made the team of the season, right?
And the only reason why City got him for 27 million, by the way, Savva, is because Girona is their sister club. That's the only reason they got him.
Yeah, they're joined up, aren't they?
Exactly. Yeah. So for me, when you look at this and the fact that people are going, oh, we don't need another right winger. You've got to remember, this guy by trade is a left winger. We'll have a look
60 odd on each side, didn't he? He's played round about 57, 60 on each side, didn't he?
He was a left-sided player. And somebody's just made a really good point. This is a really, really good point. He said, if you want to talk about Savinho's goal output, it's fairer to look at Girona. Every Man City winger doesn't appear to be there to score loads and loads of goals. They don't sign that massive profile. They hug the touchline and create channels for the eights to exploit when arriving into the box because of the low blocks. Or they get to the byline and provide for Haaland. And that, for me, is the key thing. And I'm going to show you some stats before I bring in Benji. Look, this is the key thing for me. If you look at this guy, now I watched him at Girona and was like, Jesus, this guy's a player. It's not always as easy to drop straight into a team like Man City and have the same impact when they play a different way. But you can see there, on the right-hand side, you can see that left wing or right wing. Let's scroll down a bit. And you can see there, look at his stats on the left compared to his stats on the right. His stats on the left compared to his stats on the right. So on the left, he's got 26 goal contributions. On the right, 12 goal contributions. Got to remember, he's only just turned 21, by the way, guys. This is a guy who's had 2 full seasons. So when we're going, he's not a goal scorer. Well, in the first year, in his first year in La Liga, he got 11 goals for a wide man. That's very good. I know everyone thinks that every wide man should be scoring 20 odd goals, but that's not quite how all wide men work. So for me, when I look at that, I don't see I don't see how any, I'm not saying Dan said this, but I don't see how anyone would not want this guy in any way, shape, or form. He is levels above what we've got. Like, I'm not talking there. He is there. So, he is there. And did you see that thread I put up, Dan and Benji? Did you see the thread I put up from Squawk?
Savva, need to jump off, by the way. Sorry.
See you later, mate.
Nice.
See you later,
lovely. Bye.
Did you see the thread I put up from Squawker?
No.
Right. This is the thread that Squawker just put up, right? Comparing Savinho to the current Spurs wingers, right? I'll show you again for anyone who missed it. This for me, when we're talking night and day, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, night and day. Look, here we go. Let me blow this up so people can, let's put this to 200. Okay, so you can see that on the screen, right? So this is him compared to all our wingers, right? First of all, look at that. Just look at that.
It's exciting.
Right? That is frightening. That is absolutely frightening. That other than the tap-ins, look at that. Johnson don't do anything other than tap-ins. He can't do anything, right? Now, look, if we look down, there you go. There's Tell. Look at the green. Look how far the green is every time, other than the goals for Savinho, right? Here's Odeberg.
He's a young man with actual talent. That's the thing. That's the difference.
He is.
There's Son. There's Son from last season. That's the Son we've sold. There's the Son, right? And then there's Kudus. A few more greens for Kudus, but still, look at this is Benji. This is levels for me. This is what Spurs fans, this is what we ask for. We ask for a good player from a good club. I can't see any downside to this.
So I am super, super excited. Now, listen, I said to you, there was going to be something big happening. All right, granted, this isn't Leao, this isn't Rodrigo. But this kid, the difference between someone like Savinho and Tell is there is actual talent there. This boy is frighteningly good. Now, listen,
it's a big signing.
Oh my God, it's huge. But here's
if we get it.
So when I first saw this come out, okay, and to be fair, it was Dan that phoned me up at bloody 1:45 in the morning. Was like, here, Ben. 2 things struck me. We just got off the phone. He phones you back up. I'm like, hello. But 2 things struck me straight away. Number one is, why the hell would Manchester City, after having a decent first solid season, sell him to us? To me, that's insane. Maybe it's an FFP thing. I don't know.
They're going to get Rodrigo.
Yep. The other thing,
the player that you lot think Spurs can sign, that's what Man City will go and do. A player like Rodrigo, Grealish going, possibly Savio going, money available. How much do you want? Oh, Real Madrid want 90 million. Cool, we'll do it.
They can go and get their world-class player, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah.
100. But the other thing that blew my mind was, what that hit me a little bit was, another right winger. I was unaware, at Girona, his final season there, 17 goal involvements on the left. So predominantly, he does his best work on the left. So straight away, I'm in dreamland. For me, this kid, and I'd be very surprised if anyone disagreed with me here, he is an elite level dribbler. If anything else you could say, I would say elite level dribbler. Yeah, you agree with me, right, Sav? This kid, he also, something that you don't see from a lot of players, he gets his head up. He's got great awareness. He's got an eye for a pass. He's a speed demon. He's a danger man, and he's great with both feet. There is no story that doesn't end in happiness if we sign this guy. I cannot express how excited I am. And for any fan that is questioning it, I'd go as far to say you might be a little bit crazy. This kid is something else. And if it happens, what a signing. What a signing. Even at 45, 50 million, I'd pay that all day long. His first
another pointless signing. Look at our fan base.
Crazy. No.
Another pointless signing. Sorry, you've answered your own question. The fact that we've got Tell, Odegaard, and Johnson shows exactly why you need Savinho. What are we, I'll be honest, guys. I don't understand Tottenham fans. I think this fan base, I'm going to call it. I think not all of it. I think we're the dumbest fan base around. I genuinely don't understand. We all have a go at Levy. We all have a go at the club for not wanting better players. We go out there and try and do it. And only Spurs fans could find a negative in signing Savinho. Not that we have, but it's at times like this, I almost think, oh, mate, don't come to Spurs. Don't come. We don't deserve you. Like, I'm baffled. I'm genuinely baffled.
I don't think it's so much that on this one, yeah? It's like I said, I want him. I think he's significantly better than what we've got and everything. And I'd take him all day long. It's just that Spurs, again, personal opinion, I think we desperately need that number 10, significant, up to standards number 10. Because otherwise we've got no creativity there. I mean, at the end of the day, what good are our wingers if they've got no creativity there? I feel we need the number 10 more importantly than we need the left. And I've been saying that for a little while. Now, again, give me solid evidence that Spurs, because they have to, will go and get the job done. There is nothing to say we will get it done. So people can say it's being negative, but for me, I look on it as if I've got a choice of one or the other. Now, if we ain't going to get the number 10, then go get him all day long. He's better than what we got. But there is nothing at Spurs that suggests to me, and no one can give me a hardcore fact.
Don't give a
that
shit.
Says we will go and get the job done.
So, do these people not just
more?
Do these people not just pay attention to your side to side?
It doesn't matter what we need more. We're shit at left wing and in number 10. I don't know why this is an either-or moment. I don't know why. I don't know how any Spurs fan is putting any buts on this. Most clubs go out there, they're linked with top players, and they go, God, that's a great signing. Spurs is, oh, but I'd rather this guy. What are we doing here? This guy, if he comes in, will revolutionize that left side, and everyone's going to look stupid as fuck. I'm telling you.
And what else does it do?
Player.
So what else does it do? It takes pressure off Kudu as well. So if people aren't going to be able to double up, then there's a problem.
Benji, this is what we said. You can buy the number. Listen, we're going to get a number 10 anyway. I'm sure of it. If you
as long as we get a 10, I'm a happy man.
Right?
We will. We have to. You've
got to remember, buying a 10 is just replacing. Right? Buying a 10 is just replacing. We should be doing that by standard, and we will. I've got no doubt we'll buy a 10. As I've said, I don't know what the caliber will be. How many top number 10s are out there? I don't know. Like all these questions. But for me, I cannot watch this team play and anybody tell me it is not of the utmost importance that we buy a left winger. We are so shit on the left. We are so shit on the left. It's embarrassing. We've got worse left wingers than the promoted teams.
I totally get that. But out of a straight question then, yeah? I mean, it's the only thing I'm questioning with it. I'm not saying don't get him in any other way. I just struggle to have the positive side of it that we will get the job done on both sides because there is no evidence to say that we do. We never, ever do it. We didn't do it last season.
True. Not necessarily true. Club, if you've got club to club, yeah, it's true. If you've got club to club negotiation, that means the player has said some sort of a yes. So I'm going to assume from at least his side. But the problem is, boys, we're all getting Morgan Gibbs White flashbacks. That's what we're having right now. Or we're linked.
But that looks like it's gone from one to the other. Because, again, I can only go by what we hear in that again. I mean, for me, the 10 is more important than the left. But then for you, it might be otherwise. That's just a different opinion on football. I feel we can have the two best left wingers out there. If we ain't got a playmaker in there of any sort, how are they going to get fed the ball in any means or manner and get what they need?
Now flip that, Dan. And again,
I want a 10.
And again, from a coaching standpoint, flip that. You're not.
We need both.
You're not.
No,
thinking
I know
about
we need both.
Hang on. That's not what I said, Dan. You're not thinking about the flip side. If for any reason you do not have a playmaker in the team, let's say we buy a playmaker and he gets injured, you need to have the wingers because then what you're saying is, right, fullbacks, get the ball to the wingers quickly, let them run at people. So for me, when we're saying you've got to have two good wingers. You've got to have two good wingers. Teams that normally do well have two very good wingers. They don't have one shit one, one good one. Right. So for me, this is fundamentally important that we get I don't understand this. Oh, this is more important than that. We need a left winger, we need a playmaker, and we need a striker. right? After that, I think we need a ball-playing midfielder and a left-back. But at the moment, this window, I feel like that can wait for a window. That won't, do you know what I mean? I feel like getting a backup sort of rotational left-back and a ball-playing midfielder, we can do at a later date. We have to get a left-sided player, because if we go into this season, even if you get a playmaker, they're going to get the ball out wide to what? Telenodebur, who do what with the ball? What does it matter?
I get where you're coming from.
What does it matter? You've got a playmaker. What does it matter? You've got a playmaker who gives the ball to a wide man who can't do anything with it.
But this is where me and you are different, yeah? Well, it's not. This is what a manager's job is, to adapt to where... No, it's a manager's job to adapt to what he's got.
Using the word adapting. If the player hasn't got the quality, he's not got the quality.
Right. So then you adapt your tactics of your team and that if you've got the capability of doing it. And we got more than the capability to even play without wingers. Now, me, I personally play with, my style is different to yours. I'd play with wing backs and then just bring everything into the middle. And we've got two people more than capable of doing it. So if we haven't got the strength for doing it up front, it is the manager's job to work out the best way to do it. For me personally, I wouldn't even play with wingers anyway, yeah? But I know we prefer to do that. But if we're in that sort of position where we just can't get it out to the wings as such because they're going to get doubled up, I use my wing backs and then I need a 10 in my team more than I need a winger personally. But I feel Tottenham, with the lack of capability we got, I want both because we desperately need both. And I'm not saying don't get this player in any means or manner. As all I've actually been saying is I just feel we need a number 10 more desperately than we need a winger. And with me,
disagree.
Yeah, it's an opinion. Nothing more, nothing less.
Have you seen us on the left-hand side, though? I don't know anyone who's saying.
Okay.
Have you seen us on the left-hand side?
You're the one who sits there and goes on. And Savva, and you're the one who goes on here about how we've got absolutely no creativity as a 10, and no one's getting any passes to them, and no one's getting anything else. So really, they're just as important. It's more of an opinion of what you need for your team.
Yeah,
I think we need both.
Yes, they are
but
both.
For me, my number 10. Yeah, but for me, my number 10 is more important for the way I would want to play the game. Sure, and in that aspect, I need to see us get both, and I just don't have the evidence.
I get when you do this, when you say, for how I want to play the game. I hate to break it to you, you're not the Tottenham Hotspur manager. This is not about how. This is not about how you play the game. This is about Thomas Frank. Hang on. This is about Thomas Frank identifying how does Thomas Frank play the game, right? And Thomas Frank plays the game with two wide men. That is why when fans go, this isn't important, this is fundamentally important. You're bringing in a coach who likes to play with the two wide men, right? That lets the fullbacks overlap. Give him those players. It's all well and good us going, well, I like to play this. I like tiki-taka. Doesn't mean
I've seen
Spurs
him play five at the back many a time.
Doesn't mean Spurs are going to start playing it, right?
I know. As all I'm disputing
You've got
with
to
this,
give the manager what he needs for his style,
obviously,
not for yours.
I agree.
Surely that makes sense. I agree,
but of course it does. But then I've seen him quite happily play a significant amount of games with five at the back, using wing backs as well. So in that aspect, that's where I say the manager needs to adapt to get the best out of the team he's given and play with the cards he's got. Now, I want both. I want Savinho, definitely. I think people are missing the point on what I'm saying. I want him. I just feel the number 10 is more important. And nobody yet. It's just nothing can give me anything with the hope that we will get the job done properly. We hardly ever get it done properly at Spurs. And it is usually one or the other.
That's not true. No evidence. I mean, we went out in Ange's first window and he got a brand new number one keeper. We got a brand new playmaker. We got a brand new centre half. He was given Porro and Udogie basically as brand new fullback. So when you're saying there's no evidence, that's not strictly true. What we're fine. Hang on.
But we needed the centre mid.
What we're talking about, but not in his first season. We didn't. In his first season,
we did.
Dan,
are we flip-flopping here a little bit? Because I'm sure yesterday we said Spurs don't go out and do this sort of thing.
Hang on. No, hang on. In Ange's first season, he was given what he needed, right? He needs a quick centre back to play his formation. We've gone out and got the quickest centre back in world football, Mickey van der Ven. Right? He needs a new number one to replace Hugo Lloris, Vicario. Oh, Spurs haven't got a number 10. Here's James Maddison. Right? He was given players. So at that time, those players were the important positions to fill. It wasn't central midfield. At that time, it wasn't, because you had Bentancur, you had Basuma, right? You had players that could play that way. Whether we needed an upgrade, Sure, but you're not going to buy 11 players in one window. So in that
not.
first window, we went out and bought the key positions. The one that we didn't get was the striker. Of that, great, we didn't. Right now, though, every noise you're hearing coming out of the club, every noise you're hearing coming out of all the reputable sources are that Tottenham Hotspur are in the market for a number 10. Right? We've all sat here and said, all of us have sat here and said for the last however long, Spurs need an 11, a 10, and a 9. Yeah. We now go for a number 11, and suddenly it's, well, but, number 10's more. I don't know what fans, honestly, there is no negative to this for me. This is
none.
The only point I'm making, okay, but it's the fact that we're that desperate to do both. And I totally agree. And I haven't said not once don't go for him or nothing like that. And if you do remember, you, me, and a few others went off our head that we didn't get a significant ball-holding midfielder, and we just went and got Archie Gray and complained about it all bloody season. We said it before we even played the game, that we didn't go and do it. And this is what I mean by, I must admit, the evidence for me doesn't necessarily show that Spurs will go and get the job done. Do I hope we do it? Yes, we do. As all I've said the whole time is, me personally, I just feel a 10 is more important if I have a choice of one or the other. But if we're only going to go for the left wing, I'm more than happy with getting him.
That would just be replacing. The number 11 is
Well, we haven't got a number 10 either. It is replacing it. I agree.
So we have got a number 10, right? But he's injured until September. So if you're going to look at that point, Dan, then your point doesn't make sense.
Who? Kulu?
Kulu.
And you're the one who sits here and says all the time that Kulu ain't a playmaker.
Hang on.
Yeah,
hang on, Dan. Hang on, Dan. So if Kulu was fit right now, he wouldn't be our number 10.
Yeah, because we haven't got Maddison. But you've said it many a time, same as I have. He's not nowhere near.
You're not listening, Dan. You're doing it. You're not listening again. You're cutting me off. But you're not listening to what I'm saying, right? My point is that we've got no good left wingers. We have got number 10s, but they're injured. We will buy a number 10. We will. Now, how good is that number 10 going to be? It depends how much they want to replace Maddison and Kulu, right? It depends whether they're bringing in somebody for the future, but can play a little bit until Kulu comes back. Kulu's not my style of number 10, by the way. Kulu's not my particular style of number 10.
No, he's not a playmaker.
He could, right? He's not a playmaker. No, but he can go in there and he can do a job. For me, I don't think this is an issue. For me, I think they're going to get both. Now,
I hope so.
Will it be Savinho that we get? We don't even know if we're going to get him, right? We don't even know if we're going to get him. We're in talks. I mean, let's be fair. Do we trust Daniel Levy to get this deal done? I mean, I can't even just put it all on Daniel Levy. It all depends on a number of factors, right? Man City might put a ridiculous price on his head and we go, well, I get it. I get why he's not paid the money. But right now, I'll be honest, I just thought that when I turned on my screen, the fact that Tottenham are in for a player like Savinho, I just thought the Spurs fans for once would be really happy. And there just seems to be a lot of caveats. There seems to be a lot of negative connotation to go with this. I'm just a bit confused. I'm confused.
I think the most negative thing I've said is on his stats, he hasn't necessarily been a set goal scorer, but then you've given me reasons why. So I stepped back and said,
he has at Girona.
Yeah. So I stepped back. Did I not step back and say fair play?
No, sure.
As all I've said on the negative side is actually that I personally feel, in opinion, we need a number 10 more than we need a winger. And I said this the other day as well, if you remember correctly, with you and with a few others, that if I have a choice of only being able to fill one of those players, because at Spurs, we don't usually get the whole job done that we need to, and we don't usually do it, yeah? I said I would pick a number 10 over a striker and over a left winger because I feel we need it more. And the only negative thing I've actually said is I just personally feel we need a number 10 more if you give me the choice of one or the other. Because I just don't see us doing both because we never bloody do it. If we do go and do it, halle bloody luya. I'll be a happy man. It's what I want us to do.
This is what people would want to see.
Go and do that. I ain't complaining about nothing because then we've done the job. But we hardly ever get the job done properly at Spurs. And as all I've said the whole time is I would just rather we go for a 10 because I feel we need the playmaker more. That's not saying don't get the player. That's not saying I don't want him. I'm not saying he's not good enough. He's more than good enough.
I think the difference here is, though, that we all know we're going to get a 10 because we've got to replace a 10, whereas buying a number 11 is adding to the squad. And there's a difference, right? This is the difference. So Tottenham probably wouldn't have had a number 10 on the list when Maddison was coming back fit. If he had been fit, probably wouldn't have had. But maybe a left wing was. But also, market opportunities are really important. If an opportunity comes up, I'll be honest, if Thomas Frank, and this is what Romano said, if Thomas Frank has identified Savinho is the guy I need, I'm all for it. This is what we asked for. We asked Daniel Levy to go and get these players that the managers have identified. For when we do it, I can't complain. I can't complain. I can't find any fault to it. Guys, I do need to do some super chats. So we've got loads and loads of super chats. Big up to everybody in the house. There are 1,500 of you in here, which is quite sensational. 1,500 of you in here. If you haven't smashed the subscribe button, please do that as well. Please subscribe to the Hotspur Hood and please follow Benji on X at TotDoc. Big up. Ready? I'm going to rattle through these very quickly. And if I don't say it enough throughout, I appreciate every single one of you who puts these in. Ready? Go. Big up, Emma. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Very, very generous indeed. Thanking you kindly. Paul Langley said some of our fans could win 10 million on the lottery and complain it's not 11. Amen, Paul. A bloody men to that. Big up to you. Fadspur said Savinho and a 10. I will then feel good. Agreed. Savinho and a 10. Yeah. Savinho and a 10 changes the season if they stay fit. Savinho and a 10 changes the way the team plays.
Whole dynamic.
It now pushes players down onto the bench that can then be coached like the Oderbirds, like the Tells, right? Like the Johnsons as they can develop. Absolutely. Let's see. Listen, I've not once said I think the deal will get done. I just want it to get done. Big up to you. Andy Lester, thank you very much. So big up Savva. Big up Savva. Got my own name wrong there. He would improve us massively. Oh, my God. He is night and day above the wide players that Tottenham Hotspur have. Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Really appreciate you, my man. Big up to Cat Funt. Said, big up, people. Savinho, bring it on. Listen, just prepare yourself. There's that little bit in all of us that knows that we might get a message later from someone going, deal off. So brace yourselves for it. Big up, Cat Funt. Thank you very much. NSG said, double his wages to 80k. Solid signing with more upside than down. Dynamic player. Really gas for it. Don't care about the price. Just pay it. Absolutely, Ennis. Absolutely. We all crave Levy to pay big money. Then when we talk about paying big money, everyone turns into an accountant. Big up, Ennis. Really appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. Alex, thank you very much. Oh, no, hang on. Alex, there we go. It said, big up, Savva. We can all agree Savinho will be class, but I won't be cheering until I see him holding the shirt. I sense a Levy smoke screen. Well, listen. It's a big smoke screen when you actually offer money. Because if they played his bluff and said yes, you've now got to do the deal. Big up, Alex. Thank you very much, my man. Thank you. Big up to Rodney. You Plonker. This is Paul Watkins, I think. Said, Manny, just subscribe, mate. Big up, panel. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed, please do. Manny's a really good guy. So please do. Thank you very much for the super chat, my friend. Thank you. Tottenham Scope said, buzzing about this news. If we can get this done along with Ez, I'll be delighted. We haven't had it this good on the wings since Ban and Lennon. And that's it for me. That's it for me. At the moment, I can't watch Spurs on the left-hand side. Whenever we get the ball on the left-hand side, I switch off mentally because I know nothing is coming from it. Big up to you, Tottenham Scope. Really appreciate that. Eze, I don't know. We keep talking about it, but I don't know. We'll see. Jakey Tarantino, thank you very much. Said he don't score goals. Just say you don't watch. Well, listen, he didn't score many last year. He did score many the year before. As I said, for me, it's more about the way City play than it is his ability. He's a top footballer. Big up, Jakey. Thank you very much. You come back in again. I said, I got off what I see. I go off stats. Which is it? Look, I think we've got to take a bit of both. I do think we've got to take a bit of both. I do feel, though, that when people just look at stats, I don't think they're always looking. It's the same with Grealish. People going, he's not prolific. Actually watch what he's asked to do by Pep Guardiola, right? We got to ask that question. But hey, big up, Jakey. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. NSG said we triggered Morgan Gibbs' white clause is evidence we want a 10. Yeah, but to Dan's point, you've got to get the 10 to have evidence that we want the 10, right? I do get it. Big up to you. I do agree with Dan, by the way, but, you know, healthy debate and all that. It's good fun. Big up to JB Macaulay. Said, is he better than Peak Sonny? No, not. I mean, he's 20. He's just turned 21. At 21 was Sonny Peak Sonny. So you've got to ask the questions. If Spurs had signed Son at 21, everyone would have been losing their minds, right? This guy will be good. This guy will be a top player. I love watching Savinho play. He's nice on the eye as well. He's good on the eye. Big up JB Macaulay. Big up NSG's come back in again. Thank you. God, very generous this morning, you lot. Can we call you Savinho if we sign him? You can call me what you want if we sign him. I don't care. Here you go. I'll tell you what I'll do, people. Clip this right now. Tottenham Hotspur signed Savinho. I will give away a Savinho shirt direct from the Spurs club shop. I will give Daniel Levy money to buy the shirt, and I will give it away to one of my followers. How's that? Can't say any fairer, all right? It will be a proper Savinho shirt sent directly from the Spurs club shop to you. However, if you do live abroad, I will just send you the money and you can buy the shirt and get all that sorted, right? Big up to you, Ennis. Thank you very much. Big up to Matthew. Said Savinho has that young flash Neymar vibes to him. Look, he's an exciting winger. I think we're due exciting players, aren't we, at Spurs? I think the history of Tottenham, we've always wanted to watch wingers who can beat a man. And at the moment, other than Kudos, who's being doubled up on, we haven't got one. Big up to you, Matthew. Appreciate that. God, you lot have been well generous today. Big up to George. We are, oh my God, I'm £10 away from a record morning super chats. Absolutely crazy. George, thank you very much. Just sticking in the super sticker. Thank you very much, George. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for all your support as a mod as well. Dean Livesley has said, do any of our fellow supporters watch City games? Savinho is a gun. This is a great signing if it happens. What I would say, Dean, is he's a gun that's waiting to go off. I would say this guy needs some space and freedom to play, and I think he will bang. Thank you very much, Dean. Appreciate you. George is coming again. Said 21K. Well done, Savva. It's well deserved. Yeah, thank you. We did fly very quickly from 20 to 21K, so thank you. And we're already nearly at 21,100, so please keep smashing that subscribe button. Thank you, George. Big up to Nick Davis, who has just put in a super sticker. Thank you very much, Nick. Really appreciate you, my man. Very, very generous indeed. Rob Welsh said, do a double or deal. Take McAtee as well. Why not while you're there? 90 million, give us McAtee and Savinho. I wouldn't complain at that at all. I think McAtee's a very good player. Doesn't mean I don't want more, but I think McAtee's going to be a bit Palmer-esque. That wherever he goes, I think he's going to stand out, be a really good player. And we'll all be going, I wish we signed players like that. Big up, Rob. Big up to David, who said, Savinho is a Lookman, job done. Mate, I can assure you right now, we're not going to get Savinho, Eze, and Lookman. I can assure you right now, I would love it, David. I would love that. But you got Kudus already. Hey, listen, if that was your front four, your teams would be shitting themselves if that was the front four. And Spurs fans would be entertained. Big up to you. Really appreciate that. Big up to Reading. Come back in again. Said Kulusevski led the league in open play chances created by the end of January with Palmer, then injured early March. Big miss. Kulu for me is an anomaly as a player. As Dan says, he's not the playmaker, but he is creative, but he does it in a different way to a James Maddison, so to speak. He's a very unique footballer, is Kulusevski. For me, just misses that bit of go. He just misses that bit of oomph to make him to the next level. Only my opinion. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Big up to Tweak, who has sent in a super sticker. Thank you very much, Tweak. Very, very generous indeed, you lot. Thank you. Stevie, very generous again, said excited, but Savio, Solanke, Kudos, enough goals. Listen, in a different system under Thomas Frank, I think we will get goals with those three. Yes, I think we will. I genuinely think we will. Now are the playmakers for that. I think we will. Stevie, fingers crossed, my man. Thank you very much, Stevie. 3 more to go. Lubo are up. Says, I know what you can call me. You can call me Ow. Ow. God, that's a great song. I really like that song. Thank you very much. Big up to Luba Up or Mr. Pox Office. Big up to George, who said, do we have a new record? We're £2 away. But listen, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Big up, George. Thank you very much. You are very generous, sir. And the Aussie Frank Lover coming in with $5 Australian. Very generous indeed. Thank you very much. That was a lot of super chats. Thank you very much to each and every one. Please keep subscribing. Please keep smashing the like button. Guys, let's talk about it. There are 3 weeks to go. 3 weeks to go, right? It is lovely to see links with people like Savinho. I think we can all agree.
Mm-hmm.
But we get it, right? The Spurs fans, we get that we probably don't get as excited as other fan bases when they get club-to-club talks, because we've kind of got a history, even in this transfer window, of not getting deals over the line. Do the Spurs fans have that right to have that bit of suppressed? You know, right now, if you're Chelsea and you're in talks for Savinho, you pretty much know you're going to get that deal done, right? Do you guys get it? Do you get where the kind of skepticism comes from?
It's basically what I've just been saying to you from day one. Because we've seen the club cock it up so many times, or just not get the job done, or not do the right thing, people like me will sit there and question it in the aspect of, I've seen it happen too many times that way instead of the right way. And I think we can all agree that it usually, when it comes to Spurs, it usually goes the wrong way more than the right way. And that's why, especially with that with Morgan Gibbs-White, until I see a player in a Spurs shirt now, sure, I won't get too hyper over it, sort of thing. That is why I just question, will we get the job done properly? Because a lot of the time, we just don't. And as Spurs fans, a lot of us, I think some will agree with me and some won't. The fact that you do sit here and say, right, good, look, we had the player sitting on our bloody medical, for God's sake, and we put in the money for him and got it, and we still couldn't get it over the line. Only probably Spurs could pull that crap off.
Yeah, that
so
is
you
true.
do. So to sit there and question it, I don't even think you're being negative. You're being realistic because of the amount of evidence you have in the past to question it. Okay, because something looks good and something goes right, I'm just going to go totally blind to what's happened in the past and get excited. No, sorry, I'm not. I'm just going to be realistic and say, okay, good. When he's in a Spurs shirt, then I'll be a happy person.
Dan, I think the only thing that's worrying, right, boys, is this deal, at least for me, doesn't make any sense from Man City's side. And I don't know if you boys agree with that, but here you've bought a player that has, you know, I don't know if this is a bit premature to say, but just by watching him for the last season or so, you've got potentially a very good winger, maybe even borderline world-class down the line. Who knows? But for me, the only thing that worries me about this deal is that it doesn't make sense from Manchester City's side. Can I ask you, boys, what makes you think Man City would even want to sell him to us? Like, what are the reasons for letting him go is what I ask. Because what's he had? One season there? It doesn't make any sense. It's the only thing that panics me about the whole deal.
Savva said it perfectly earlier in the aspect of they can go and get rid of a player like Savinho, which proved he's good so far, but there is a hell of a lot of potential on him to get significantly better. Whereas he hasn't even proved himself so far, and you struggle to even see the potential on him, yeah?
No.
And they can actually go and get rid of him, and then that gives them another 50 million, 60 million to go and buy a world-class player, because they can do that. We can't. Us going Savinho is even stepping out of our league usually on what we would usually go for. Because I actually think going for him is possibly a step up from getting Kudus, basically. Yeah. We're getting the player off Man City. We went and got Kudus, who's a good player, significantly better than what we got. But I think when you look at the pair of them, the potential is definitely more on Savinho's side to go up further as such. But Kudus is, you know.
But this is what I'm saying.
Both on the winger be brilliant. Yeah, but City could go out and sell him and get the money to go and buy better for now.
That's fine, but if he's doubled in price after one season, what could he potentially go up again?
But,
but
Benji, the difference between Tottenham and Man City, right, is we're always looking at potential for the future. Man City think about right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yes.
So like the Man City fans were saying, that look, they've said a lot, by the way, but we have to sit and develop people like Tell and Odeburn, but Man City don't necessarily if they don't want to. Right. Also, if the player wants out and wants first team football, Pep Guardiola won't stand in his way. Right. Third of all the reports are suggesting that Man City want Rodrigo. So if Man City, this is the difference. This is a big club. Yeah. Man City would take the 50, 60, 70 million from Spurs. You watch within a day or two, it will be City are in talks with, not necessarily Rodrigo, but someone of that ilk. That's
Someone
the
of that
difference
caliber.
between Man City and Spurs. For me, I think the deal makes sense for his career as well. Come to Spurs, you're going to play every week, right?
Mhm.
Stay at City. Listen, I get it, right? I get it. Some players will be happy to be rotated, but the problem is maybe he said, I want to play on the left. Maybe he hasn't said anything, by the way. Maybe he's like, oh, hang on, Spurs want me. I'll explore this, but I won't 100% go there, but I'm interested. So I think for Man City, I don't think they care. It's like when people always go, oh, how dumb are Man City getting rid of Cole Palmer? Why does City care? Why I think fans care more about it than City care.
They can always replace it,
Exactly.
basically, except maybe Rodri. If they got rid of Rodri, they can't really replace that if he is the best in the world at it at this moment in time. But with a team like City, 9 times out of 10, they can sell a player and they can get a player either better or of the same standards.
You've got to remember as well, when you look at the size of City's squad, right, that he is fighting against. If you look here, other than Haaland, who's going to start every game because he's Erling Haaland, right? You have a look at the options they've got in those forward areas, right? You've got, let me see if I don't miss anyone out. You've got Oscar Bob, right? You've got Doku. You've got Marmoush, Foden, Cherky. You've got Gundogan, Bernardo Silva. I think I'm missing one, right? So you've got 7 players there without Savinho. You've got 7 players there, and only 3 of them can play behind Haaland at any one time.
Would you put Savio behind Doku? So I'm just actually looking at the performances and the statistics for the season. Would you boys put Savio behind Doku?
I think they're very different players.
Are they?
Yeah, I think
regard?
Doku for me is more of the outright skill. Like you watch that man wants to beat his man, then beat his man again, then beat his man again. Savio's a little bit more direct with the ball when running and wants to just skip past his man and whip balls in and get shots away. But let's be brutally honest, both of them walk into Spurs' team a canter, don't they? Both of them walk into Tottenham for fun. But I think we're not comparing apples and apples here with Spurs and City. I think that's the difference here, right? These clubs go big. I would expect Man City to let 3 or 4 of their players will go because Pep doesn't want a big squad. Pep never wants a big squad. How do you keep them all happy?
Well,
I'm not even worried. I don't care why he's leaving City. I don't give a shit why he's leaving City.
No, of course not.
I would take him all day long. By the way, it's not done yet.
No.
There you go. And this is the problem. Lot of rotation that they're going to be involved with at City. Let's be honest. If he came to Spurs, 9 times out of 10, he's starting above Tell, Odegaard, Johnson.
No, not 9 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10.
I mean, without burnout, there might be. You've got to get these players some game time. But yes, you know what I mean. They're gonna start. Plus, it's a World Cup year. By the way, I just want to show you some things that were just sent to me. So this was him at Girona, right? So this was him at Girona, still at the age of 19. Already. So this is Girona, right? Hang on. That does say, I believe that is, what's that say behind the clock? Fuck's sake. Hang on. Here we go. Let me get this right. Bear with me 1 second. Knew the clock was in the way. Not that one.
Completed.
So this is crosses. Okay. This is crosses in Europe in the top 5 leagues, right? This is when he was at Girona. Look at it. So he gets the most crosses of any person in the league in Europe, right? In that year. All right. The next one is, what's that? 25. So 25 this is key passes in Europe's top 5 leagues at that age. Look at, this is all for the players his age. Look, better than everybody for passes and the crosses. This one is dribbles. Look at that. That's ridiculous, isn't it? That is absolutely ridiculous.
Sav,
Right,
you
and
have
then-
to think. You've got to think real quick, right? If you look at someone like Solanke, what do you think a player like this could do for Solanke?
Absolutely. Put the ball on the plate. And this is fouls suffered. So only Bellingham had more fouls against him in that year. That's the player you're getting. That's the player. That's the ability. That's the skill set that you're getting. And that's why when people just go, he only got one goal. That's the player you're getting. Look at this. He is top for 3 of those 4 metrics.
Well, see, now I think we're not going to get him looking at stuff like that.
Yeah. But that's my worry, is that we won't get him because we're not big enough. But not you, Dan. I'm not saying because of the debate me and you just had. That's why it's so baffling. Like when I look at the poll, so from 1,750 votes, right, 11% have said no, thank you. Now think about it. From 1,750 people, right, 11% is what, over 175 people have said no, thank you to Savinho at Tottenham Hotspur.
Do you want to bring up those side by sides again with what we've currently got at the club?
Mate, baffling. But yeah, listen, I thought that was interesting, guys, just to see those stats, because that's the guy I watched at Girona and went, fuck yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's a top player. But does anyone really care why he's leaving City? If he leaves, anyone care?
No.
I just think it's a bit. I don't know. Just again going off what you've just shown us again. I can't see why you'd want to get rid of someone like that.
But again, I think the other thing you need to look at, I mean, it's something that Spurs do, We very rarely get players for now. We get what it seems to be of late, players for the future. I'd say we more get players for the future than we do for now. And that is one thing quite a few of us have been complaining about. Now, for us, you can pretty much say he walks into our first team, he's a player for now. But then you can also add on for what he can have potential on top of him as well. You've got the best of both worlds with him in that aspect. That's why I would say sign him all day long.
That's what you wanted with Tell, wasn't it, really? That's what you wanted with Tell, someone who is capable.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I'm actually shocked we're even going for him, because I thought Tell and Odegaard were the ones that we'd basically picked to do it. Not that I want them again, but I thought it was already done and dusted, that side of it. Whereas with City, I don't necessarily think he's an out-and-out player for now. I think City would look on him as a bit of now and more of the future as such, because City have got the capability to do that. They've got the capability of getting the quality to do that.
But for the first 6 months, he was their best winger.
Okay, so I'll give you the option now. Savinho or Rodrigo?
Yeah, fair enough.
Question answered, really.
Yeah. Look, it's levels, isn't it? It's different.
Yeah, exactly.
It's different levels. It's different levels. Like when
City can go and get Rodrigo.
Right. Let's be fair. If Man City ring up Rodrigo, and you know they say, okay, listen, it's Pep here. Pep can make the call on his own. It's Pep here. Do you want to come play for me? Right. I mean, how many footballers in the world don't want to pay for Pep Guardiola? Like, let's call it for what it is. When Pep picks up the phone, you tend to go. We're not that club. I wouldn't expect that to have the same pull. So when people are going, oh, Savinho's disappointing, I wanted Rodrigo. Whoa. We're not that club. I mean, and again, this is what I'm saying. There is surface level analysis of a player, and then there's a lot deeper when you go into it. And for me, I like to, when I look at a player, first thing I'll do is I'll go and have a look at let's have a look at not just the last season. Let's have a look at the seasons before that. Because we did this with Kudus. Kudus had a brilliant year at West Ham and brilliant years at Ajax, but everyone went, but last year. It's like, yeah, players sometimes don't have great seasons. You're right, Dan?
Yeah,
just checking. Just checking. You know, sometimes players don't have amazing seasons, but by some fans' metrics, if we're only going to go and sign wingers, for example, that have got 15 goals in a season, who are you getting? I don't know out there. If anyone can find for me somewhere to show me the top goal scoring wingers across Europe last season, I'd be really interested to see how many get a lot of goals.
I don't think we can do better than getting him on the left-hand side. I don't think we even have that option of necessarily getting something better. And if you've got them two on the wings, you've definitely got a now dangerous wing. You've got two people that can take on defenders.
Elite level ball carriers, basically.
Yeah, and it's one thing we haven't bloody had for a long time. I mean, Johnson, I always say he's the quickest, slowest player I've ever seen. Can't take on nothing, can't bloody pass it, can't bloody cross it, has got absolutely no flair to him whatsoever. We will actually have two players on the wings for the first time in a very, very long time that have actually got a bit of flair to them as well. Because that is one thing that the squad definitely lacks as well.
When was the last time we had that, Dan? Like, was it genuinely Bayern and Lennon to have those two outlets rather than just the one? Was it Bayern and Lennon? I think it might have been.
I think you could say Ginola out there. You can say Ginola.
Yeah, I suppose. But the last time we had it, was it Bale and Lennon where we had two outlets? Because for the longest time, really,
I'm thinking of one either side because Lennon was on the same side as Bale, wasn't he? I'm talking about both sides.
Bale was left, Lennon was right, wasn't he? Yeah.
No,
Bale was right for Real Madrid, but for Tottenham, he was playing left.
No, for Tottenham, he was always on the left-hand side. For Real Madrid, he sort of went a bit of everywhere, really, sort of thing.
Well, if you look in the last two seasons, Bale kind of just played where the fuck he wanted, didn't he? Look how many of those goals in that last season were Bale off the right, screaming with top. Listen, when you're that good, you play where you want, don't you? Like, let's be honest. If you buy Gareth Bale, I don't turn and say, right, hug the touchline. I say, Gareth, you're Gareth Bale. Pick up the ball, do what you want. I like seeing this, but again, guys, this can quickly turn into disappointment because if we don't get a player like that over the line, the expectation's now going to be right. Okay, you've not got Savinho. Who now? Clearly, this is an acknowledgement that the wingers we've got on the left aren't good enough. Clearly, this is an acknowledgement, or we wouldn't be going for it, right? So if this deal doesn't happen, cool. Where are you going? Where's your next option? Because if we try and go for this and don't get it, I'm asking the questions. Now I'm asking, well, hang on, you wanted a Gibbs White. It didn't happen. And then you did nothing in that position. You wanted a Savinho. It didn't happen. And you didn't go after anyone else. So this is make or break for Levy and Spurs now. This is really make or break in the last 2-3 weeks as to, is this paper talk? Is this a smoke screen? Or are Tottenham genuinely trying to get these players over the line? And the thing that gives me hope is surely we wouldn't have entered club-to-club talks with City if we didn't feel we had the money or the capability or the players buy-in to come to Tottenham. Is that fair to say?
I don't see why not. I mean, saying, yeah, I don't see why not. To say we've actually spoke to him.
Oh,
McAtee's going to Forest. So Romano said Nottingham Forest are closing in on James McAtee. Agreement at final stages, fee in excess of 20 million. So you can see Man City are trimming down that squad. That means one big player is going to come in.
20 million for McAtee?
In excess of 20 million. Probably be like 25 million plus add-ons, won't it? Depending on.
I'd bite your hand off for that, to be honest. I think he's a quality little player. What a shame.
I like him. Yeah. I like him. I just feel like we need I think we need a bit more. I need someone that's been playing at the top level for more than half a season, like he has.
Yeah. I'd definitely take Harvey Elliott.
That's what I'll take Harvey Elliott all day. If Spurs sign Harvey Elliott and Savinho tomorrow,
I'm happy.
Do you see Harvey Elliott as a 10? Because really and truly, just in my opinion, I only see him as an 8. I don't really see him as a 10.
I don't think it matters. Like, I think if you've got Bentancur and Paulinho in there as the 2, it allows Harvey Elliott he can drop into the 8 when we're defending. He can push into the 10. He can float out wide and let Kudus cut into the central area. You know, I think it just gives options. I think he's one of those that gives different options on the football pitch. Hey, just only my opinion. Only my opinion. Sorry, Dan, I cut you off for the McAtee news. Really sorry, mate. Sorry.
That's right. No, I'm just agreeing. The fact that it comes up that we're speaking to him as such is a positive thing on the side. I mean, it doesn't usually come up that far until there has been talking, does it? There's a lot of the time you don't even really hear about the clubs are actually talking. You hear with Spurs, majority of the time, it's you hear that Spurs are interested.
Yeah.
How far does it even usually get to the point that you hear that we're talking? So that's a positive side on its own, the fact that it's even come up that we're talking, because usually you just hear Spurs are interested and you really don't get nothing else from it, do you? So in that aspect, I think that's a positive thing on its own.
The fact that it's club to club talks shows you, right, that we've done that stage. That's the beauty for me here.
And it shows you something's been said to Savinho. He's obviously said, okay, let's talk about this. Because you don't go club to club if the player isn't interested at all, do you? That's another positive, really and truly. Do you not think?
For sure. Because Savinho could have shut this down. Let's be fair. If Tottenham had gone to his agent and said, what about your boy coming to Spurs? We'll make him a first-team regular. They could have just turned around and gone, he's got zero interest in going to Tottenham. And then we don't hear about any of this because there's no deal. So clearly he must have. That doesn't mean it's 100% interest, by the way. It doesn't mean that he said, I'm 100% signing, but enough to say, you know what, we're interested in this. Let's keep talking. Bid to the. Let's talk. Let's see what we can do. By the way, everybody, yes. Crystal Palace have lost their appeal, by the way, for anyone who's interested in that. Crystal Palace have lost their appeal. They will not be playing Europa League next year. They will be playing Conference League next year. And yes, already everyone's jumped onto does this mean now that Eze is going to be more available? So guys, I kind of want Eze to either sign a new contract at Palace or just sign for someone so that this stops.
Yeah,
fellas,
2 years.
I don't mean to interrupt, but an hour ago, and I'm not sure if you've already seen it, you probably have. An hour ago, Fabrizio Romano has then tweeted to follow on. More on Savinho and Tottenham exclusive story. First proposal has already been sent by Spurs, worth 50 million. And Man City want more. Negotiations ongoing with City, open to selling as Savio keen on move. So, I mean, that's got to say rather a lot, especially if it's coming from Romano's. You'd like to believe that's true. So, if anything from that statement there, we're getting Savinho is keen, but we are looking to go over 50 million. I mean, where are we? No, fuck it. All right, fair enough. Whatever, get it done.
I reckon you get Savinho at 60 million. That seems to be for all these wingers. That seems to be the magic number, doesn't it? I think once it hits the 6. It starts happening. We've seen it with Kudus. We've seen it with Alanga. We've seen it with Mbuemo. We're starting to see now all these players are going for that somewhere between 55 and 70, but with add-ons and with bonuses. And I think that's about right. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it.
I'm still in disbelief. Why would City open to selling? I don't understand. His stats are incredibly similar to Doku. I don't get why you would get rid of him. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being a regular Spurs fan. I'm nervous about the whole deal, but it seems to be on.
But it's that City don't want to sell him, but would sell him. There's a huge difference, right? They're not actively pushing the player out the door. This isn't like, like with Grealish, they're actively trying to let go. And by the way, the Grealish deal is this from Ornstein. He has said Jack Grealish transfer from Man City to Everton includes option to buy at the end of the loan. So option, not obligation. Everton can turn the move permanent for 50 million in the summer of 2026 as part of the agreement with Man City. In process of being finalised, and the medical will happen today. I think that's a great deal. I know it's not Spurs, but I think that's a great deal for Everton Football Club and for Jack Grealish. I think that's a fantastic deal for both parties. I really do. Fair play to him. Player I like, as you all know. Player I like. So,
I mean, Grealish is one that I would not have said no to at Spurs either.
No, of course. I think that's a tremendous capture for a club like Everton.
Yes,
tremendous capture. But Phil, interesting. Big up Phil Coys. If Savinho will give confidence or know how to tell and Johnson to take on their man, possibly. I think the problem for me is it's about have you got the ability to take on your man, not confidence. I don't think Brennan Johnson's got the ability to beat his man time after time after time. No. I don't think that's something that gets taught as much That's more of a natural skill. So when you're coaching kids when they're younger, you see naturally who can beat a man and you hone that skill. Some people have not got it. They've not. Johnson, for me, every now and then he'll go past one, but beating a man regularly is an art form. It's an art form, beating your man.
Yeah.
That's why so few players can beat a man, right, guys? Or am I chatting shit?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I will just go there on Tell ever so quickly. So, Matthew's Tell, we essentially swapped Harry Kane for him with 50 million. Now the only reason why, the only reason why Tell came to Tottenham was what? He wanted regular first team football. That's the only reason why he left Bayern Munich, which is why he was in an error in the first place. Well, at least this is what's reported, right? If Savinho comes in, what the hell does that mean for Tell? Because you are instantly down that pecking order, right? So I wonder what sort of detrimental effect it will have on him. Not that I care, because I've not seen anything from him anyway.
Do you think then that they might be looking at Tell as more of a striker? Because it does say you can play that way. I mean,
maybe.
Not that I would say Tell is my pick for it, but just a question sort of thing. Would you say they might actually be looking at Tell as the second striker and getting Richarlison out? And a lot of people have also said that Johnson would be better as a striker as such. But maybe I got this wrong from Day, and they haven't picked Tell as the left-hand side man to take Son's part, and they might have got him as a bit more of an all-round player to cover the left and strike balls.
We've seen him at striker. He's shocking. I'd be appalled if that was the plan. I mean, Johnson, I understand, because he's at least got a fair amount of experience there. I mean, he plays striker for Wales. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, he plays up front.
Johnson plays through the middle for Wales, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so you could understand that perhaps. Tell, not so much.
Do you know what? It's interesting. When you watch Brennan Johnson play through the middle, I think it depends how you play with a striker, right? The problem is, if you play that guy on his own through the middle, he's absolutely going to be atrocious because he can't hold the ball up and he's got no strength. If you played him off a big man and you said, right, the big man's going to do all that, almost like to a very lesser degree, almost like a Niall Quinn, Kevin Phillips type big man, little man thing, then I think he'd do all right. The problem is in the modern game, definitely in the modern game, you don't seem to get just tap-in strikers anymore. They've got to be able to hold the ball up. They've got to be able to run channels. They've got to be strong. And the problem when people say about Brennan Johnson going through the middle, if I'm a centre-half, I'm enjoying that. Let's be brutally honest. If you're a centre-half and you go, Brennan Johnson's in the number 9 today, I'm just going to kick him. Not literally in a horrible way. I'm literally going to have a field day here because he's not strong. He can't beat a man. His hold-up play is crap. Look, I'm just hoping that if we can get Savinho's in the door, we've got Kudus in the door, I hope it starts to see less minutes for these players that aren't as good. And that's how a big club operates.
Yeah. You get the better player in that brings the other player backwards, basically. I mean, yeah, if we do we've got Kudus on the right and we get Savinho on the left, okay, they come off. It's still a massive drop down to who's behind them, for sure. But that's how you keep on improving, isn't it? You get players that... This is what we've asked for, basically, to an extent. Players that get into that team now. We've got 2 of them so far. If we get Savinho, we got 3 of them now. To an extent, you can even say we've then had a good transfer window because we've had 3 players that walk into that first team that are significantly better than what we already got there. Not just slightly better, but significantly better that they walk into the team. Then to an extent, you can say that's a half-decent more than a half-decent window, in my opinion. No, we won't have covered every place, but again, when do we ever bloody do it? So with that, you could then even say we've had quite a good window. 3 players that walk into that first team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. By the way, also just say that it does give an option for this as well in games. It does give an option if you bring that Kudus can go into the 10. I wouldn't want it. No. I wouldn't want it personally, but it gives the option. I think it's all about options. If you look at Liverpool, you look at City, look what Arsenal are trying to do now. It's options, options, options. Players that can play in multiple positions, players that give you options. And that is exactly what Tottenham Hotspur have needed for a very long time. But as it stands, on the 11th of August, with 21 days of the window to go, he's not a Spurs player yet, Savinho. We've been hurt before with Gibbs White. We've been hurt before down the years with Sadio Mane, Jack Grealish, Skriniar. We've been hurt before. So I'm not sitting here as a fan going, this is done. You won't see me putting out videos going, Savinho signs for Tottenham, right? I won't ever say those definites. For me, though, this is a chance, guys, for Daniel Levy to show us. You know what he was saying in those interviews? I will back the managers. I want better. Mm-hmm. I've got a taste for it. These are the moments, right, at the negotiation table. These are the moments where we see, are you serious or are you not? If City say we want 70 million and Spurs turn around and go, right, how about we meet you at 62, 65? Make it happen. Or are we going to go 50 million, that's it, we walk away? He's got to show it.
He's done it before.
Right?
He's done it before. He's done it with serious players as well. He's done it with Hazard. He's done it with Suarez. He's done it plenty of times in the past. It worries me a little bit. I won't lie.
And that is my exact point on when I say I need to see it to believe it, basically. There again is evidence on why, I have to see it to believe it. Because a majority of the time, we don't get it right.
May I be so bold to ask, though, fellas?
Look at why we missed on Greenish. As all we had to do was put another couple of mil down and he was on the plate and he refused to do it. Other players that we've had chances with is because Levy has mucked about and took too much time that either someone else has just come in and took the deal right out of the palm of our hand or he's just messed about with it and been too tight with it or whatever else. More not than yes, we get it wrong most of the time because Levy don't put the money on the table or whatever else. And that's why I'm just skeptical that we get the whole job done. I really want us to.
Tom Allnut of the Times has just come out and said that Tottenham have held direct talks with Savinho from Man City, but Spurs also want to sign a creative midfielder by the end of the transfer window. So look, the noises are right. The noises are right. Let's see. Sorry, Benji, go on. You were gonna say, can you be so bold to ask?
Yeah, can I be so bold to ask if we do land Savinho, which is a big ask. If we do, does that single solitary signing alone, considering what we've seen side to side with what we've got, does that bump us up the table any further?
Yes.
It does, in your opinion, yeah?
For me,
yeah, fair play.
Well, I think it does because now all of a sudden you've got two wingers.
Yes,
you know
two massive outlets. Yes.
Now we've got two outlets instead of one. You've now got the. I think the most relieved person at the football club would be Kudus. If Savinho comes in, he'll be like, "Thank God, someone can go and try and mark that bloke now, and let me have a bit of space." I like it because it makes the opposition think.
Yes.
It makes the opposition think. Spurs can now go left. We can now go right. Like Dan says, bring in a number 10. We can now go through the middle. It makes teams think. At the moment, we are all lopsided with Porro and Kudus on the right.
What a difference a day makes, eh? Good Lord.
Got to get it done, though, right? We've got to get it done. We can't keep having these nearly misses.
I mean, this simple signing would just change the dynamic of Tottenham, wouldn't it? Having the double outlet, something that we've not had for years and years and years.
It would be a massive signing, but we have to do more.
Sure.
That's just it.
Yeah.
It would be a massive signing and it'd be a big up for a lot of us. Like I've said, I haven't said from day one that I don't want him, but we desperately need that 10 as well. If we go and get him and we go and get that 10 and a significantly good one, then I'm happy with a window because I feel we need a 10 and a winger more than we need a striker. As soon as Maddison said he was out, and for me, I think Maddison's done and dusted now that he's done his ligament for the second time, and I don't even think he was fully fit. He was just coming back. I think he's going to be pretty much done. Again, I hope I'm wrong, but 2 back-to-back ACL injuries straight away, it doesn't have a positive side to it. So that was why I said from day, we definitely need a 10 for now and the future as such, not just one to take the place for the meantime, because I think Maddison's pretty much done now. And if we go and get that 10 and the left winger, either way you want to put it, then you can definitely say we've had a good window then.
Well, Dan,
he's more than a striker.
He's 28, not 32, to be fair. I see a lot of people saying, Maddison could be done.
What's that got to do with the time of day? Yeah, and you go bust your ACL twice back-to-back when you weren't even fully fit from the other one and that can damage a 21-year-old's career. For me, the age ain't got much to do with it in there. But Maddison is also quite brittle as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I suppose so. I just think you're never going to lose that ball playing ability. Fair enough, maybe beating a man, some pace, I understand that, but his ability to play make will always be there. So I don't know.
Yeah,
No,
you don't lose your ability. I mean, like if you watch
No, I
the
get that.
Legends games, like you don't lose the ability. But what Dan is right on is you're not the same.
Yeah.
You're not the same, right? At the moment, by the way, they're just going through all Spurs' wingers on Sky Sports, and it's quite interesting. They're looking at minutes per position in the Premier League. It's very, very interesting. But what you do lose is you lose that sharpness, don't you? You know, up there, he's still up there. You can still do everything. It's can you still do it down in your feet?
But
is everything half a second slower? You know, but I think he comes back. He's a great squad option. If Maddison came back, right, and you've got Maddison and another playmaker and Kulu and Savinho and Kulu, suddenly aren't you going,
wow,
all right, cool. Well, listen, one or two of them can rest this week because we've got, no offense, we've got a Burnley at home and we've got Bayern Munich midweek in the Champions League or whatever it may be. We can do that. All of a sudden, it doesn't look as weak. Right now, though, we can't even put out a good first 11, let alone rotating footballers. So, look, it's going to be a tough path back for Maddison. It's going to be a very tough path back. It really is.
What have been his past two injuries? I mean, cruciate ligament, innit?
I'm not actually sure.
I'm not.
Honest.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm just looking at it now. It says this one's a cruciate ligament tear. What was the one before it that he had? Because I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same injury that he had. That was one of the main things that was really, really bothered him, basically, because he'd done it in exactly the same place. And if that is right, I mean, look at Virgil van Dijk. After he had that major injury, it took him over a year to come back because the following season, he wasn't half the player he was. But then the season after that, he got back into gear and got back to standards again. But then he's a very more physical, capable man than Maddison. The other thing is with an injury like that, you can come back from that fully fit, 100%, perfectly fine. But it can have the reverse effect of, like Savva said, where you can actually lose your mind on it a bit because you're almost scared of your own body after that. It can work on both ways on the negative side, but then you can totally come back from it as well. I just think Maddison is quite brittle anyway. And I just think if it is an ACL, because they're saying it was the same injury he had in the first one, and they say it's a cruciate ligament one from what I just read, it doesn't look positive, does it?
No, I think his first one was an ankle injury, wasn't it?
From what I'm reading here, it says it was the same injury that he had last time on the knee.
Of course, but just before that one, it was an ankle. I mean, yeah, he's definitely brittle. He's definitely brittle. There's no way of getting away from that. But I just think if he was to come back, and he will come back this season, I'd imagine, sort of later on, it will give us something we've never had: quality options in one area. I just think, I don't know.
Options.
I don't know. Yes,
options.
Something we just
options.
Get.
Not an 11. Options. Yeah. That's how you know when you're a proper team. When we're no longer picking our best 11 and we're saying, cool, who's going to play today? Is it going to be Maddison in the 10 or is it going to be this guy in the 10? You know what I mean? By the way, a lot of people
the options you want.
Yeah. By the way, a lot of people in the chat saying, if you've got 70 million, go and get Eze. I feel like, I'm not saying it's dead in the water, but it feels like we've not moved from all summer. There must be a reason. Whether or not Frank doesn't want him, whether or not he doesn't want us, whether or not we've been priced out by Palace, there must be something, right, guys? Because I'll be honest, the constant asking for Eze is almost a bit frustrating. And also transfers don't work. Well, if you've got 70 million for Savinho, you've got 70 million for Eze. Yeah, but not all the deals are the same. They're not all structured the same. Maybe Man City will let us pay over 3 years for Eze. For Savinho, maybe Palace want it in 2 payments for Eze, right? So it's all of these different things that go in, but I just don't think it's as simple as just get him. There must be a reason, right, Benj? There must be a reason why we've not moved for Eze as of yet. Surely, there must be a rationale.
I mean, do you know what? To be fair, this transfer window, we've been linked with a lot of people. You know, people like your Xavi Simons, your Grealishes, they all seem to have gone on to different pastures. You are absolutely right when you say that, because you don't know what goes on behind closed doors. You know,
Sure.
someone like a Xavi Simons to me would have been like a dream signing, because I've watched a lot of him over
Yeah,
in
he's a good
Germany.
player.
He's a fantastic player. But yeah, you just don't know. Maybe, you know, and again, we did finish 17th last season. So this has to be a big contributing factor, I would imagine, because look, at the end of the day, you want to go to a team that is showing progression. And if you look at Tottenham Hotspurs over the last season or so, you're not, you know, all right, we won a cup, fine, but we're not progressing as a team, are we? Like,
No,
I don't see progression from Tottenham Hotspurs, and I think a lot of players will see the same thing. So, yeah, really and truly, you can be linked with who you want, but if a player isn't interested, they're not interested. And as far as Eze goes, yeah, he'd be a brilliant signing. I'd take him all day long. I think every Spurs fan would. But I mean, from what you read, he only wants Arsenal, and if that's true, what are you supposed to do? You know, you can throw
The,
100 million at him. It doesn't matter. If you don't want
the
to
only
come, he
way
don't
I
wanna come.
see us getting him, Ben, is basically say there's a week left on the transfer window and Arsenal haven't gone for him, whatever,
Yes.
and then we put in that cheeky bid for him,
A
basically.
Levy special. A Levy
And then,
special.
because he might just want to go Arsenal full stop. He might support Arsenal and that, but then we've had other players at our club that blatantly said they support Arsenal, and just because they support another club don't mean they can't play for your club. Whereas I know there's some people who think he supports Arsenal, I don't want him anywhere near the club, like they did with the new director. Is he director of football? No, with the new fellow who came in to work alongside Levy. They said they didn't want to, yeah, that's it, Vinay. They blatantly said, I don't want it. I mean, I was on the show with Savva when it actually happened, and straight away a lot of people, no, he's at Arsenal, I don't want to know him. He's been at Arsenal, he's shit, I don't want to know him. Before they even checked him up. As soon as they saw the word Arsenal, they didn't want to know. And yeah, I believe he wants to go Arsenal, he supports Arsenal, whatever, but if he ain't going to get it, and then he wants to play Champions League football and that, Tottenham might be his only other option, and he might go for it. I reckon that's the only way we can realistically look at getting Eze. I think if Arsenal wanted him that much, they'd have already done something to possibly get him. But again, we don't know what goes on behind the lines.
Money, don't they? I think the problem with Arsenal right now is PSR, right? Like they've got to make money and spend. I agree, though. I agree. Look, first of all, I don't give a crap that he supports Arsenal. I don't care, right? I genuinely don't care, right? Do we really think that all the 11, all the 25-man squad at Spurs support Tottenham? Like I don't give a flying monkeys who you support as a kid. This is their job. He's not gonna come and go, oh, I'm not gonna give my all because I supported Arsenal as a kid. Like this is their job. I always find those sort of things quite, I'll be honest, quite childish. I find, oh, Harry Kane was in the youth team at Arsenal. Couldn't give a crap. He got what 200 whatever goals for Tottenham. What I would say with Eze is this. I love Eze. I do. I think he's a great player. I think Eze, Kudus, and Savinho on the transition with a striker would just be scary as fuck. I truly believe it would be scary. It allows Bentancur and Paulinho to be a bit more of a, we don't need to go too far. We don't need to do too much. We can sit, you know what I mean? I'm not saying against all teams, but okay, we can go. Get the ball to that four and let them bamboozle teams. Imagine counterattacks with Eze, Savinho, and Kudus. Pace, power, dribbling. Like, it would be scary, right?
And then
waiting till the last week, this is the problem though, Dan, is we're then almost putting Palace into a corner, because when you wait till the last week, if a club aren't actively trying to sell a player, it's, well, hang on, we've got a week to replace him.
How do we replace him?
How do we replace him? Now, listen, as I said, we don't know what's going to be on the closed doors. Maybe Eze's told Palace, I'm going in if a bid comes in. And maybe Palace have got players they're looking at. Maybe their scouts are doing that. We don't know, right? None of us know. But what we do know is no one has bid for Eze so far. No one. Arsenal haven't, Tottenham haven't.
Actually, hold on a minute. On that subject, hasn't his release clause gone?
No, it's not.
Stories about this.
Yeah. From what I've read and heard, it hasn't gone. It's just where it's now getting to the point where I think Palace are realising that people just ain't going to slam 60 million on the table there and then, or 50 and pay 10 later. They're supposedly, what I read, willing to accept free payments of 20 million. That's just what I've read
Really?
on the news, basically.
So a Sissoko deal kind of thing again. Obviously not.
Yeah, whereas at first they made it quite clear at the start of last season that we ain't accepting nothing except his money up front, or at least 50 million and 10 million on top. They wanted the money up front. Now it's getting, I mean, with this season, has he got 1 year left on his contract?
He's got
this
2
isn't his
years
last
left.
season. Yeah. So after this season, he's got 1 year left on his contract. They're now getting to the point that they know he's going to go. And if they want to make money on him, they're going to have to start adapting their way, because I think people have made it quite clear that they ain't putting 50 million on the table there and then. And then the closer it gets to the end of his contract, people ain't going to do that. And then some might just, you know what, they'll do a Real Madrid and wait for the end and just double pay him up, basically. So Palace are now at a point where maybe they want to make the money if he's going to go, basically.
So this is the last season they can demand big money for him, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Well, I mean, next season you've got Eze on a year left. I mean, if you get 35 for a player with 1 year left?
Well, I don't know. She's confusing because look at Mbuemo with 1 year left, 70 million. So I mean,
yeah, but there's a huge difference, right? So Mbuemo, you think next year Eze is going to be what, 28 going on 29?
Is he? I thought be 27.
Well, yeah. So now he's 27 going on 28. Next year he's going to be 28 going on 29, right? Yeah. You've got a look. You might get more. You might get more, but it does limit the number that clubs will go to. This is the last year they can get a massive price for him, right? This is the last year they can get a massive price. And you also risk, if you leave it to the last year, you risk him saying, you know what, I'm going to stay put for 6 months and I'll sign for someone on a free in January. That's the risk, right? And the Crystal Palace, I'm guessing their chairman's got to weigh up, like the Kane thing. Everyone going, oh, we should have kept Kane for 1 more year. Got to weigh up. Do you take the 90 odd million, or do you get 1 more year out of him and then you've got no money at the end of it? This is where it goes from football to business, right? This is where
you've got to weigh it up, innit?
Yeah, this is where you've got to weigh it up. But look, I just hope, guys, I just really hope that we're not sitting here in 3 weeks and there's no Eze. There's no Savinho. Do you know what I mean? I just really hope that we're not massively underwhelmed and we go from this to El Canous and some winger we don't know. Do you know what I mean? I just really, really hope that Spurs can do this. And I won't talk about Daniel Levy for a year. You go and get these players. I've got no need to talk about my chairman. Is that fair?
Because he'll have done the job, and then Ian might have to even sit there and say fair play Levy at the end of the day, which I'll still believe that happens when I see it. But you've got to then say he's actually done his job.
Someone offered me triple the money to start a Chelsea podcast. You'd do it. I'm not sure that works in theory. But listen, as I said, I support Spurs, but I've worked for Chelsea Football Club. Doesn't mean people. I remember people at the time going, "Oh, how could you do that?" What do you mean? It was my job. Like it was a job, and they pay very well. Like it's.
I think a few people. I mean, I said this on a show like I've done a show earlier this morning that I think a few people might be surprised. I mean, call it opinionated, but I think there's a lot more mercenaries out there than people might think, and I think there's a lot more players that actually look on this as a job, not a love and passion for football. And at the end of the day, who really cares as long as they get the job done? I think a lot of people look at it, you're a football player, you must love and have the passion for the sport and absolutely love it. I think there's quite a few out there, it's my job and I'm good at it. And they do it and haven't got the same love and passion for it that others have. It's just a lot of people seem to think that, well, he's a football player, he must love football. There's a lot of people that do a job that they really don't like, but it pays good money, so they bloody do it.
Well, Asuakoto was known for being one of them, wasn't he? If you remember, he absolutely couldn't stand football from what we were told. Asuakoto hated football.
Gareth Bale, football weren't his first thing at his heart. He'd rather play golf all day long. He was just bloody good at football and he knew it. He liked football, but he weren't a passionate lover.
That's paper talk, mate. Come on.
No, he stood there and blatantly admitted it on TV, for God's sake.
Did he? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
When he what was it? When he stood there and put the list of it of for golf, the flag on it, and then whatever way he done it. But I'm not saying he didn't like football, but he wasn't an out-and-out lover of football, passion on it. He was just world-class at it and liked it and did the job on it. Whereas, like someone's just said here, Ben White, your perfect example, he's blatantly even said he don't even like football, let alone a job. I mean, who else was it we had on as the left back who blatantly said...
Asuokaro.
Was it him?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
Cameroonian.
Who blatantly said he can't stand football, but he's good at it, so he does it. And Bale, like someone in there just meant, like Mash and Joe just said here, Real Madrid fans, they proper turned on him because he blatantly said that football weren't in his heart, basically. And some people do need to realise, to some people, this is just a job.
No, but do you not think that's a little bit understandable why people would be a little bit shirty with it? Because you're playing for their club. You know, this is people's passion. Can you not understand that to a degree?
Okay. Savva, can you do me a quick favour? Bring up Luke Simmons from 12:30.
Luke Simmons at 12:30.
Yeah. Just want to answer his point, that's all.
Yep. Got a lot of 12:30s. 1 second. I'll find it.
Yeah.
This...
Closer to the bottom. Yeah. So much nonsense flies out of his mouth. Okay, well, I just gave you a fact and then proved it that Gareth Bale's, it wasn't his prime sport. It wasn't the top thing in his heart. And I've just mentioned to you players as well that have said they don't even bloody like football. They just do it as a job. So where's the nonsense in that? Are you telling me that every single player who plays football has it in his heart and soul and absolutely loves it? No, they don't. I think a majority do. But I think there's a lot out there that it is just a job to them. And if they're bloody good at it and going to get paid for it, they do it. So I just proved 2 or 3 points to you on that, gave you at least 3 players. And there's quite a few more out there you can go through that it's a job to them. But so what? As long as they get the job done, why is it offensive to any supporter? That's like going back and saying, well, he supports Arsenal. I don't want him at Spurs. So who cares whether he likes football or not? Who cares what he wants to do off the pitch? As long as he does it on the pitch, that's all that matters, isn't it? Or if you now got to have a player where his heart and soul's with the club, his heart and soul's with the game and everything, well, you're going to be looking a lot deeper then.
Are you telling me you can't understand that point of view?
No,
where really,
I get no, I don't even understand that point of view. Why, as a player for my club, got to absolutely love the club and love the game? As long as he does the bloody job, who cares?
Yeah, fair enough.
Honestly, who cares? Do you actually care? Do you find it offensive that he doesn't love football?
No, but I
as long as he goes and scores 30 goals, what do you care?
No, of course, but I mean there has to be, you know, to run alongside it, to parallel it. You'd like the idea that the player you've got at your club is obsessed with football and has a connection to your club. I don't know. It's something that would at least be at the back of my mind. I find it insane that there are footballers out there that, like you say, and I agree, that aren't football motivated, and it blows my mind. Like that Asuokaro thing, when I first heard that, I couldn't believe it. Because I don't feel you can be good at anything unless you love it, personally. And again, that's just an opinion, but yeah.
No, I know quite a few mates of mine that do jobs that get a lot of money out of it and they don't actually like their job. At the end of the day, it comes down to what pays up, doesn't it? If it is just a job. I think the reason why a lot of fans look on it like that is the fact that because we love football so much and we would kill to be able to be football players, then they must feel the same as well. Well, no, everyone's different. Everyone's unique. Everyone's got their own opinions. Everyone's got their own loves and whatever and that. So I don't think every player has their heart and soul in the game. But as long as they've got the determination to do the top at their job and want to do the best at their job, isn't that all that matters? Are you really bothered whether your striker loves the team or loves football? As long as he scores 30 goals in a season.
Not necessarily bothered, but it's a little bit backwards that you are playing a professional sport and it's not your dream thing. You know, it's a little bit. Do you not think that's a bit strange, whether they're good at it or not? You know, again, it's not something that bothers me, but come on. You know, if they're at your club, you want them to be as mad about football as you are, do you not?
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I really couldn't care less. As long as he does the job, that's all I'm bothered about at the end of the day. I suppose each their own. As long as he does his job, I really ain't bothered.
That's what it does come down to, doesn't it? I suppose at the end of the day, providing you perform, it doesn't really matter. But I can understand why some people are a little bit miffed by it. It is a tad confusing.
Just quickly, before we round off the show, do we think that we're talking about a left winger, we're talking about strikers, we're talking about playmakers, but all summer Spurs seem to have been after a centre half. Are we in for a big end to this window? Or I mean, what does your gut tell you guys? Are we in for a big end to the window? Playmakers, left wingers, centre halves, or is this just going to be another damp squid for the last few weeks?
I've said it all along. Like, listen, I am absolutely with all of you who say, why have we not got business done early? Because that's what big clubs do. But the way Tottenham Hotspurs operate, we've always gone bigger towards the end of the transfer market. And I believe that's because it's a bargaining tool. That's why we tend to do it. Because if it can save Daniel Levy money, it will be done. So, you know what? I am quietly confident that we're going to make a few signings. And I did say to Sav and yourself, Dan, that I believe something big is going to happen. Whether or not this Savinho thing is it, I don't know. I mean, it's not what I was expecting. But, I am quietly confident, personally, that we are going to get a bit more business done. And I feel like come the end of the transfer window, we are all going to be just that little bit more happy. We'll have to wait and see.
I said as well that with Spurs is just you sort of accept that it happens more at the end of the season sort of thing, because it's just the way we do it. It's not the way it should be done. It's not the way you want it to happen, but it's usually at the end of the transfer window, you do see the action happen. Over the years of history, it does say that, doesn't it? So I've been saying as well, as long as we get the players before the window ends, I'll be happy enough. But I don't agree that it should be done that way as such.
No.
I think that the number of players that have left on loan almost tells us that we're getting new players, right? It's got to. Otherwise, you wouldn't be loaning out absolutely everyone. And by the way, I don't think any of the players loaned out are good enough to start for Tottenham. So my issue isn't, oh my God, they should have all stayed and played. I'm very different to of the other people that are on the Spurs 5 with me. But you wouldn't have loaned them all out. You wouldn't have loaned out Donnelly as being the only number 10 at the club if you didn't know something was happening. You wouldn't have loaned out all those defenders, midfield. You wouldn't. So some things have got to happen. As always, my issue with Spurs has never been, will they sign or will they spend money? I know when people go, oh, Levy's tight. Well, he's not. We're not. We spend. Spending money has never been the issue. It's what is that caliber? And I'll come back to that all the time. The Q word is everything. Quality. Yeah. You can buy as many players as you want. If you don't buy quality, you're never going to be a good club. Right. And this is why more often than not, the teams that win the leagues, win the Champions Leagues, win the cup, more often than not, they are the teams with the quality. Yeah. Especially when we're talking about league campaigns where you have to play 38 games. You don't win that by luck. You don't. More often than not. And everyone will go, Leicester's 1 year, right? More often than not, teams with the most quality, they can deal with the injuries. They can deal with players being in poor form because someone else is in great form. They've got the match winners. They've got the people that when you're playing shit, they can do something like that out of nothing and you go, Jesus. And that's what you need. It's the Q word. I don't want more ifs, buts, maybes, more. They're young, more they take time. Q word. And this is the difference. Savinho, for me, might be a younger player, but he's got the quality. So when people are going, oh, but you don't want Tell, you don't want the different. Look at the age of Odegaard and the age of Savinho. If I'm not wrong, aren't they both 21?
Yeah.
Right. If they're both 21, it's frightening the levels between them. And that's the difference. You can go and buy Odegaard's all day long. And I'm not saying he won't be a good player. I think he'll probably have a very good career in the lower level of the Premier League for me. Savinho will have a very good career at the higher levels of any league. That, for me, is the difference between the quality and quantity. That's where I've always been with it.
We've both said it enough times, Savva, along with others, that what would you rather happen? that we go out and buy 2 or 3 people that walk into that first team, the quality. Like if we get Savinho, we've got 3 people that walk in that first team. At the moment, we've got 2. Or would you rather we go out and buy 7 players for quantity? To improve your team, okay, you might not have the full squad you necessarily need. So in that's where you've got to maybe bring youth into it or find a way around it and whatever. But if you want to improve, you have to bring the quality in over the quantity. I get that you need a team as such, and we ain't got the capability as City or Liverpool of going out and getting players that are just as good as the quality players on the pitch sort of thing. Not yet. But if you want to improve, I'd rather we go out and buy 3 quality players that walk into that first team instead of going 7 players that maybe fight for the first team or don't even necessarily get in that first team straight away.
You have to have the quality there before you even consider doing that. That's basically what it is.
I agree. Yeah.
You have to have that
basically,
yeah. First.
Yeah. If you've got the quantity, where you're going to get if you haven't got no quality in it?
We're on a knife edge, guys. We're on a knife edge, right? We're on. This could either be a very, very good window with 2 or 3 really good players coming in, or it's going to end a very, very Spursy, run-of-the-mill window. And these are sliding doors moments for me more than anything. This is sliding doors. Do we want to start something good? Do we want people to see that we're buying Savinhos and Ezes? Do we want other players around the world to say, hang on, Spurs they've got Kudus and Savinho and Eze. Oh, they look business. Or do we want them to see that we're buying Tells and El Canuses and all these sort of players? By the way, El Canus, John Percy of the Telegraph has just said that Newcastle are looking at him. That's the thing for me, guys. This is a sliding doors moment because this year is going to be harder than ever to get Champions League football via qualification in the league. We don't have the Europa League to fall back on this year.
No.
So do you go for it? Do we put out the money now and go for it? And listen, I'm not saying there's a guarantee, by the way, but right, if we got Eze and Savinho, I'm now putting us in that conversation for we have to be in the fight for 5th. Not saying we have to, not saying, oh my God, we are the only team, but we now have to be in that fight for 5th place for me with Villa, Newcastle, and Man United. Is that fair to say?
I think we've also got the capability of doing it on the money side of things. It's like where I say that we're one of the few clubs on the actual planet, let alone the Premier League, that can actually sustain itself without having to sell players or even win things. We're one of the very few that can actually do it. You can see with Villa that is bitten right in the arse where they did go for it last year with getting players in and Champions League and everything else. But where they didn't get in the Champions League is sort of backfired on them a bit for this window, isn't it? It's put them in a little bit of trouble where they got to sort things out. With us, we could afford to go for it. And okay, we might lose a bit of money out of it, but it wouldn't, I don't think, put us in the same money position that it's going to put Villa in. Because we have significant more income than they do without even selling players and that. Like we do on most clubs. We sustain ourselves. We don't have to win things. We don't have to sell youth players for a significant amount of money, which it'd be brilliant if we could as well, more spending money, like Chelsea do, like City do, whatever, because they can't bring in the same sort of money that we do out of football, which we do to cover ourselves as well as in the football. That's why we're a club that can sustain ourselves. So I feel we can actually take that risk, and it wouldn't bite us in the arse as much as it has done Villa, because it has given them a bit of a kick this time, isn't it?
Of course.
So I think it's a risk worth taking because it wouldn't put us flat on our arse, basically. Whereas, again, with Villa, it's definitely given them a bit of a kick, isn't it? That it didn't quite go right. So go for it. We've got a scapegoat, basically, with the worst season, with one of the worst managers ever, and still managed to get in that Champions League no matter how we've done it. Surely we've got to use that get out of jail free card. Because that might be our only chance.
Matty K, dude, no offense. You were moaning last night at Savinho coming to Tottenham. And as I said, this is the problem. When you've got people that are so anti-Levy, I almost feel like people almost don't want the Savinho deal to get done because it would mean that you have to say, oh, fair play. I've always said, do I want Levy here? No. Do I think he's run the club as far as he can? Yes. But credit where credit's due. If you can get a deal like this done, why would you not praise that? Why would you not say, cool, that's brilliant, good? And the problem is, Matty, you've joined this band of people that are so leave your Nick out now. I saw all your posts last night in my chat talking about not wanting Savinho, blah, blah, blah. Yes, you was. No, Matty K, yes, you was last night. Yes, you was. Yes, you was, mate. You were just coming out with all this stuff. Listen, I'll be honest. And this is where I'll join you two on this. And this is the first time I've said it. Tottenham were to go out and get Savinho and someone like an Eze. I don't care that we've done it this late in the window. Right? Ideally, everyone knows I want the preparation. Do. Still think you need that. But you know what? This could quickly turn into a very good window. At the moment, it's not. But it can very quickly turn into a good window, guys. I don't care so much about the Super Cup. Like everyone's going, oh, but there's no for Wednesday. Let's be fair. The key thing here, the Super Cup is not going to determine our season, is it? Let's be brutally honest, guys. Whether we get battered 5-0 or sneak a 1-0 win, right? It doesn't determine our season. If we win the Super Cup but finish 10th, no one's going to be happy, right? No one's going to be happy.
True.
So for me, it's more important that we are ready for Saturday. Yeah? So Spurs have got, 5 days until we play Burnley? 5 days. Can we get 1 or 2 in? That's the big question. That's what Spurs need to be looking.
Can I just, because I don't know if we've spoke about this in depth, and if we have, I'm sorry, I've missed it. See, if we were to land Savinho, right, and there's a particular player that I've been too afraid to bring up. If we were to land Savinho, where do your thoughts stand on someone like an El Canoes? Because I personally really like him. I think he's a great little talent, and I think there is something about him. Would you be happy if we maybe got a Savinho and then pulled in a Canoes? Because, I mean, you got to think, we do have Maddison to come back. We've got Kulu to come back. What are your thoughts on that El Canoes? Do you boys agree, disagree, whether or not you feel like he's got something? I'm very interested to know what you think on him.
I want better. Listen, when I watch him, I think there's clearly talent there. But this is a guy that's had 1 year in a relegation battle for Leicester City. I'm not knocking that. For me, I'd like to see him have a couple more years. You know, the number 10 position, if we're going to do that, is for me, that's the sort of bloke I think, as I said before, I think you go and do your summer signings. And then if that's still available in the last 2-3 days of the window, you go, right, let's get him in. Year one, he isn't the main man. Year one, he's rotation, right? I've got no problem with that. Bringing him in as the main man in that position, I'm not sure he's done anything in football to justify that yet. That doesn't mean, and it's hard, Benji, because when I say these things, people automatically go, "Oh, you hate him." I don't hate him. I think he's good to a degree.
You just want better in that. No, I fully understand that. I only brought him up
going
because
into
of
the Champions League.
Back. Yeah, no,
going
I get
into the
it.
Champions League, Benji, right? Is this boy ready to go from relegation battle Leicester City to I'm the main man that pulls the strings in the number 10 for Tottenham Hotspur in the Champions League?
Yeah,
that's a big, listen, I could be 100% wrong, lads. He could come in and be amazing. And then I turn around and go, oh, fair play. But he could also come in, not do that. And then what we will do as a fan base is what we always do. Give him time. He's young. How many of these do we need? So that's where I'm at with it. I don't know about Dan.
No, fair play.
I think it depends what Frankie's going to want a number 10 to do, because there is different roles in the number 10. Like I say, as a playmaker, it's Maddison. Kulu is not a playmaker, and he never has been and never was. He's good enough to cover that position for a few games, but then he's also proved for us, like you say, Savva, he's too slow on his mind with a ball, basically, whereas an out-and-out playmaker already knows what he wants to do with a ball before the ball even hits his feet, i.e. Eriksen, Maddison, Kevin De Bruyne. By the time the ball's at their feet, they already know who they're passing it to, whereas Kulu, when it comes to that sort of thing, is a very slow player. He is not a playmaker, and he never has been, but he can cover that role. He's an attacking midfield central or shadow striker. So I suppose it depends what you want your number 10 to do as well, doesn't it? I mean, if I could go out there and pick one who's got a little bit of both, I wouldn't say he's ideal on either side, but he's got a bit of both. I've said it before, he's De Ketelaere, Atalanta. He's
the 6'4" Belgium kitty.
Yeah. because he's got a little bit of both. I don't think he's ideal at either, but I'd say he's a lot more creative than and quicker on the mind than Maddison.
And he's got experience at the top level,
than Kulusevski.
Mm.
And I'd say he's got good attacking on him as well, where he's got his own shot and everything else as well. He's not as good as playmaker as Maddison, not at all.
No.
But Maddison is a playmaker. Maddison can go missing for half a game. Playmakers do that. They do go missing for half a game, and then all of a sudden it's at their foot, and they know exactly what they want to do and pass it. The problem Maddison had last year is he couldn't do it because he had two wing backs either side of him. He had his centre mid sitting on his arse. He had two inverted coming in from the wings, and he also had his striker coming back to him. Every time he had the ball, he was so composed. He was so compact in there. Where could he pass the ball half the time? It was the tactics that screwed him last time. And a true out-and-out playmaker knows exactly where they want to pass that ball before it even hits their feet. It's just there's not really many of them about anymore. So, again, it depends how you want to do the number 10. De Ketelaere is the one who I would like to go for, and I think we could quite easily get him for a fair amount of money, 40, 50 mil, and pay his wages easy.
Yeah, look, there's players out there. I mean, I think what people have got to understand is that I'm seeing people in the chat talking about Nico Paz. Guys, all of these players are going to cost a bomb. All of these players are going to cost a bomb. Unless the club is actively looking to sell the player, this is what happens. You don't get cheap deals these days, really. So when people are going Nico Paz, you've got to ask the question, are Spurs going to go and drop 70, 75 million pounds on a player who's got 43 first-team games in his career?
No,
it's a lot of money. You're talking about.
Do you really think it'd be that much, Nico Paz? Surely not.
Real Madrid have a 50% clause, sell-on fee, 50. Okay. So for Como to make money out the deal, they're going to add on an extortionate amount of money to say, well, hang on, whatever we make, Real Madrid get half. So if they make 70 million, they make 35 million. Jesus.
Right.
So for example, people are going, oh, you could get him for 40. What, you think Como are going to sell him for 20 million? Because that's the way you've got to look at it. Como are going to go, hang on, 20 million pounds. No. So this is where, again, when people just chuck names, I think you've got to realise there are situations that go on. So I like Nico Paz. I think he's a good player. He's another one I would like to see another year of him at Como. He's another one. He's had 1 year in his career. Not saying he's not good. Not saying he's not going to be quality. But I think you've got to
leave certain players to develop a bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And apparently, though, in these days and age, when you say that, everyone loses their mind. Oh, you don't know a baller. You don't know a ball. It's like, I'm not saying he's not a good player, but you have to ask.
Odobert is one of them. He should have stayed at Burnley for another year to develop a bit more. I feel like he would have been, yeah, I feel like he would have been far more useful a year later. He should have stayed with Burnley for an extra year. I think we took him way too quick.
Yeah, and this is from a Leicester City fan saying Bilal is not at that level yet. There's a player in there, but he's not a wow player yet. Listen, I think he's got some really good bits about him, right? He's got some really good bits about him. By the way, they're putting up a Sunderland 11 of signings they've made this summer. They can put out a whole new 11 to last year via their signings. That is mad, isn't it?
Is that a good thing either, though? Like that many changes in your entire, because they say one thing that you can go wrong is making too many changes, isn't it? There is a bit of a line to it.
I don't think they would put that 11 out. I think they're just showing that they've bolstered the squad. I agree with you. Sometimes you can make too many, but they have made some good signings. I think like Granit Xhaka in centre mid is a great signing for any team getting promoted. By the way, guys, yeah, listen, possibly if you get Paz for 60 million, it's if you can get him, but again, you have to ask the question: 60 million for a player that's had 1 year in the Italian league, one year. Like, I think it's you've got to ask the question. Got to ask these questions. Hey, if Newcastle go and get El Kanous, good luck to him, right? But for me, I want a bit better than El Kanous, and I don't think there's anything wrong in asking for that. I really don't think there's anything wrong in asking for that. But hey, each their own. Let me show you this. This was interesting. This was just sent to me. I just thought this was funny. Here you go. Look at this. Come on, Savva, get there quicker. This someone just sent this to me with the caption "lol," literally "lol." Right. Right. So when people are telling me you're harsh on Brennan Johnson, as I said, in a game, if he does not tap that ball in, look at everything else about his game.
That is disgusting. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Look at the levels. Now, everyone going, oh my God, Savinho didn't do anything. Like, look at the levels. Like, we're not talking about a small upgrade here on footballers. We're talking about a massive, like, that is frightening. Now, if Frank can add more goals to Savinho,
then you've got an excellent player there. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I didn't see that. I only ever looked on his stats quickly, sort of thing, of goal scoring, and his goal scoring stats ain't high. But then when you go and show something like that and then compare it to Johnson, it just that's got to almost be embarrassing, isn't it?
What was
a
his
so-called Premier League player at Spurs? And there's all he can do, and we've said it, is tap the bloody ball in the net, and then he goes missing.
I mean, Savinho, what was his overall stats? 1 goal, 8 assists last season. Was that his?
In the league, he got 1 goal, 8 assists. He got 2 assists in the EFL Cup as well, and he got 2 goals and 1 assist in the Champions League. He scored 1 and assisted 1 in the FIFA World Club Cup. Look,
we're talking about a 20-year-old here in a different country as well. That's phenomenal.
Here you go. Do you want one? Sasha Tavalieri, exclusive. Manchester City enter the race for Xavi Simons.
There's your answer, isn't it?
See, big club.
Mentality.
Big club.
They go and sell him
around. Let Chelsea do all the. I mean, again, when we're talking about the food chain, Chelsea and City up there. City, now it's going to be who's got the pull. Both of them have got big squads. Both of them, I'm guessing he wouldn't be guaranteed to start every week.
Both got money.
It says here, with the likely departure of Savinho, the citizens have re-established contact with a super agent Ali Barat in an attempt to lure Xavi away from Chelsea. On the Chelsea side, talks are still going on. Nothing changes. Ongoing discussions and mutual interest to finalise a deal. Wait and see. Now, as anything in football, right? Doesn't mean that City will get him now, but hey, as a fan of a club that isn't in for the Xavi Simons race, that's going to be a fun one to watch, isn't it? Who's going to get Xavi Simons?
Well, in this one, you can actually say Chelsea, by their standards, they've actually been hanging about a little bit, haven't they? Because Chelsea, they usually go bang, bang, bang and get it done in 3 or 4 days, don't they? The question with him and Simons, by Chelsea standards, has actually taken a little while. And now it makes perfect sense. They go and sell Savinho. And then what? 50 million. Let's just say 50 for the sake of 50. And then how much they want for Simons? Something like 70, isn't it? 65, 70.
Yeah.
That's most of the new player paid for straight away. They're covered straight away. That's how a real big team works. And if anyone's got the power of taking someone off of Chelsea, City have, but it'd still be a fight.
You think about it. If City let go of Savinho, let's say 60, right? McAtee, 25 million, whatever, right? 85 million. And then go get Xavi Simons. Could still go and get a Rodrigo. These clubs don't sit around and wallow in self-pity, do they? These clubs are, all right, X player wants to leave. Right, where's Y and Z? Who are we buying? But listen, it's all heating up. By the way, Change for Tottenham. I want to talk about this. Change for Tottenham have just announced that there is a protest on Saturday before the Burnley game. Guys, the protests subject is always an interesting one. Two ways of looking at this. Great. Protesting. The other one is we've just won the Europa League. Right? We've got the Super Cup final on Wednesday night, and we could get players like Savinho in the week. Good timing, bad timing. Should they wait for the window to shut? I mean, I'm chucking it out there. I don't know. You know my thoughts on protesting.
The thing I think it is, the thing I'm really interested in on this, is I'm up for the protests. I went to the last one. If I can get to this one, I didn't know there was one going to be there for that. Then I will try and get to this one. And how much of an influence do they really have? I honestly don't think Levy really cares less, because the protests are really quite small, if we're going to be honest. Okay, there was 2,500, nearly 3,000 at the one I went to, but compared to other teams, that's a minor. Man U didn't like their shirt and 10,000 of them turned up. There's the difference. It was a massive protests by Spurs standards. Do you think Levy really give a monkeys about 2,500 people walking up the street saying, what were they singing? Something about we want Levy out, but we love Kulusevski. I mean, come on, at least pick a decent thing to sing, for God's sake, yeah? Now, the one I'm more interested in, and I'm up for the protest, but the one I'm really interested in is, I personally think that a lot of people were there because because they're up for Levy out, up for change. But I also think a very high amount of people was there because of the situation we was in, and they wanted Ange out. And I said for a while now, the next protest is going to show how many people was actually there for Levy out. Because when it comes to talking about doing protests before the Europa Cup final, I didn't think it was a good idea. Reason being that if anything would have happened in that final, they'd have needed to find someone to blame for it, and a lot of people would have turned around and said it was the protesters' fault, they put the players off, or they this and that and whatever else and that. People will come up with crap like that. I'm just interested to see how many actually turn up for the protest now, because I think Spurs fans are quite easily satisfied to an extent. So, like you say, we've won a Europa Cup, we're in the Champions League. We seem to be buying players. If we go and get Savinho before then, we've got 3 players that walk in that first team. How many was actually there for Levy out, and how many was actually there because they wanted Ange out and was just basically pissed off that we were in 15th, 16th at the time? That's what I'm going to find interesting. And I think that will really talk about how serious these protests were or weren't.
Look, it's interesting, right? It is interesting. I mean, Benji, it's I always get stick for this. Told, oh, you don't do anything about it. Well, look, my form of protest is I don't pay to go anymore. I don't really buy anything for the club shop. I mean, as I said, I will if he buys Savinho. I've got no reason to not, right? Because that's what I want him to do. A lot of people saying, you know, if you want him out, go to the protest. But my point's always been this, Benji. This is my point with the protests, okay? This is only me. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone other than Richard Savva, all right? Me, Richard, this guy, okay? Don't all start calling me Richard. Now I've said that, I'm sure everyone in the chat is just going to type Richard loads of times. I'm an idiot. I look at it like this, Ben. When you've got billionaires that start a project, put the timelines in place for the project, execute that project, they have timelines to when they will exit that project as well, right? So no billionaire is just going to go, in my opinion, no billionaire is going to turn around and go, oh, the fans aren't happy. All right, let's forget everything we've done, sell up. So for me, I've always said I think it's a bit futile. However, I'm not knocking the people doing it. I've never had a pop at them. I've never said, oh, you're idiots. But for me, I think it's a waste of my time to go and protest against billionaire owners that have built a £4 billion business. What do you make of what I've just said and the protests?
No, I agree. I do. I do have an opinion on it. Look, listen, there's 2 sides to it. Number one, when you've got 2,500, 3,000 people turning up to do a protest, you know what I'd compare that to? A fly that hits your windscreen as you're driving down the motorway. It's not enough. Number one. Number two. Now, it is, isn't it? Really, yeah. That little stain that hits the window.
Yeah.
Number two, right? And I need to be clear on this. I have the utmost respect for people that turn up to these protests. I truly do, because it's pure passion and it's love for the club. I love that. It's amazing. However, I personally think it is a complete waste of time. You know what Daniel Levy's going to do? He's going to stare down at you through his lovely glass window, wiping his eyes and his arse with your £50 notes. This is the problem. It will not achieve anything with such low numbers. This fan base is too big and too scary to worry about, for him to worry about. Oh, there's a few thousand people outside that don't want to come into the stadium and don't want to buy
Yeah.
stuff. There are millions of fans around the world. You'll be replaced. And again, please understand when I say this, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to these people. I just feel like it's a waste of time. That's where I stand on it. So
I think the other thing is, Ben, is the other one that makes me question it is that you get 2,500 people walking down there preaching they want Levy out, Levy this, Levy that. And then you'll see a lot of them actually then go in to watch the game. And they won't wait 20 minutes before they go in there like they do, like they've done at other clubs like Liverpool and Man U and stuff like that, even Arsenal and whatever. They just go straight in there for the game. And they'll preach about Levy out, don't give him no money, don't do this, don't do that, yet they have a season ticket. Now, I can understand with that one, why should you stop watching your club because of this, because of that? Okay, I'll get that side of it. But then you'll also find a lot of people, they won't just go and watch the game, but then they'll be down there drinking the beer, down there doing this and that. So, okay, if
contradiction.
I can get the point why you keep your season ticket and that. All right, you still want to watch your team play. Why should you go out of it because of that? Okay, that one, I understand it. But then you'll find a lot of people, they still go in there before kickoff and they'll be buying beers and everything else and that, while they've just been marching down the road singing "We Love Kulusevski." And
nice to see you guys. I quickly jumped on because I saw you were chatting about this, and I thought
with a protest, you don't get heard until you become a problem. When it comes to something like that, you've got to become a pain in the arse. You've got to become a problem of some sort to get heard. Whereas if you're just going down there singing something like that, what does it really matter in a way? If anything, and you want to be a problem, you've got to get noticed. You've got to become a pain in the arse. You've got to be something to fix that they're worried that they have to do something about. Maybe the other time we should be doing stuff like this is turning up outside boxing events and stuff like that and just making it awkward. Now, I'm not saying they're going there doing anything stupid, but what trouble are we really causing, or what problem are we really being marching down the road saying that? And then, like I said, you've got people in there who'll go in there and spend the bloody money in there and everything else, yet they're all outside screaming "Levy out," don't give them no money and everything else, and then getting pissed up inside the bloody club. It's sort of, some of it contradicts itself.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, mate. As I said, with the numbers that we produce, we are genuinely a fly on a windscreen. It's just not. It's not big enough. If you're going to do something like this, you need to go big. Like you said, 10,000 Man United fans turn up over a shirt. I think that kind of says all you need to know, really, doesn't it? I think it's a colossal waste of time. I don't think you are going to affect the hierarchy of this club in any way, shape, form.
Let me give a slightly different perspective.
Something different to say.
Yeah, I was just listening to you guys, and I agree with a lot of what you say, right? And everyone has their right to express, I suppose, their discontent or otherwise at this ownership. But for me, what it is, and I'm a season ticket holder, so I contribute to the club via that route, and one could argue that that's a contradiction. But for me, I am a Tottenham supporter first and foremost, and I'm not going to give up my ability to ever have a season ticket, because my prayer is that Enoch leave the club, and if I give my season ticket up now, I then end up at the back of the waiting list for when that day happens. So for me, that's my only contribution. I won't buy anything in the club shop. I don't drink in the stadium, drink in the pubs near the stadium. So I personally, that's the utmost money I have to give, in my view, to continue supporting Tottenham, and that's all I will give. On the protests, I think for me, and look, I'm quite involved with Change for Tottenham as well behind the scenes. So done some bits for them on the financial side, quite invested in it. But for me, what it is press attention is the main purpose of the protests. I think the points you raise are clearly right at the moment. The protests are not big enough to really have a huge impact. And Savva, your point is right, obviously, that how much does this really impact Enoch? Who knows? Daniel obviously said in his interview it it did impact him. But I think when he goes home and looks at his bank balance or what he's going to end up with once they finally sell
Yeah.
Tottenham, I'm sure he's not too fussed. But I think what he does do, I think for me personally, I feel like I've then done everything I can do personally. I've got a right to protest. I feel like I can at least say that I've sort of stuck with that conviction. And then secondly, yeah, as I said, press attention. I think you started to see last year with the protests, there were a lot of articles coming out. I think people outside of the club start to understand why fans have got more of an issue with this ownership, which has been painted really positively, I think, in the press outside of Tottenham. So I think it's those two things. And, there are examples where that sort of attention has made owners start to think about their position and may accelerate them saying, Mike Ashley's a good example at Newcastle, right? Obviously, he wanted to realise money ultimately, but there was a lot of pressure from Newcastle fans on him. And it just starts to maybe tick something in the back of your mind that you suddenly go, maybe this is the right time to get out, actually, because it's starting to become more of an issue. But I do agree with you, Dan, the point you raised about, I think there's other more meaningful routes that they need to start to look into, which is things like, not coming out for the first 10 minutes of a game, just because, again, that adds to that press piece. If it's on live TV and then suddenly, the whole of the South Stand is empty, that clearly.
How often do you hear people in there shouting "Levy out"? I mean, the majority of the time, okay, it gets trained by speakers at times, but during the middle of the match, when they can't necessarily do that, I think it just shows that the majority isn't Levy out, and that is where the Spurs fan is very divided. Because if it was, I mean, like you said with Newcastle, they basically had a whole stadium standing outside the place saying that they wanted the fella out, didn't they? What do we get at Spurs? 2,500 walking down the road singing Kulusevski. If it was a majority of the fan base, that stadium would be rocking. That stadium would be making noise. Whereas you get a couple in the South Stand, couple of hundred that make a bit of noise, and that's it. You don't see it go round the stadium. I think it's just where Spurs are very divided in this part.
Yeah,
I think there's more Levy in than Levy out.
I have a question.
Sure.
Just take it down a different tact. The timing of this. Brand new season, brand new manager, brand new players, 2-3 days after we've played a Super Cup, 2 months after 200,000 people was out there in the same place celebrating winning a European Cup. Is this good timing? Because for me, this just starts the season off with a little bit of a negative tone for me. I don't know. That's just me. What says you?
It's a fair challenge. For me, there's 2 points. I think in some ways they actually have more credibility, timing it now, because you're not being impacted by those points that you say. You're either unhappy with the ownership or you're not, right? And they can do things that impact that. Like, for example, if we'd had an amazing transfer window, which hasn't been a complete shit show. I know we've got the Savinho rumour today, which I'm very happy about, but let's be honest, we were all talking yesterday about what a shit show this window has been, and we still don't have Savinho over the line. So transfer window again has been another disappointment so far and a shit show. And so, even with that context of Frank's first game in the Super Cup, if you're unhappy with the ownership, you're unhappy with the ownership, and perhaps continuing to make that point, you have some credibility in your argument. Sure. And then I think on the timing, I suppose the argument that they would make is doing it now. At least the transfer window is still open. Now, I agree with your challenge, which is Levy isn't really going to listen to the protests, but at the same time, at least you feel like you've tried, right? And you've tried before the window's shut, and then who knows, right? It might have an impact in terms of what we then do for the rest of that transfer window that remains open. So for me, it was worth a go. I personally think they've left it too late, and I've said this to the guys. I think they left it too late to organise it personally, because I think the game is only on Saturday. There's certain people that go to the protests that don't go to the games, and perhaps they can't now organise to go. For me, I would have organised
a long distance, isn't it?
Transfer window, to be honest, and then cancelled it had we had a fantastic window, which completely disproved. And we were moving in a different direction, but obviously,
Colin, let me ask you then. So just on the time, let me ask you. Sure. Imagine, just again, look, You have to laugh. Imagine, right? And welcome, Sean. Imagine that
Hi.
Tottenham Hotspur announced Savinho on Thursday, right, or Friday, and then Saturday morning, everyone's out there going, Levy out. I don't know. I get what you're saying, Connor, that it brings the press attention. But for me, do you not think there's that? And Danny, I think we had this conversation once. Don't you think there's that part of the press that are going to say these fans, devil's advocate, these fans are well ungrateful. They've just lifted a European trophy. 200,000 of them were in the street singing and dancing, and then 2 months later they're outside going Levy out. I just feel the time. I don't know. Something feels really
I get the challenge, but look, for me, one swallow does not make a summer, right? You know, if they get Savinho over the line, you know, this week before Saturday, that doesn't suddenly make me, as someone who's in opposition to ENIC, go, you know, I'll give them credit for that signing, but it won't be strong enough given the rest of the context of the last 24 years or the rest of the context of even this transfer window to change my view. So, you know, otherwise you could completely run the argument, and I'm completely fickle in my view that I'm suddenly going to change because of that one transfer. So look, I think for me, everyone's got their own right, and they have their own views, and they've got their own right to protest. And if that's what they want to do, you know, that's and as I say, I'll be at the protest. I'm sure Sean will. Interviewing various people.
Well, content has to content, and agendas have to agenda. But at the same time, it's the most ridiculous move. Once again, they don't know how to just keep their powder dry. Keep their powder. It's so ridiculous that on the first game of the season, the last time we kicked a professional football in a professional game, we lifted a trophy. The first time a trophy of that magnitude for 42 years. And the next time the fan base come together, these bozos want to come out and do it and start screaming for the chairman's head again. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. I only associate with it because content has to content. That's it. It's laughable. It's ludicrous. Like, at least wait until the end of the window. I put a video out earlier on going, like, there's so much negativity. And Savva, I'm going to be a polite calling you out here, my man. Polite calling you out. Because for the last few days, I've seen Tottenham Hotspur FC are a disgrace. It's outrageous. The window's a disgrace. Everything's a disgrace. And then yesterday, you have inculcated an audience of people that feel the way that you do. And then yesterday, you're coming on celebrating the potential signing and moaning at people who haven't quite bought into it yet. Like, you can't flip, not you personally, Savva, but like you can't make these. But
for me, this is what I've asked him to do. That's what I asked him to do. So
no, I know. I'm not saying that you're in the right. I'm saying that the narrative in the fan base is like so caught up in this. Like, it's a dreadful window. The window hasn't closed, and you know Daniel Levy is a smart enough guy to sit there and go, let them all moan, let them all whinge. And then one or two big boys are going to come in. And if you finish the window with 3 or 4 new first team instant starters, instant improvements on the first team, then that is a very good window. Whether it happens at the start or the finish is largely irrelevant. The season's 9 months long. Yes, in a perfect world, you get it all done on June the 1st. Doesn't work that way. I'm not making this about the kind of the window. The fact that the change for Tottenham can't just leave it alone for 5 minutes is it's out. It's just ridiculous. It takes away all essence of the idea that they want change. It's just Levy out, rebranded, and any excuse to bash the owner they'll do. And this one, if Tottenham sign Savinho today or tomorrow, and if, God forbid for them, we sign Eberici Eze before Saturday, God forbid for them, they will be permanently, indelibly marked as mudded.
Sean, but you asked for consistency, right? In terms of views, and then you're asking them to suddenly change their view based on one signing that may or may not happen.
No, I'm not saying give up.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go on.
Right. Yeah, right. So in terms of, you know, there is a point as well. You yourself put out a video yesterday saying we need to make signings before the season starts, so that,
Yeah.
because there's 9 points at risk.
Yeah.
And now you're telling us again, you're flip flopping to say, oh, but the window's not shut. So either you're
I'm
not happy with,
I didn't. That's not
you're
what
not happy with the state of the window so far, or you are, right?
Yeah.
I personally,
I'm not. The point is, I made first of all, bro. If I'll let you finish, but don't misrepresent what I've said, Connor.
You have. You literally said that.
I said there is an argument to be made that if you get the thing done before the PSG game, you have a better chance of lifting it. Or if you do get it in before Burnley, but not before the end of the window, there's an argument. That doesn't mean that I subscribe to the argument that you should be losing your mind now. So don't represent what I said and then roll your eyes when I interrupt you because you're misrepresenting what I said. Don't do that. I'll let you finish, but make sure you clarify.
I quoted you directly, to be clear. But anyway,
you missed out the context of the words before I said it.
Okay, but anyway, that's the argument that we've consistently made, i.e., that it's better. Clearly, you can't wholly judge the window until the end of the transfer window. I get that, and even post that, because who knows? You know, with the benefit of hindsight, later you suddenly, use Basuma as an example. We all thought Basuma was a great signing at the time it was made. Now we obviously don't, right? So you can't judge that until I get that point. But what we can say right now is that the transfer window hasn't gone the way that we hoped it would go. It hasn't been consistent with the messaging that we got from the club around wanting to win the league and win the Champions League. The window hasn't indicated any change whatsoever from the last 24, 25 years. Change for Tottenham in the name are asking for change. And therefore, I think it's absolutely within their right to protest at the first game. I think they're being consistent with what has always been their mantra.
No, but their mantra is leave you out. If you go and look at any of the people that
that's fine. Well, I think the reason they've gone for change.
That's what I mean. It's just a pig rebranded, mate. You can put lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, I think the argument they'll say as to why they've gone for change for Tottenham is because obviously there are certain people who are ENIC out. There's certain people that just want Levy gone, and I get your point. Drive agenda's just about Levy, and then there's certain people that are happy for the ownership to stay, but change their ways. Now, I agree with you that last one is a really small minority. I think the vast majority of the people on those protests are certainly Levy out,
and all the leaders are as well.
Even secondary, because they don't understand the nuance of the point, and then there's that tiny bit that they're trying to capture all of those different.
But they're trying to capture it when really it's just a complete fraudulent kind of narrative. All they want to do is recognize the fact that the Levy out bandwagon, in which they all ascribe themselves to, has done a really bad job of their timing, of the toxicity in which they've represented themselves online, and yet they all feel exactly the same. They just think they can put a new sticker over the top and then change the narrative. And things like this, when the window hasn't even shut, and the last time we kicked the ball in a professional game, we lifted a trophy. First time we're all back together as a fan base, and they want to go and get the thing going again. I sincerely hope that Tottenham Hotspur get the Savinho deal over the line, not just because it's great for Tottenham, but because it absolutely has that entire ridiculous facade that is anything other than a Levy out toxic rebranding. That's all it is.
Again, you're back to my point of one swallow doesn't make a stomach. I want us to sign Savinho because it's a great signing for the football club, clearly, but that doesn't. It's not going to change my view on right now that they need to do a lot more than that. And as I say, right now, where we are in the transfer window, it's completely consistent with my historic view.
We won a trophy, which is what you asked for before, right?
I want us to win trophies because I support Tottenham, right? Clearly I want to, but that winning the Europa again isn't one event that is going to change my overall view on ENIC.
So it's just protesting for the sake of continuing a narrative.
No, it's protesting because I don't think ENIC are the right ownership for this football club moving forward.
Right. So do it. You go every week, would you?
I personally would, yeah.
But do you go every week, even when there's not organised protest? Do you stand outside the club shop on the other side?
No. Sorry. I thought you asked me the question: would I go every week if they protest? And yes, I would.
But do you normally, if the protests aren't official, do you stand there like Brian Daigle used to do every week?
I don't stand on my own, no.
Okay.
Can I
Connor.
ask, sorry guys, just quickly before you do that, Benji, because in a second, sorry, this is really awkward. In a second, my plumber is going to be here. I'm going to leave the show running, but my plumber's going to be here because my bath won't drain. Anyway, long story. Just before I do, everyone in the chat, come on. We've had over 18,000 views on this show and 650 likes. We should surely be at 1,000. Smash that like button. And also, let me just quickly do some
the
super
same
chat.
stream, Stab as like this morning?
Yeah. I haven't. Yeah. Because I'm not going to do one before the Spurs 5, so I just thought I'd let this one roll. Let me just quickly do some super chats. By the way, I thought this was quite interesting to bring up because I think this obviously leads into the Savinho point. Romano now saying that City are considering going for Rodrigo, as many of us have said. Grealish gone, McAtee's going today to Forest, and Savinho can leave as well. And apparently now Xavi Simons and Rodrigo could both be options for Manchester City. God, to be Manchester City. Just let me do some super chats and then I'll let you lot fight it out and debate. And I know Lubo's itch. Lubo was, send me the link. He saw Sean and went, send me the link. It was like the bat signal. Big up to this is Rob, isn't it? Rob Frank. Big up to you. Thank you very much for the super sticker, my man. That's very generous as always. Thank you very much. And thank you guys for making this a record number of super chats in one morning. Thank you very much. Jakey Tarantino said Forest will crash out of the Europa to Roma. Palace will win the Conference League and qualify anyway. I've seen the script. Kind of hope this happens. Kind of want Palace to win the Conference League. I'm Palace are my second team this season. If they give us Eze, I'll make them definitely my second team for all time. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. Jay has said City will use the Savinho money to get Rodrigo. You know what? I'll be honest. I'm not saying you care, but I don't care what Man City do with the money. Just give me the player. Like, I genuinely don't care what other clubs do as long as my club are doing the right thing. Savinho to Spurs, Rodrigo to City. They're in a title challenge. We're not. But it upskills both football clubs. I think it's win. Big up to you, Jay. Thank you very much. Video complete. Sophia I said, get in. Kudus right wing, Savio left wing, and Johnson a striker. I loved everything you said there until Johnson a striker. I loved everything you said there until Johnson a striker. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. Big up to James Livingston, who said, Savinho doubters. Solanke will flourish too. Honestly, James, when I put this poll out, and bearing in mind we've had 2,430 votes, 11% have said no. Now on the cold face of it, 11% isn't a lot. But when you now take a 2,450 sample size, if I'm not wrong, that's just under 300 people. It's about 270 off the top of my head that have said they wouldn't want Savinho at Tottenham Hotspur. Fucking cloud cuckoo, lad. Big up to you, James. Big up to Emma. Always very generous. Coming with a second super chat. Third, probably. Thank you very much, Emma. Really appreciate you. And the last one, Jason, said, I think if we get Savinho, then Eze won't happen. It'll be more likely a loan number 10, maybe with an option, maybe a Paz. I can tell you something. They will not loan Paz to Tottenham Hotspur. Paz will not be a loan in any way, shape or form. You've got to get that out of your mind. But, Jason, look, let's see. All I care about, we're linked to a top player. Get it done. Get it done. Praise where praise is due. Thank you, Jason. Back over to you guys. Lubo, do you want to kick off? You obviously firmly are in the Connor camp with this one. And I know that because your WhatsApp to me a few seconds ago was spot on Connor or whatever you said. Sure. Where are you at? Protests, a good thing? First game of the season, just after winning the Europa League? Good timing?
Well, I don't think Levy's acted like the chairman of a big club so far with transfers, and I don't see that. I mean, the Gibbs White debacle was a disgrace. Disgrace from the fact that if it wasn't our fault that he's decided to stay with Forest, and whatever's happened, that we sat there for 2 weeks and did nothing. They're two crucial weeks in the middle of the window. My feelings don't change because we've won 2 trophies in 25 instead of 1 in 24. You've got to be consistent, and I don't feel that these are the people to take us forward from here. I think the worst scenario.
Why have I gone on mute? Sorry, Lubo, I'll ask you this.
Right.
What's the outcome that you want from Saturday? Like, what in what reality are we thinking that a club that's worth £4 billion and have clearly put this business plan into place and have executed it brilliantly from a business perspective, what part do we think makes them go in the boardroom next week? I don't know if they've got a board meeting, but you get my point. And they sit around the table and go, some of the fans aren't happy. Right. Okay. Put it up for sale. Is that what we think's happening?
Well, if they are looking to, worst scenario for me, worst scenario is sideline Levy onto non-footballing things completely and let the club come out.
You told us that had happened.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's what I was told. That's what I was told was happening. Levy came out and said that he is still involved in negotiations. He shouldn't be involved. If he's sidelined out of football, then he should not be involved in negotiations.
Can I ask you a more direct question, if it's possible? Because what I probably should have asked Connor is the same thing, rather than asking Connor whether he would just go to every whether there's a protest or otherwise. Essentially, what I'm looking for is the support that you have for Saturday, just generally because you'll always support any protest, no matter when the time, when the day, what the situation is, simply because it's how you feel. And if so, by the way, I'm not criticizing you. I know that everyone feels a certain way, and maybe I come across a bit more antagonistic, but I don't mean to. What I should have asked, I've thought about it now, is are you just in support of it, in spite of the fact that the optics could be argued that it's too early, but just because you feel the way you do, and therefore you'll always support any movement, any attention, any noise that hopefully brings more people towards your way of thinking?
I think, Sean, that if you feel a certain way, you need proof. If you feel a certain way because of A, B, C, and D, well, for me, it's up to G, isn't it, with my 7 points? If I see a swing back, and if I see that those 7 points have become null and void with this ownership, then I will get behind the ownership, because they are doing everything I want from an ownership. I'm not talking about trophies. This is just about them showing.
Oh, no, but all of your 7 points were subjective anyway. There was nothing that was like. I asked you this before. There was nothing in any one of those points that you listed, unless you found it and you can bring it up again. But as I remember your 7 point manifesto, it was all very much kind of subjective things like show ambition, demonstrate a will to win, be the best version of yourself, buy low, sell high, kind of easy answers. But if you're always someone that feels a certain way, then you can always lean into a subjectivity that you can disagree with. Does that make sense?
For me, I remember 2 of them were like, if you buying the right players at the right price.
Well, that's subjective, though, isn't it?
Well, if you look at the Spurs transfer window over 25 years, Sean, it's not subjective because the facts are there.
No, it's not. That's not true. Again, that's not the facts. Are not the facts, right? Because we have won a European trophy, which 99% of teams haven't won. Just here's the thing I'd say. When you say buying right, I'm literally putting a video out right now as we speak on the Spurs 5, and we're going to have this conversation tonight on the Spurs 5. If Tottenham Hotspur want to sign, just hypothetical, right? Let's say Thomas Frank doesn't get on or doesn't agree with the alignment of Johan Lang. That Frank's come with his system. It took 7 years to build. It's polished. It's like a well-oiled machine. He's already come to Tottenham, and between the lines, he's inferred that it's not what he's used to, right? That there's a misalignment in terms of like, they don't understand what I want. I don't understand what they're looking for. That's going to take time. Then you hear the story from Romano saying Thomas Frank's number one choice is Savinho, right? So maybe Thomas Frank's gone, I don't want that guy. I don't want these people you're offering me. This isn't what I want. And they go, who do you want then? Savinho. And then Daniel Levy's gone, okay, we'll give you Savinho. We'll try and get you Savinho. Pick up the phone and all that stuff. Like, just hypothetical, play the thought experiment with me. What happens if Thomas Frank doesn't want Eze, because Eze is more of a dribbly number 10 / left winger than a passing locksmith, and that he thinks that James McAtee, just for example, is the guy that he wants? We'll never know that. The club will never, ever articulate that to us, because they would never want the noise to be that there's a discontinuum between between the thought process of the various stakeholders, right? So when you say by right, that's a subjective thing because you will be the determinant of whether we bought right or wrong. And if you're saying that last season we had a shit window, but last season we won the Europa League, then like, did we buy right last season, or that over the last 2 years we won the Europa League? So you could make the argument that we did, but you somehow say that we won it through luck. So my argument is when your 7-point manifesto leaves loads of room for interpretation and it's subjective by nature, and your subjective opinion is that Daniel Levy is a shit show, then you're always going to lean into the fact that he hasn't met those things.
Right, let me put some meat on the bone. Let me talk about buying right. Buying right is buying the best possible players you can, not giving a manager a limited budget and saying, right, this is the wage cap, which doesn't really give him a chance of going out. He may want players who are going to cost more money, possibly. He may want more. He wants certain players who are going to ask for more money for wages. And we seem to buy. It's like when Bale was sold, Sean, we bought 7 players with that money, plus a couple of other sales.
How long ago was that?
No, it's an example. Okay, let's talk about Ange. Ange spent 380 million on 18 players. Now, Liverpool have spent that money on 6 players. So, you know, the whole thing about you go for
Liverpool didn't need to get rid of an entire squad of deadwood.
Hang on, but we did that last year.
There's so much context that you miss out when you drop these these knowledge bombs, mate.
The point is, Sean, that we are the other extreme to Liverpool. And I'm not saying you could buy 10 players.
We are probably the other extreme.
Instead of buying 18, you could buy 10 players with that 380 million, and you would get probably a better level of player.
Maybe, but you'd still be left with Harry Winks and Ollie Skip threading the ball through to a Rodrigo. I'm not saying
we're going off on a bit of a tangent.
I'm not talking about players that we've had. That's the sales side, Sean. I'm talking about players that we bought. We tend to buy in quantity rather than quality. And if you go back through the 25 years, for me, it can't be about we've got one great transfer, so it's Levy in all of a sudden. I mean, that's flip-flopping.
No, Lubo, some people, like Lubo, the point I'm making, mate, I think it's like, I don't want this to sound like it's you, because I'm talking to like fucking 80% of the chat as well, who don't listen to a word I'm saying. They've already made their mind up. I'm saying subjectivity is subjectivity. It's like saying that there's one reality. There isn't. There's 8 billion realities. Everyone looks through the world through their own lens, right? Your version of what is a good signing, Lubo, does not equal what my version is, or what Johan Lange's does, or Thomas Frank, which is why I gave the example. What happens if Johan Lange doesn't fancy Eze, if Thomas Frank doesn't fancy Eze? If Daniel Levy said, do you want Eze? It's going to cost 70 million. But because of our budgets, if you want him, you wanted Savinho. If you want him, we can't go and get you anything better than Leone as a centre-back, for example. However, if there's someone else you want that's going to cost 50, then maybe we can go and get you a Scalvini at centre. For example, if Thomas Frank says, I want this guy versus that guy, and you don't think he's a good player, then you, on your 7-point manifesto that is subjective, will say he hasn't been backed. And you'll double down on that if Tottenham don't win anything.
Sean, I'm talking...
Sean, let me give you some objectivity.
Let me just answer very simply before you go on. I haven't specified individual players. When I say the right players...
You have broadly said buy the right players, mate. You've said buy the right... What does that mean? The right players for who?
Players for the manager. If he costs 80 million, give him 80 million. If it costs 5 million, give him 5 million. But we don't seem to buy.
And you'll never know whether Tottenham Hotspur backed the manager or otherwise, because there is no conversation other than talking points that come out after the fact or during the fact, of which people that feel a certain way will interpret it and say, he's a talking head for Daniel Levy.
You will never allow any criticism of Levy, will you?
That's not the point. Your argument is subjective, and you won't acknowledge it's subjective, Lubo. You won't. I allow so much criticism. I criticize Daniel Levy all the time, bro. I hold you account to your argument.
Any points I put across, you never ever accept, ever.
Because your points are subjective. Your points are subjective.
You've got to argue with me.
I'm going to challenge. I'm not arguing, mate. I'm challenging your
lads.
subjectivity.
1 second, because you're going to go in circles on this, right? Because look, let me give you some objectivity. Sure, my view of ENIC, and not necessarily Levy's intrinsically linked to this, but it's on ENIC, is that I don't think ENIC have done enough ambitiously to try to support on-field success. And I've got lots of data points I can pull towards that, i.e., we've spoken before about the wage to revenue ratio. We don't need to revisit that, but we've always been in the 40%. UEFA themselves acknowledge that most clubs will be 70%, or elite football clubs will be somewhere between 55 and 65. There's one example. Transfer spend historically
ratios, not wage to turnover ratios.
In their landscape report, they speak specifically about wage to revenue ratio, which is why they say most elite clubs will be 55 to 65. The next one is spend over the period since the ENIC have been in power, have been running the football club. We've generated more cash from our operations in the whole of that period than Arsenal. We've spent £400 million less net on players over that period.
Yeah,
we've continued to spend money on property from the football club. £125 million in cash has left the football club to fund
100%. I think that's a disgrace. 100%, I agree with that's a disgrace. 100%
over the last 3 years. So these are the points that I'm pulling on as to why my view is what it is.
And they're valid.
Now and look, there's lots of, we can get into the ins and outs of, we didn't pay the extra money for Grealish, or this signing didn't happen and this signing, and a lot of them are valid. I'm sure some are not so valid, and yep. I suspect if anyone was in a job for 24 years, they're going to make mistakes, right? So I 100%. Give some leeway to that, but my point is, just comes down to, I want an ownership. We've made this point before. I want an ownership that I feel is doing everything they can to maximise the chance of on-field success. Fine. It's not guaranteed, but to maximise the chance. And I don't think ENIC have done that. So that's why, I won't let just one swallow make a summer in the Savinho signing. If at the start of this window, by the way, I wasn't ENIC out. I haven't been ENIC out my whole life, for me, I gave them the benefit of the doubt when we first moved into the stadium, even though I think there was a huge reason to criticise them for the net spend in the run-up to moving into the stadium, given that Daniel himself said that the stadium build wouldn't impact transfers, when it clearly did if you look at what happened in those 5 years preceding. And what I want is just be consistent. You make a point all the time,
mate.
Right?
Connor, you and I can haggle over the intricacies of the finances, because I think we're both in that. We both have a little bit of interest in that side of the conversation. I think there's things that you say that are absolutely fair, and you talk about facts, right? And I talk about facts, and we disagree sometimes on how important the relevant facts are in terms of the overall probability. Lubo, the reason why you think that I always attack or dismiss your points is because you don't deal in facts, mate. Your arguments are based on subjectivity and opinions, of which I largely disagree with. If you were to come at a conversation and an argument about this that was more based on facts, rather than saying your opinion and then saying they're a fact, then I wouldn't challenge you so much. I don't challenge Connor. Connor and I have a fantastic, but you talk about that your 7-point manifesto. Every single one of those things is just, in my opinion, no disrespect, bro. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm arguing the point. I've heard your 7-point manifesto. Every one of them is easy answers based on subjectivity, and if that's what you want to do, then in the purposes of putting out good content, buddy, especially as I disagree with your subjective approach, and I disagree with your subjective opinions, how you come to those conclusions, I'm going to challenge you on them, mate. Don't get upset that I don't agree with you.
The other problem is you can't argue facts with opinions. And I think when it comes to Levy, I didn't say yours was. I'm just stating in general, yeah? A lot of people that argue Levy, there's facts, but there's a lot of opinions with it. And when the facts are hardcore on the table, you can't challenge them with opinions. I think most of us will sit here and say, right, can anyone tell me for 100% fact that Levy does not want to win things for this club? That he hasn't put this club first?
Exactly. No, you can't.
No, we can all sit here and we can say, I'm pretty much 98% sure that he thinks like that. But that's the problem with it. Okay, it's 98% and it's in your favour, but no one can actually say for 100% fact. And then that's where the fact overrides the opinion. The opinion is, off my side, I believe he's more the businessman. He's done an excellent job on the business, but on the football side, I don't think he has got it his all. I don't think football is his priority. And I think he's more of the businessman side. But I use the word there.
I agree with you.
But I use the word there.
I'd agree with you.
I think, and I also say in my opinion, because I cannot turn around and say for a fact on the other side, because we don't know what goes through his head, but we can be pretty sure of it at the end of the day. But facts are facts and opinions are opinions. Now, people jumped on the thing that's hard with this to take in from the other side, why I think it's so divided as well, is I find the ones that defend Levy the ones that attack Levy to the hilt, is it just doesn't, even if he goes and gets everything right and we win the league and the bloody Champions League or something, they will still find a way to give Levy no credit for it, and it'll be everyone else. 100%. Everyone else was saying it's Levy's fault that Ange stayed, it's Levy's fault that this and that, it's Levy's fault we didn't do this and that. We went and won the cup, and even though those people were saying Ange out and it's Levy's fault, they all of a sudden turned around and said, fair play, Ange, you got us the cup and everything, and then turned around and still dug at Levy. It's got to work both ways. If there's a left, there's got to be a right, and up and down. If you're going to say it's Levy's fault that Ange stayed and we finished 17th, you've then got to say Levy deserves the credit for keeping Ange and we won a cup. For me, it's just got to work both ways. And I see the Levy hate ones are so set on a Levy hate side that no matter what he does, he don't get no credit. You got to do it both ways.
Can I dumb the conversation down? I think the entire panel can agree Daniel Levy's not done enough on field. But I think the notion that he's not a great chairman blows my mind personally, because what Daniel Levy has done for the club is essentially make us a bigger club without winning anything. But Connor, I wanted to ask you a really quick question. Just going back to the whole change for Tottenham. Now, I agree with you, right? You can't, just because you paper over cracks doesn't necessarily mean the problem isn't still there. So I'm fully on board with that. True. But I wanted to ask you, do you feel change for Tottenham's timing could possibly make them look a little bit silly, given the fact that the transfer window isn't finished and we have just won a trophy? Do you think it could lead to the possibility where they look a little bit silly with their timing?
I can see why.
Is he going to win people over, basically, isn't it?
I'd argue it the other way, because I think, whilst the transfer window, if you have the viewpoint that the protests can have at least some impact, press attention, etc., as I was mentioning earlier, whilst the window is still open, at least there is something that the club could react to if you run that argument. Whereas if you do it once the window's shut, right? So, and for me, it's about being consistent in your view. Now, my view, as I say, is consistently that I want. And by the way, it's not just a lot. For me, I would change the messaging to Levy out, from Levy out to ENIC out, because I think if you change Levy, that changes nothing. Because I could even make the argument, to be fair, that maybe Levy has been hamstrung by the parameters that have been set on him.
Yeah, I agree.
ENIC,
absolutely, right? I agree.
And we don't know whether, maybe over the years, obviously he's intrinsically linked because he also owns part of the club, but over the years he may have gone to Joe Lewis and said, do you know, Joe, I actually think we should be putting a bit more money in. Could you contribute? Because obviously Levy is not actually cash rich particularly. So look, so for me it's a change in ENIC's ownership, because they've shown over 24 years that they're not willing to go that extra mile or show ambition for on-field success. Just going back quickly to the point on Lubo, in terms of some of Lubo's views, and I will defend Lubo here in respect of, look, I come at it just because I'm wired this way and I'm a financial person, and I come at it with that. But football is about emotion as well, right? And so, we sit on these panels all the time talking subjectively almost about every single topic, right? In terms of whether we think a footballer should be coming in or whatever it is. And so, I don't think that it's necessarily a reason to criticise Lubo for his opinion because it's based in more subjectivity rather than.
Not why I criticise his opinion.
No, I didn't say you were saying that, Sean. I'm just saying
because he dresses opinions as facts, and he thinks I always shout him down. But my counter arguments are based in fact, not in opinion.
But Sean, when I said to you about the bail money, you said, "Oh, that was ages ago." Well, it's a fact, and it's part of
it is a fact. But like I say, if we're now going back and analysing things from 2010, 11, or whenever that was, then well, what's the purpose of the point that 15 years ago we didn't make a good decision, therefore now we should be protesting the owner on the first game of the season?
Because it's still part of the reason why Daniel Levy is hated by so many fans. Just because
What, for
it
selling
was,
I
Gareth
suppose
Bale
it's
or
just
for
extra
misspending the money?
evidence to form a view. I mean,
And that's fine.
Tottenham fans, just one thing.
This whole conversation came around whether it's the right time to. I don't. Listen, I've said it. It's like I say, like Savva, you say this all the time. It's like you say things and it just goes whoop, just over people's head. I don't care how people land on their opinion. I couldn't care less. I'm very much aware that 80% of the online fan base, I don't think it's anything like as popular as that in the real world, but 80% of the people that spend most time talking about Tottenham are Levy out. I personally think it's a massively misguided opinion. That's just my opinion. But I'm happy to sit there and hear people out as to how they get there. What frustrates me is when I hear opinions dressed up as facts, and when I counteract those things, Lubo says to me, I'm sure you just dismiss everything I say. I don't dismiss everything you say at all, Lubo. I don't dismiss anything you say. I'm just going to counteract it with my opinion that is led by facts. And if I'm going to challenge you, don't like dismiss it as like, oh, you're just dismissing me. No, I'm counteracting what you're saying with my opinion that is based on facts. And so I don't want to say, mate, like I'm never going to sit there and I don't agree with you on Daniel Levy. Do I think Daniel Levy, and you also say things like I always defend Daniel Levy. I don't. I defend logic, I defend consistency, and I'll defend the idea of that versus the opinions that you say. I never bring Daniel Levy into the conversation, Lubo. I never bring every conversation, however, with you comes back to Daniel Levy. It wouldn't matter if there was like someone tripped over a loose paving slab on the way to the Tottenham ground and broke their leg. You would make it about Daniel Levy.
So, Sean, you're being silly. Like you mentioned KKK the other one. I mean, that's nonsense, ridiculous. To mention
I mentioned KKK
like
as an example of how extreme you are. Nothing about the KKK. It was just a bad example. But that was in the heat of the moment. But Lubo, everything you talk about comes back to Daniel Levy. Everything. You're a one-track opinion man.
Unless we're talking about a match situation, that's the players, that's the playing staff. If we're talking about the rest of it, then Levy impacts it because he's the chairman of the football club.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't talk about the thing in isolation. It always comes back to that conversation. That's why you and I are going to have like every single week, and it's going to become so boring for the Spurs 5. Every single time we get on the stream, if every opinion that you have on whatever the topic comes back to Daniel Levy, and then you say things that are facts when they're really just your opinions, then I can't help but interact with that and point out the fact that that's not the case. But not everything has to be about Daniel Levy. No other fan base talks about their owner in every single conversation about every single thing.
Sean, we haven't had. Listen,
you can argue there's a reason for that, perhaps.
What's the reason, mate? We just won the Europa League. We're one of the biggest teams in the game. Like, what are we talking about here? It's insane.
Look, at times I feel
what we know we can be, Sean. This is the point. But look, clearly, if someone falls over,
it's exhausting. I can't do it anymore. It's exhausting.
Can I just say? Sorry, go on, Dan. Go on.
Okay. At times, I just try to look at practically everything from both sides. I try and at least get the other side, even if I don't agree with it. I want to get it because I want to understand why they got their opinion. The problem is with this Levy thing is it's basically politics. That is pretty much what it is, the way it's treated. There's no in between. You're not allowed to have a little bit of left option or a little bit of a right option. Just an example, it's the easiest one to give. You're either far left or you're far right. You're either 100% Levy out or 100% Levy in. You're not allowed by a lot from either side to have a bit of an opinion there and a bit of opinion there. I think Levy does get used as a scapegoat at times, but I also want a different chairman, and I feel a different chairman would have more heart in the football. So there's me looking at both sides there. But when on a political side, you want to win other people over to see your point, you can't just sit there and be so set in your way that you don't acknowledge anything on the other side if good happens. Then people will just start looking at you and say, I'm talking about Levy out in general. And then people will just look at people and say, well, you're so set in that way that this good thing has happened. You still won't acknowledge it. You still change it into something bad. It almost pushes people away from you. And yes, it is like politics because you're trying to win one side over from the other. Levy out people want more Levy out to join them at the protests. So they have to win them over. To me, that is basically political. That is
100%.
exactly what they do in politics, yeah?
It is. I mean,
And when it comes to that, if you want the people to actually come off the fence and come onto that side, you can't just be seen as being so set in your way that you don't see the other way, because it actually pushes people away. Like, yeah, but we just done this and just done that and just done that. Oh, yeah, but that weren't Levy. That was nothing to do with him, but this and that. Oh, we didn't sign this. That's Levy's fault, 100% Levy's fault. Or, yeah, we're getting the right signings. Levy ain't in control now. And all of a sudden it don't go, what? Levy's fault. That weren't him in control. And that is what people do.
You know what, man? I think this is the key thing. And I'll start off by saying everyone knows I think that Levy and Enoch, I think they've taken the club as far as they can go in this current guise unless they change the way they are. But I do agree with what you just said there, Dan. The problem for me is every single sentence seems to come back to Daniel Levy. Like, we lose a game of football because Daniel Levy didn't do this. We lose Daniel Levy didn't do. And that's where I'll be honest, over the last 2 years, I've got a bit bored of, as somebody that was Levy out, but I didn't talk about it every day. But as someone who was Levy out, is Levy out? But I'm Levy out, knowing that what that actually means. My problem with it is this, and tell me if I'm waffling. The chat will tell me if I'm waffling. My problem is I think that the message at these protests is getting lost. Is it Levy out? Is it change for Tottenham? What does change for Tottenham mean? And if it is that people want Enoch, who own the football club, not Daniel Levy, if they want Enoch to leave the football club, you've got to understand there's got to be a £4 billion buyer. This isn't, I said this so many times before. When people point to Newcastle protested, this club protested, these clubs have not protested a £4 billion company. These clubs have protested. Newcastle protested and sold for what? 330, was it? 340 million. Right. Okay. Let's put it into perspective. That's how much money Liverpool have spent this window. Right. That's what Newcastle were protesting. They got buyers for 330, 350 million, yada, yada, yada. Right. We're asking people, and this is why whenever I ask this, I don't get a succinct answer from anyone. What is it that people are expecting to happen? Why do they think that the protest is going to make billionaires leave before their exit strategy? So I'm not the world's greatest businessman, right? But even I know that companies like this don't start projects like this without an exit strategy. They have an exit plan. If I'm not wrong, guys, right? There's an exit plan to every project like this. And at the moment, Spurs have done everything they said they were going to do on the business side. Whether I think that's right on the football side is different. So what makes us think that 3,000 or 4,000 people walking down the high street is going to make Daniel Levy and Enoch turn around and go, actually, scrap all of our plans, scrap everything we've built. Yes, the club's up for sale. No one can ever answer me that.
I'll answer it. Let me answer it. Look, I think clearly, a few thousand people walking down the road is not, to your point. You're obviously right. That's not going to make them suddenly decide they want to sell the football club, right? I mean, there's an argument that one could run that they might look to, never sell the football club. They already put both sides of the ownerships in trust. They might look to pass that on into, perpetuity forevermore and decide that it's just going to be an asset that's owned in the Levy and Lewis families forevermore. They've already bought up half of Tottenham, and it just continues like sort of Duke of Westminster style property passed down forever, right? Who knows? Or their exit plan might be to realise some money eventually, right? But what it can do, as I said, it highlights more press attention onto the issue that people are upset with the owners. It can make the club improve things like communication, because they're reacting immediately to some of those challenges that people highlight around things like communication. And we've already seen examples of that, right? The Bill Nicholson Gates is another example. It's a really small example, and for me, it's pretty redundant. But if fans hadn't kept the pressure on it in terms of things like that, that would never have happened. So there's little things you can do around the edge. But your point is obviously right. They're not going to make the football club sell tomorrow. At the same time, if Enoch wanted to sell Tottenham tomorrow, there would be no shortage of buyers if they set the price at the right level. I can guarantee that, just based on the fact that big six football clubs don't come up for sale that often. Chelsea and United both, when they look to sell, obviously the full value of Chelsea, but part of Man United, had a number of suitors who were interested. If Tottenham was at 3 to 3.5 billion, they would find a buyer. And now, obviously, ENIC have got a
I
plan.
don't doubt
They
that,
don't want to
Connor.
do that. Perhaps they were going to look at minority investment. Perhaps they're not looking to sell at all. So, look, I think for me, I like to feel like I've done everything that I can, at least, to feel, everyone's got a right to because you could run that argument to any protest in life, right? Oh, what's the point?
No,
What's the point?
sure,
in
but Connor,
women
I
throwing
don't,
themselves on the
don't think you
horses to get
can.
the vote,
I don't think you can.
Same argument, by the way, just
We're
quickly,
talking
of like
about-
saying that Newcastle United should carry on punching above their weight.
Hang on. I don't think we can, Connor, but there's a difference asking, we're talking about 4 billion. I'm sure there will be suitors, but
Not many.
My question is right now, why would that? Let's remove our emotion as football fans for 1 minute. See if people can do this. Right now, if you're ENIC and Levy, Connor, why would you sell Tottenham Hotspur right now? If you hadn't planned to, I'm just hypothetical, Connor. Let's say in Spurs' plan, it was in the year 2030, that's our exit, and we're going to aim to sell for 5 billion. I'm just hypothetical, right? Tell me, Connor, what is going to make them sell quicker?
I think, as I say, there's an argument to say that they might wait forever. Like, I don't disagree with that point, but I do think that you can change the behaviours in terms of some of those smaller things, and like the examples I gave. I mean, if I was ENIC, I wouldn't sell Tottenham, to be honest with you. Like, I think, Sean, we discussed this weeks and months ago on one of your streams. If I was ENIC, I'd probably go for the Glazer Jim Ratcliffe route, where you sell a little minority stake, get some cash in, so you haven't got to put your own cash in. Make that person almost the face of the noise as well. No one talks about the Glazers particularly now, even though the Glazers have been an absolutely horrific ownership. They talk about what Jim Ratcliffe's done in terms of cutting jobs, etc. So, if I was ENIC, that's perhaps what I would do.
And the fact that they haven't maybe plays into the part that they actually do care about Tottenham Hotspur. I'll tell you what, guys, I'll give you the pitch that none of you have actually said. Like, I'll take any side of any debate on any particular topic because I think I can do a decent job regardless. That the argument for the protest against Burnley is because the protest, you could make the argument, and I don't think it's a strong one, but it's not a weak one either. You could make the argument that the protest that took place in the 21st of January or whenever it was led to Tottenham Hotspur making a move in the late window for
I made that point earlier,
and for. You raised it already. To be fair enough, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Right, so
it could impact the transfer window.
You can make the argument that it doesn't have any direct impact, but it makes a indirect impact if they were to get numbers. However, it's a double-edged sword, right? If you make that protest happen and only 50 people turn up, which is what happened at the last protest, and 15 of those 50 were YouTubers, by the way, then it's a double-edged sword, right? If you're calling for a protest and 4,000 people turn up or 5,000 people turn up, like what happened in January, I think it does have an impact. I think it 100% made Tottenham Hotspur. Who knows, right? But you could make the argument that it lent into the narrative on the owners going, okay, fuck it, let's get something done. However, if you put together a protest and 50 people turn up because the vast majority, and let's be honest, right? The current environment around Tottenham Hotspur to the average fan as a season ticket holder is far less poisonous and toxic than it was in January when we thought we were finishing 15th, 16th in the league and no obvious prospect of winning anything. Yeah. And so those 5,000 people turned up then, or whatever it was, 3,000 people, or whatever. If you organize a protest right now and 50 people turn up, that could backfire massively. And Daniel Levy could sit there and say the fans are actually happier in principle than Change for Tottenham have, and they've misread the room. And then they could actually put their wallet back in their pocket. So be careful what you fucking wish for. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's opportunistic, and I think it's just once again lipstick on a pig. I've made my point. I know people that feel the way they do will feel the way they do. I'm not asking anyone to change their mind, but if it gets big numbers, it might end up with a good result. It might end up with the following next 14 days after that game where Tottenham go out and break the bank and go and bring in a couple of worldies. And if that happens, I guarantee you Change for Tottenham will put a tweet out saying we would never have signed Savinho if it wasn't for all that bollocks, right?
Yeah, they'll take credit for it.
Of course they will. They take credit. They take credit if the sun shines on the protest. Like, oh, that was us. God favoured the protest today. Thank you, Change. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. But if it doesn't work out and they get 40 people turn up, and then Daniel Levy, we'll never know. But if Daniel Levy looks at that and goes, the fan base aren't that unhappy, you know what? Let's not push the boat out forever at Chiese. Guarantee you Change for Tottenham won't take any mud on their face. They'll sit there and just use that environment where we don't get the player they want as another reason for another protest. And so,
to be fair though, Sean, that would almost
situation where when something good happens, it's because of them. When something bad happens, that's a reason for more of them. And I think it's
to be fair, Sean, if there was truth to that point that Levy doesn't spend, in reaction to there being a small protest, in some ways that does support almost more the criticisms of the ownership, because they're basically saying, in that situation, you're saying he's not spending in reaction to the fact that he thinks fans.
I'm saying it's a hypothetical, though, right?
I know you're running up, but you get my point. That would be a ridiculous stance for a football club owner to take.
The other problem is we as Spurs, and this is one thing I say as the fan base, are the most divided fan base in the Premier League. In that aspect, he's done us good and proper in the way Levy does work as a brilliant businessman, as it's easier to fight a small army of 8 different little armies than it is to fight one big army. And we are so divided in far Levy out, far Levy in, and then a bit of Levy out, a bit of Levy in, and then on the fence, and then a bit of this and a bit of that, that is so bloody divided. If so many people were hardcore Levy, ENIC out, and I think ENIC out is actually the better idea, because Levy is the one who runs it, but at the end of the day, he ain't the top dog. So he might not have even had the money to spend all this time, and he's the one who's going to take the stick for it. We don't actually know. And we're so divided. If people were so much Levy out, ENIC out, and wanted change, you can turn around and say only 2,500 people turned up and 65,000 went into that stadium. Now, okay, 2,500 was massive compared to what we've had. But if people were so set on change and a majority of this fan base wanted this company out or wanted this company to change, then why did only 2,500 turn up and 65,000 walk into that stadium? And why did only a small part of that stadium start singing Levy out and the rest of it really didn't care? That is the problem. It's so divided.
Yeah, I mean, the couple of points, you get that often with protests, right? That the size of a protest doesn't necessarily reflect the viewpoint in terms of most people, because some people just can't be asked, right? Which is, to me is disappointing. But, you've got people that are ENIC and Levy out who don't necessarily just attend the protest, to your point, right? To use a really extreme example, when women wanted the vote, there was only a certain number of women who were willing to really go for it and throw themselves under horses and things, right? So see, that's very extreme, but you get my point. The size of a protest doesn't necessarily reflect the viewpoint. You also have at the stadium, if you compare the away crowd and how they sing about ENIC and Levy and protest about it in that sort of vocal way, it is basically 95% Luvo, isn't it? I would say at away games, whereas at home you've got a lot of day trippers, you've got tourists that are just people going there for the day. They don't necessarily they're meeting up with their mates in the pub. So I get that you're never going to get the right size, but clearly we need to get we need to grow those numbers to help increase the pressure.
People don't want to go to the protest. Okay, so some people aren't as hardcore in as others and that are willing to go to a protest or whatever. I get that, yeah. But then if a majority are still Levy out, or a hell of a lot are still Levy out, then what's the effort of standing in the stadium when that lot starts singing Levy out and you believe in Levy out and a lot of people around you do, to start singing Levy out as well? So to me, what are they really that lazy that they can't even be bothered to chant it when the others start chanting it? That's the real sign for me. When in the stadium they start singing Levy out, you only really hear it come from one end. Very rarely have you heard it, maybe once or twice, sort of drift around 3/4 of the stadium. And so for me, the fact that they don't
that doesn't support the team, right? And so they won't personally do it. You know, I do.
Yeah.
When I'm in
So
the
for me,
stadium, I'll
being in the stadium singing "Levy Out" isn't quite as hard as going to the protest. So if they can't even be bothered to sit there and sing "Levy Out," for me in that stadium, it just really doesn't. It just looks like a very small minority. And we all know that, again, political ways and whatever way you want to look at it, there's always a lot more opinion to it and everything else. But what it comes down to the crunch on is the votes or the people turning up for the protests. And when it's not even if we want to add it up to the stadium, it's about 5% that turn up for a protest, and the others go in there and don't even sing "Levy Out." It doesn't make it look like the majority of the fan base want Levy out, does it?
The thing is,
I think, some of that is about noise. Can I just pick, sorry, one point? Can I just pick one point up from the chat, which is this point that, you know, if you continue to have a season ticket, you can't, you know, you're a hypocrite or whatever. My reaction to that would be Lubo has supported Tottenham for how long? 50 odd years, Lubo? Longer? 60. Why should Lubo have to give up his right to go and support his football club and give up his right to a season ticket and then potentially never get a season ticket again once he gives it up because he doesn't agree with the way that this current ownership is running the football club? And that's an absolutely ridiculous argument to make. And actually, if people like Lubo gave up the season tickets, Daniel Levy would be really happy because he'd be replaced by a day tripper who would then go and buy stuff in the club shop and wouldn't criticise this ownership. So I think that's an absolutely outrageous argument.
It's a fair point.
I think the problem is, Connor, is there's no right or wrong to any of this. This is one of those ones where everybody's got their own right to feel how they feel. So you've got those like me that think this is absolutely pointless. Why am I going to go and spend hours protesting when nothing's changed? Like nothing's going to change, right? You've got those people who are saying, well, hang on, you are hypocrites, right? You go to the protests, but then you've paid your money, and then you go and people, not you, I just mean the royal, you go and spend money in the stadium, spend money in the club shop, blah, blah, blah. Then you've got the people who just don't care about it. People who just ignore this. They go and watch the game. They're not Levy in. They're not Levy out. It's just this is their football club. I think that the difficulty is all sides attack the other sides. Well, you can't do this. You can't say anything because you pay. You can't say anything. You don't go. You can't be Levy out because you don't protest. I think there's a lot of definitive answers to what is not a definitive outcome, if that makes sense. Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest problem for me here. So I know that when this gets debated later, like Stel will say to me, oh, well, you know, you say you want Levy out, but you don't protest. My response to him is always, sure, but you guys have been protesting for how long? And Daniel Levy is still there, still looks very comfortable, still keeps making partnerships. So nothing's changing. So for me, there's no right or there's no wrong. But my biggest issue with all of this is I question the timing. I truly question the timing. New manager, new players, new season, right? Just won a Europa League. For me, this feels very much like you're almost setting the team up. You're almost setting the team up for bad vibes from day one. And just an opinion. I don't think this is what we should be seeing on day one of a season at White Hart Lane. This should be everybody excited, looking forward to the campaign. Thomas Frank's first game in the Premier League, and he's going to see loads of protesters.
Look at all of the videos you've been putting out, Sav, right? In terms of, you know, which I completely support. We're all so critical of this transfer window because it's been an absolute shit show.
I agree.
That for me is
Connor,
why.
I agree, but I do think that Sean made a good point there. What do they think? People think that they're going to protest this Saturday. Then if a player comes in, they're going to take credit for that. So, for example, if Eze was signed next week, protesters would have you believe it's because they protest. Whereas we all know transfers don't work like that. We all know that we either want the player or we don't, or we'll go and bid. And this is where, how can you ever really judge the success of a protest? How can we? I've seen people say things like, we protested and then that happened. And it's like, well, how do you know that wasn't going to happen anyway?
It's political. Look at the BS that comes with it, basically, isn't it? Yeah, because like what you just said there, we protest so that happened and make themselves look bigger. I don't think that does a favour. And a quick one with what you said, Connor, on the season ticket side, I agree with you. Nothing should stop you doing it. The bit that I have the issue with is when you get certain people all over YouTube and everything else, when they start saying, not the bit of protest, I want Levy out and Levy is, but when they start punching the table saying, don't give this club money, don't spend money in this club, don't give the club money. Well, to me, then shut up and practice what you preach. On the other side of it, if people are then going to sit there and say, I want Levy out, I want this out, I want that out, but then don't preach about don't put no money into the club when you go and buy a bloody season ticket. I'm not saying you do, but a lot of people actually do. Never give Levy money, never give this club money, never do. You're contradicting it. You're not practicing what you're preaching.
Yeah, I mean,
so
look,
as long as someone
might...
sits there and says, I want Levy out, but don't go on about preaching about spending money at the club. Season tickets, no problem, but don't go preaching the don't ever give them a penny, and then you go and buy a season ticket. People are going to look at you and just say, well, you're contradicting yourself.
Can I throw this out there?
I won't. Sorry, Ben. Let me just. I personally won't. You know, I don't buy a club shirt not only because you know it looked pretty dreadful on me as an 18-stone geezer as well. But anyway, you know, I don't spend any money in the club shop. I won't buy a beer in the you know, I don't do that stuff because I'd rather drink in the pubs in Tottenham and all of that type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But for me, you know, the season ticket is something that, you know, I run it the argument I just used on Lubo. Why should I have to give up my right to watching Tottenham live, something I've done with my dad for the year, just because I don't agree with this current ownership? You know, that's.
But do you sit here and preach the aspect of don't ever give this club money?
No. I mean,
no. Exactly. So in that aspect, I'm not going to grill you for it. The ones that I will grill are the ones that say, do not ever give Levy a penny. Do not ever do this in the stadium. Do not ever give him any type of money. And then walk in with a 1,500 quid, 1,200 quid, 2 grand, whatever season ticket. To me, it's practice what you preach. But I don't think no one should go without. But don't then go preaching about don't put in money in the club and then walk in there with your season ticket. Certain people will take it one way and other people will look at it my way and think, well, you're saying don't spend money in the club, but you got a bloody season ticket there. As all they got to do is more focus on, I want Levy out for these reasons. Just don't mention about don't put money in the club.
Sorry. Obviously, the season ticket accounts for more revenue than beer, but I don't have, unless I'm going to stop supporting Tottenham and not wanting to watch Tottenham live, I don't have a choice, right? And Lubo was here before Enoch as a season ticket holder, and he'll be here after, hopefully. Touch wood.
But you don't preach about don't pump money into the club. You just said that.
Sure.
So I've got no problem with that.
That's right. I don't talk about spending money in the club or not.
I didn't say you did either.
Look, can I throw this out there really quick? Right, you have to be realistic. I think the general consensus around the club is that everyone wants Levy out. I think Spurs fans are smarter than people suppose, because realistically, you are never going to get the highest paid chairman out of a club by anything other than affecting a financial situation. Spurs are such a giant club, you know, it doesn't matter if a few fans here and a few fans there don't turn up. Like Dan said, they'll be replaced like that. It's nothing. It's nothing. These people are businessmen first and foremost. And the whole time you are making them money, which is what we're all doing, you are never going to get them out of the club. That's why I feel like a lot of Spurs fans don't turn up, because I feel it's damn near impossible to bring any sort of change until finances are affected, which they won't be.
Do you know what it is? Tell you what the whole Levy debate is about, you know, and why Levy is mentioned so much more than any other chairman. He has, you know, every other club. If you talk to Arsenal fans, they will be talking about purely about the footballing side, because virtually everything those directors throw at the business is to do with football. And then
that's not true.
Sorry,
that's not true.
Hang on.
I'll go finish your point.
Well, hear me out, and I'll explain. Arsenal had Robbie Williams at the Emirates for 3 or 4 nights, I think, the other year. But they don't have a Skywalk. They don't have an F1. They don't have concerts there on a regular basis. They don't have boxing. They don't have wrestling. They don't have whatever else there is going on. That for me, that's not a criticism. I'm just stating facts. But we have all of this. We have all of this going on at our club. Okay. And if you ask me, and I have always said, when I talk about Levy, I talk about him from a football point of view. when I say that for me, he's not a great businessman, I'm talking about from a football point of view, because I'm a football fan. And I follow the club and I come on these podcasts and we've got our own now on a Monday and Thursday. And we talk about, for me, it's all about football, subject of football. I'm going to Italy. I'm catching a 6 o'clock flight on Wednesday to go and watch us smash 5-0. Why? Because I love the club. And that's what I do. And I'm lucky enough to be in a position where I can go and watch them. For me, Levy's done a great job, brilliant job in taking the club from when they bought it. They bought a 29% stake for 22 million that was valued at 76 million. They will then sell an 87% stake out of whatever they get, 3-4 billion. And for me, the question before was, why would they sell? Well, they put in with all the share issues where they bought up the shares and increased their percentage from 29% when they first bought in 2000 up to 87%. That has cost them 250 million. So if they got 3 billion, that's a 12 times profit. Connor, not many companies make that these days, do they?
No, it'll be the highest football club. Yeah.
It's a phenomenal amount, isn't it?
So the point I was querying,
he's done a great job increasing the value, getting on the back. Obviously, the money from Sky and TV money has helped, etc., and along the way, and we've had sporadic success. And what he's done is he's spent enough to keep us profitable and keeping the fans coming in. So he's done for him and Joe Lewis and the Joe Lewis family. He's done a fantastic job. So wonderful. When you talk about a great businessman, yes, but for him and Enoch, when they sell, as a football fan, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what goes on the pitch. The ground is fantastic. People say, what a fantastic ground. Go on a stadium tour. It's a wonderful ground. I've done the stadium tour twice. It is amazing. He's done an amazing job putting that ground together. But on a Saturday or a Sunday or a Wednesday, whenever it is, I go and I want to see my team and I want the owners. And yes, you're right, Dan, it should be Enoch out, not Levy out. But I want the owners to give the same 100% drive and commitment and love and passion for the football side as they do for the non-football side. And that's why.
I agree.
That's why I'm Enoch out.
I'm just querying what you said about Arsenal, which wasn't true at all. When you're saying none of their fans talk about their owners and they're all happy because it's football, that is not true.
Hang on.
They started kicking each other's heads in. They had massive punch-ups down the road.
No, that is not true at all. Like, it might feel like that because of your disdain for Daniel Levy, but that is not the truth. There are thousands of Arsenal fans that absolutely can't stand Kroenke and what they're doing. There are thousands.
The one thing I would say about it, the noise about the Kroenkes has reduced in the last 5 or 6 years because of the fact that the Kroenkes are putting 334 million of their own money, and
they're still unhappy.
There's still some, but not. There's not protests, is there? There's not. It's not like the extent that we have.
No, of course. But the point is, like, listen, and as I said, I hope that their exit plan is soon. I hope it is. I'm also not naive enough to think that change always means good change. Yeah, I want to see it. Happy to give it a go. But I think there seems to be this belief that new owners come in and immediately everything at Tottenham Hotspur changes. We're winning leagues, winning Champions Leagues. And I do feel where I find it a bit disingenuous is everyone is jumping onto this line that Levy gave of winning leagues and Champions Leagues, and as completely, they're not silly. They know what he meant, but they've twisted it to change it to what they want it to mean, just so they can ram it down his throat. Now, that's where I think it's wrong, right? He said, yeah, we want to win leagues and Champions Leagues, right? Sure. What chairman's not going to say that? What he didn't say was, we're going to in the next year or two. But everyone's now, look at Change for Tottenham. Change for Tottenham have used that saying on their page. Have you seen it, Connor? Change for Tottenham have announced it. And said,
of course.
The Daniel Levy quote, I want to win leagues and Champions Leagues. Now, for me, that's where it's disingenuous, because Chelsea's
It's
owners
also
could say,
disingenuous to make that statement, in my view. And words matter, right? You got to have
Absolutely,
but
absolutely.
he didn't say.
It's poking the bear.
Hang on, sure, it was ill-advised, but he didn't say we're going to win it. You know, like for example, right? City's owners, when they came in and said we're going to win everything, right? They made a factual statement. We're going to win everything. Here's our timeline. Newcastle owners did it as well. Now they're struggling to keep that promise. Daniel Levy can turn around and say he wants to win the league and the Champions League. He could even give us a date. I want to win the league and Champions League by 2029, right? Doesn't mean we're going to. You're still fighting against Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal, Newcastle, got loads of money. Look, I agree. I think he's taking it. No. See, when people say this, I'm not listen to what, this is the problem you get. You can't have a nuanced conversation without everyone saying flip-flop this. I've said a million times, I feel like it would be good to have a change. I also do think that the problem, and I've said this, I do feel that people like Lubo attack Levy for everything. That's where it loses credibility. If you attack him for absolutely every conversation, turns into Levy. We can't have a conversation about signing a footballer without it ending in Levy. We can't have a conversation about no, we don't. No, Lubo.
Very rarely.
Rarely.
In Lubo's defense, people
rarely is
set
the
him
better
up
word.
to talk about Levy,
right?
But rarely. I agree, Savva. Rarely.
So the thing for me is, look, has Daniel Levy taken it as far as he can with this ownership? Maybe, right? But what I ask of Daniel Levy, the reasons why I want him out is because of his transfer windows. I don't blame him like Lubo does for losing penalty shootouts in a cup final.
I blame him. I blame him for not strengthening the team, Sav.
Absolutely.
That's what I blame him for, not for individual penalty misses.
Okay,
Please,
sure.
Get it right. Get it right. Come on.
But no, hang on, Lubo. Don't give me that shit, mate. You sit there and go blah blah blah, and I say, well, hang on, we've made 7 finals. Yeah, but he didn't give them enough strength. Well, hang on, they were in the final. Crystal Palace. Hang on, Crystal Palace have just played Liverpool and Man City, 2 finals back to back, and they've won both of them. Are we saying that Steve Parish has given Crystal Palace a squad to challenge Man City? No. That's so that point
He's
for
given
me.
them a bloody good squad though, hasn't he? And a good enough squad to win these one-off games.
Not Levy.
Hang on, Dan. Hang on, Lubo. Hang on. Right. And this is where this is where I think the Levy hate gets ridiculous. Who on earth's going to sit there and go, he's given Crystal Palace a bloody good squad? I think they've got a decent team down there with a good coach. Hang on.
They're coached to be better.
Right? No one's going to sit there and tell me, right? No one's going to sit there and tell me, and Alex, I'll be honest, fuck off, mate. I'll be honest, I'm not upset. I'm debating. I can't be bothered with your shit. You're going in a timeout. Can't be bothered with dickheads like Alex today, right? You're sitting there and going, oh, but look at this. Like, he's been given a good squad to win these one-off games. So I'll throw it back to you what I always do. So our squad was good enough to get all the way to the Champions League final, playing Barcelona, Inter Milan, knocking out Dortmund, Ajax, Man City. But the reason we didn't win the final, we didn't give them a good enough squad. That's where it goes too far. You're in the final. You've beaten all.
But what did he do after that? After the fact, did he push us on as a team? To defend Lubo, mate.
But Benji, hang on, that's a different conversation, right? And by the way, that summer he spent loads of money, and everyone lost their minds. Ndombele, Lo Celso, everyone was losing their minds. Then when it didn't work out, Daniel Levy didn't kick us on. Everyone was praising the shit out of that window at the time.
That is actually a fair point,
Levy.
That is actually a fair point.
Yeah, Levy can't say though, and this was outrageous in the Neville interview where he goes, where Neville asked him the question about, why don't you think you've won more trophies or whatever it was over the time? And Levy's response is, well, I don't pick players or motivate the players. I mean, yes, but you do set the parameters of the football club in terms of who those managers can sign and at what rate we pay those players so that we can attract them. So you can't shirk any responsibility for me, Nick or Levy, in terms of why we haven't.
Totally agree on that as well.
Which you weren't doing, Sab. I know you weren't.
I wasn't doing that. That's the point. But the point is, I'm trying to be level-headed with it. Like, we lost to Blackburn in a final, right? So when Lubo goes, 2 trophies, in 25 years. Sure, but it's not like they've not put us in a position to win them, right? Now, as I've said,
No.
I get frustrated at the transfer windows. But if we're saying these squads that are always getting to semi-finals and finals, and then we're then going to go, but this was on Levy. We didn't beat Blackburn in the League Cup final on the Hoddle. We should have beaten Blackburn in the League Cup final. Man United, we lost in the League Cup final to a penalty shootout, right? The Man City one absolutely is on Daniel Levy, sacking Jose before a cup fight, of course.
Yeah.
But
outrageous.
when we blame everything, right? When we blame everything on him, it takes away from it. It
He
takes
looks
away
narrow-minded.
You see, Sav, you're mixing macro and micro here.
Hang on. But it takes away from the point, and this is the problem I said before. If people want people to join some sort of movement, keep it rational and explain to people, this is why I want them to come over. When it's just 100% Levy, I'll be honest, it kind of lost me. It kind of lost me from the point of view of this is now silly. We went from, Lubo, you have gone from, right? You have gone from in this very show, right? And in this summer, you have gone from, I'm so happy Daniel Levy is nowhere near the transfers now. He's nothing to do with it. Hang on.
Yeah.
Right? To Vinay's in charge now. We would never have got this Morgan Gibbs-White deal done if it was Daniel Levy. That's how you know it's changed. We're moving differently.
And then it went wrong.
Then it went wrong, and you immediately jumped on Levy, and you started off by coming on this show and saying, "Oh, look at how he messed up the Morgan Gibbs-White deal." So this goes to show there's no balance because you've gone from Vinay's now doing it all to when it's bad, it was Levy.
Actually,
which one is it?
Actually, if I've been very consistent in saying that I didn't think Tottenham were to blame for this. I was then told.
You blamed it today.
Hang on. On WhatsApp groups, and one of the guys close to us also said that he thinks Spurs went about it the wrong way round. If there was an NDA, and if we did find out, then why go in and offer? And I think the Athletic wrote that we offered the exact figure that they wanted, which was just so obvious. So we should have gone in maybe if the NDA was 61 and 125, I think it was, then offer 55, turn down, offer 60, offer 62. You're then going in, it's not obvious that someone has told you, whichever way round it's come, and you saw Spurs didn't fight it when Marinakis put them on hold and threatened to report them. There was no fight from Spurs at all. So Spurs backed off. So the whole thing was done incorrectly. What my biggest bugbear about that situation, because things can go wrong, was that we sat there for 2 weeks in prime transfer window time and did nothing, absolutely nothing.
But you said it was Vinay doing that though, not Levy.
Right. No, that's right. And I've also said on the show that whether it's Levy or Vinay or Lang or whoever it is that screwed up, we have messed up, and we should never have wasted 2 weeks hanging around for Forest.
I agree with you on that aspect. But you've got to understand, Lubo, this is the point I'm making, is where every single thing falls on Daniel Levy in your mind, yeah, you back yourself into this corner because now every
micro, Sav. For me, they've never, and you agree with me, where we've gone to a certain point and never stretched. So because of that, we've never pushed on players, buying players and paying players and wages, etc. We've never gone as far as we could have done.
I agree with that.
Within the financial restraints. I'm not saying break any rules. I haven't said that. But Spurs are the most profitable Premier League club since the start of the Premier League, which I think is correct, isn't it, Connor? Yeah. And so they have
said it was Arsenal, but his numbers are wrong. But anyway.
Yeah. Spurs have never stretched, and that's my problem. My problem, the football bits and pieces, Sav, are the micro. I'm more interested in the macro, the winning mentality that comes from the top.
But
Levy bringing in the right people to do the job.
But Ian, you can't just wipe out one side.
I agree. On these points, I agree, Lubo. But we have got to the stage now where every conversation is about this guy. Like every conversation is about, you can see it in chat rooms. You can see it when the conversation goes to Daniel Levy. Loads of people are like, oh, fucking not Daniel Levy again. And the problem
Sean,
is,
do you think that? Sorry, I keep calling you Sean. I was just going to say.
Hang on. Right. And the problem is, this is where I do make Sean right on this. The problem is, he is 100% right on this. If you and others say that the buck stopped with Daniel Levy, then when good things happen, he has to be praised. And this is where it's not fair. Right, sorry, that sounds like I'm a child. This is where it's not aligned. If Daniel Levy, it's not fair. If Daniel Levy, like you refuse to give Daniel Levy any credit for Europa League, Daniel Levy in your mind won't get any credit if he goes and signs Savinho, right? But when these things don't happen,
I haven't even commented on the Savinho. I've not said
hang
a
on.
word
No,
about
give me an example.
Lubo, you get my point, right? Spurs won the Europa League, right? And this is where Sean's right. If the buck stops with Levy, then wins the Europa League, great. Because in your mind, when we lose a final, you say he didn't give the manager a squad. So those two things can't both be true at once. But what you do is you find this mental gymnastics in your head to get out of, can't be Levy. In your mind, Levy is the devil and he can't do anything right.
He does do things right, but he does things right on the non-footballing side.
He's just won the Europa League.
I've just said that. Right. Let me just give you an example. The two teams of why I think Levy was lucky with the Europa League. PSG, their owners have got people there who understand football. They didn't bring in Munn, who I think everyone on here has said was still struggling to know what he did, and Levy got rid of him after 2 years. Bad choice by Levy. Munn then brought Ange in. Now, if Ange was such a good choice, he wouldn't have been sacked 13 days after winning the Europa. But PSG, they've got people that know what they're doing. So the chairman...
What's PSG got to do with this?
I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of why I think Levy was lucky. And the Qataris from PSG know what they're doing. Because the Qataris brought people in. See, you're going now, Sav. I'm just about to give you an answer. The Qataris brought people in who understand football, who brought in Luis Enrique, who built a fantastic team, who swept to the Champions League. No luck involved in that.
Ian, it's not the point that people are making.
Absolutely fantastic. What the Qataris they should be lauded for bringing in someone who knew what he was doing, who got rid of the Galacticos, brought other players in, great buys, Doué, Kvaratskhelia.
But Ian, hang on a sec. You are missing the point here, I think, yeah? The point is, at the end of the day, yeah? If there's a left, I do get where you're coming from 100%. I understand it, not just get it. But the thing you got to look at here, if there's a left, there's got to be a right. If there's toxic negative, there's got to be toxic positive.
No, but Lubo has praised him.
There's hate. Hang on.
I have praised him. But
when it comes down to it, Ian, the majority, one way or another, even if it's a positive thing, you literally spit over your figure of speech. You literally spit over your shoulder about it and then direct straight away onto the negative side. And it almost makes it look, it's literally a hate crime, basically, for the way you despise him, yeah? And when people see that, they then start thinking you barely acknowledge the good part and you find a way to blame him.
Dan, just
quickly.
Right, who picked Harry Kane for that final when he was injured? Was that Levy?
But that's got nothing to do with picking Harry Kane. I didn't blame
he should have had Lucas Moura on that pitch. That ain't Levy. But then you've also said it before many a time.
He should have had Moura at Kane. But anyway,
again, you find a way to blame Levy.
But you can't forget that Levy is solely responsible for not pushing his team forward. For years, he's been like this. How many world-class players have we missed out? How many top-class players have we missed out on because of Daniel fucking Levy?
Right.
And
how many times?
No, because then people turn around. But then people turn around and say, "Oh, but regardless." We're not talking about managerial situations. We're talking about what Daniel Levy has done.
People blame Daniel Levy for what happens on the bloody pitch.
And that I disagree with.
Right. And Daniel Levy did not say, right, I want 2 inverted wing backs sitting up there in number 10 position. I want the goalkeeper up there and I want my 2 defenders up there. That is down to the manager. Daniel Levy in that Champions League
People seem to
final
disregard the fact what Levy's done.
did not say
there's an
play Harry
example where
Kane when he
Lubo
was
gives
injured.
Levy credit because he agreed. Lubo, I don't want to speak for you, but you agreed with Levy's decision to sack Ange, right? Whereas and you give credit for that. There's some percentage of the Levy out. You know, I got called on Twitter a Levy cocksucker, and you know, this is someone who is vehemently Enoch out. You know, I got called a Levy cocksucker because I agreed with the decision about sacking Ange. So for sure, there's but Lubo's not like that. He agrees with that decision to sack Ange. I think you're happy with Frank as an appointment, aren't you? So there's 2 things that he would.
I think he gets way too much heat, and I don't understand why.
But you gave him no credit for that Europa Cup until we basically pushed it on you.
Dan, he got lucky. He got lucky. We got lucky.
But you see what I mean?
This is exactly what I mean.
But it's true, though. We did get lucky.
Wasn't that my point? See, the thing is, do you know what I don't hear you saying? By the way, I wasn't being rude there, but when certain calls I've got to take, this is my point. And by the way, a lot of this, you understand I'm playing devil without advocate because I've already said I don't want Levy and Enoch here. But the thing is, I just don't go in on them at every God-given opportunity, right? The difference is here, we're saying he got lucky winning the Europa League. But I never hear anyone saying we got unlucky losing the Champions League. It's, Daniel Levy didn't back the team. So it's lucky when we win and all on Daniel Levy when we lose. And that, for me, is where I find it just a little bit disingenuous.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you, Lupo. My biggest... You've all heard me say this. I'll say it again for those loudly at the back. My biggest issue with this chairman has always been in the transfer windows. That's my biggest issue is always in the transfer windows, right? Always. Like right now, yeah, the videos, Connor, you like you said that I'm doing, I'm frustrated. But straight away, I'll be equally, if Spurs get a here we go for Savinho, actually, I'll learn my lesson this time and wait till he's holding the shirt. If Spurs get Savinho through the door, I'm going to be the first one making a video going, fair play, Tottenham. This is what I'm talking about, right? And that's the difference where I think I bring that balance. Problem is, those that are so far that way, it is just 100% critique at all times. It's 100% critique, no matter what he does.
I think that's a minority, though, of the Levy out.
What have I said about the transfer?
Hang on. Like, look at the overlap. Look at the overreaction to what was essentially a edited video. Let's be brutally honest. For anyone who doesn't know how that sort of filming works, that wouldn't have been done in one take. That would have been hours of footage, right? That then they would have had to edit. And then the overlap would have had to send that edit to Daniel Levy's press office. And the press office and the marketing team would have gone, can't have that in there, can't have that, can't have that, can't have that, can't have that, can have that. Video comes out. Everyone uses it again as something to lose their mind. I watched it and went, yes, it's an okay watch. But people lose their minds.
Which
oh,
one?
my God.
Because it was an insult to our intelligence, some of the statements made.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
I don't think it was. I just think...
You don't think it was?
Okay, let me ask you this. What is it that people thought they were going to hear from Daniel Levy in an interview with Gary Neville that would have changed anyone's mind on anything?
I don't know,
that's
but
a
I know
different
that...
argument, though, to be fair, isn't it? You know, I agree, you know, because
I know
agree
the things
with
he shouldn't have
I
said.
knew it was going to be a waste of time. But equally, when you watch it, and then, you know, to be honest, I think we spoke about it at the time, so
it's all PR,
Gary Neville got more out of that interview than any Spurs fans did, right? He got some advice on building a stadium and got some advice on football governance, 2 things he's interested in. I think for Spurs fans, it was completely uninteresting. But the couple of bits he did say about Spurs, you know, you could pick all sorts of holes in, because like the example I used earlier about him not picking the team, and that's the reason why we haven't won anything. You know, he shirks responsibility and accountability at every opportunity. So, you know, I think that's why people get upset.
With picking teams, okay, maybe we could have had better squads, whatever else and all that. I get that. I put that on Levy to the extent. But then there was a lot going about that he did actually offer Poch players, and Poch didn't want them because they weren't good enough for the first team. And Poch clearly stated many a time he likes a small squad. When it comes to that Champions League final, Harry Kane should never have stepped foot on that pitch until the last 20 minutes. Simple as that. He wasn't even fit. He hadn't even played a game for how long and still was basically just coming off an injury. No, Poch decided to take the person who just scored a hat-trick, take him off and put Kane on because he even folded to it, or he just made a very bad manager decision. What, is that Levy's fault now? No.
Well, yeah,
that
but
is
the
purely
argument you
down
could
to
make,
Poch.
Dan, to be fair, the argument you could make in response to that is, well, if we'd actually signed a capable sub-striker over the time that Pochettino was there, rather than the likes of Janssen,
I said
then he
that.
might not have to play, you know.
Yeah,
So,
everyone
so
might
you,
like
you, you
praising
At the end of the day,
Knobs
he
the man
had
at the top.
the option to do it, and it was the manager who made the decision, the bad decision, not Levy. And also, Poch got offered players, we don't particularly know what ones, and he turned them down. He even blatantly said he doesn't like a big squad.
One he turned down.
or you know, the other
So,
in the other
aspect there, what happens on the pitch, the manager's job is to play with the cards he's got and make the right decisions to try and get the best out of that team. Yeah, Poch made a bad decision on playing Harry Kane. He was not fit. That is purely down to Poch. That is not down to Levy. This is where I try and level things up.
That wasn't the only reason we lost.
Yeah, look, the extra.
Kane my point is Kane should never have been on there. Yeah, Mora should have been on that pitch. He just scored a bloody hat trick and he was fit. I think a lot of people can agree with that. Yeah,
sure.
That's fine. I get that as well.
So that's the manager. That's not Levy. So if you're going to blame Levy for stuff, blame him for what's his fault. Don't blame him when we get a manager in who just all of a sudden goes crazy on the pitch and makes the wrong decisions or whatever else in that. When we get players in, like Savva said, and Ndombele, everyone's psyched out over Ndombele. He was very wanted. He was, and had high ratings. And all of a sudden it just went wrong. And then everyone switches it. It's 100% Levy's fault. Yeah. Now, some of it I do believe is Levy's fault. Yeah. But there's been, how many finals have we been in with him? And how many should we have actually done better with the teams that we had there?
7 finals, haven't we? 7 finals, and we've won 2
And
of them.
there's been a couple where you can argue the squad depth weren't there, but there's been a couple you can also argue that manager made a wrong decision or players did not turn up that day.
No,
you know, you can't put everything on Levy.
The other argument you can make is
should Spurs' squad in 08
be one sec. The other point you could have made is, you know, if we didn't go 3 transfer windows without signing a single player, maybe Poch's squad would have got over the line in some of these semi-finals.
Quite possibly, but he did get offered players and he turned them down. He admitted it.
He admitted,
but then he also come out himself and said we needed a huge rebuild and we had the house but not the furniture. So
at the end of everything, when he'd been offered the stuff, and at the end of everything, when he said we need a rebuild after the Champions League final,
this is.
But he even admitted that he got offered players in that time, but he didn't want them.
This is why I think there's 2 sides to all of it.
Exactly, there's got to be 2 sides to every story.
That's the point to this. By the way, when I sit in the middle of this debate, I'm not making Daniel Levy right on everything. Daniel Levy's got a hell of a lot to answer for, but so do managers and their decisions.
Of
right?
Course. And
so
we're all against bringing them in.
Yeah, sure, hang on. So do players as well. I just think it's disingenuous that we're saying that the squad, like the Champions League one, is the funny one for me. That the Champions League squad was good enough to finish 4th in the Premier League. Was good enough to beat all those top teams on route to the final, was good enough to knock out. I think in that run, we played Barcelona, who that year I believe were the champions of Spain. We beat Ajax, who were the champions of the Netherlands. We beat Dortmund, who finished 2nd in the Bundesliga. Right? We knocked out Man City, who were the champions of England. Right? And then when we played Liverpool a 2nd, it was he didn't give them enough. And it's like, well, hang on, like. It can't be, well, this squad's good enough to do, like, these weren't one-off games. We knocked Ajax out over 2 legs, right? We knocked Man City, the champions of England, out over 2 legs. And no one was saying, Daniel Levy hasn't given us a good enough squad because we won the games. Then the moment we don't win the final and we didn't give the manager enough. And I get it. We all want more and more and more. I get it. But it can't be for the finals. For the finals we lose, it's Daniel Levy. For the finals we win, it's nothing to do with him. That's where
let me come back on that, because I agree with where you ended there, which is you can't, you know, that's why I don't make the argument about the trophies. I make the argument of, as ENIC as an ownership tried their utmost to maximise the chance of
which
success,
is a lot fairer.
Not necessarily success, but the chance of it. And the answer is no. You know, you use that. I think a lot of what happened under that Poch era was in spite of the ownership, not because of the ownership, because we had a fantastic coach who made the absolute most. We spent £13 million net a year for 5 years, up until we moved into the new stadium. And this is at the same time as the ownership is telling us that the stadium's going to have no impact on transfers. So, you know, if they had stretched themselves during that time, who's to say we wouldn't have won a lot more? Who's to say we wouldn't have got over the line? You know, maybe we wouldn't have, but at least we could all look back on that situation and go, oh, we gave it a crack and we tried our very most to make that happen. And the same thing is happening now, right? No one can sit and look at this transfer window and go, oh, do you know what? The ownership are really giving this a good crack. You know, they've highlighted the positions we need to sign players in. They've gone and identified the targets. Haven't got some of them, but then they've got the number 2. You know, like maybe Kudus wasn't our first target in that position, and Wemo was, perhaps. And we've got Kudus. Good, that was a good start. But they haven't done that consistently enough, and they certainly haven't done that throughout their period of ownership. And I think that's where, you know, clearly things like individual finals can go either way, right? I don't think anyone's saying, you know, that's right. Levy's fault particularly, but you just got to give it a go, man. You got to give it a go.
James, 2 of these, not defending him. Listen, I keep saying, guys, the magic microphone, but when you talk into it, something different comes out. James, I'm blaming a hell of a lot on Daniel Levy. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. I don't blame 100% of everything on Daniel Levy like others do. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm as frustrated with, I've said as well, I would like to see new owners come in, right? But it just gets really difficult. I'm seeing fans, I've seen it for years on YouTube. The moment Spurs lose a game, all the conversation goes, well, it's because Daniel Levy bought this player instead of that. I was like, oh my God, can't we talk about the game? Can't we talk about how the manager got it wrong or the decision? It always descends into Daniel fucking Levy, like all the bloody time. Like the overlap. People do realise that wasn't Spurs putting that out. They do realise that, right? We would have been able to check the edits and stuff, but they do realise when people are going, oh, the interview was only a third football. The other 2 sides was about business and stuff. This was the overlap. This wasn't Spurs' PR team. Like, it's just, we can't just use everything to beat him with, or it takes away from what the actual issues are.
I agree with that.
We were asked, Sav, that the interview came out on the Monday and we were on the Spurs 5. We did discuss the interview. We did go through it. We did say, what are our opinions on it? So,
quick one, Ian. Quick one. I just want to say goodbye. I'll see you later. I've got to go.
Cheers,
mate. You're all right, mate.
Take care of yourself. See you later.
So, you know, we are allowed to give an opinion on a program that was a lot more than just football. You know, he was talking about regulators, he was talking about PSR, he was talking about dual ownership, etc. There were so many different subjects, and it was very interesting. And for someone like Gary Neville, who's director of Salford, I'm sure it was a great education. As a Spurs fan, I wanted to hear what he had to say about the club, because he talks so infrequently. But when he does come out and speak, I want to hear him talk about Spurs. Now, going back to the interview with Vinay,
he wouldn't have been in control of what. He wouldn't have been in control of that. We understand that, right? This was the overlap. This wasn't Tottenham's marketing team.
But I sure before they asked him, before he gave the okay for the interview, I'm sure he asked that everything that was going to be put out was checked with him first. I'm sure. Nothing went out if he wasn't happy with it.
Of course.
And I'm sure Gary Neville, knowing that, tailored the questions accordingly.
Sure. Yeah. But what were you hoping for from it? This is what I ask people. By the way, it's not that anyone can't have an opinion on anything, but it's just how many people I think that lost their mind over this stuff. Like, what were you hoping from an interview with Gary Neville? What were you hoping for?
I was just hoping that he could expand on the sound bites that he came out with Vinay. That's what I was hoping. Because
but maybe he did, and they cut it.
Because if you are, why would Gary Neville cut? Really, like, that's great content. You actually said that. Just hear me out. Just if Gary Neville was in the interview, just want to jump back onto your interview, into your video, Daniel, that you did with Vinay. You mentioned that you liked Spurs to win the Champions League and the Premier League. How are you going to go about that? What sort of time frame are you looking at? These are the things. I don't want to hear the sound bites. Anybody can just give a throwaway line, and you know everybody has
you're
said.
reading too much into the Champions League line. This is the problem. You've bought into a throwaway line and made it the centre of your thing.
But if he's going to talk about being ambitious, let's just say talking about being ambitious. If you're going to be ambitious, what's the substance behind the headline? That's all. Anybody can come out and say, I want to win this, I want to win that. It's easy. Anyone can say it when you're a boss. You know, you turn around to shareholders. If you're in a shareholders meeting, and you turn around and say, I want to make X amount of money next year, the shareholders are going to say, how are you going to get there?
Sure, but that's not Gary Neville's. Listen, this is why I think, that, again, I will always have this thing that for me, it was just a nice casual watch. I didn't go into it expecting anything. Problem is for people like you that despise Daniel Levy, you go in expecting, hang on, you do. You go in expecting to hear answers that you know are not going to be released to the overlap. Let's be brutally honest. Daniel Levy is a
Sav, not the overlap. That's where I should have heard it.
That's a fair comment.
Sure, but but is it? CEOs aren't going to come out and tell you their exact plan for everything. Put a time.
No, I don't think anyone. No one's asking for that. But I think
that's exactly what Lubo just asked for.
No, I want to say you can give bullet points without giving minutiae. That's what I'm looking at.
I don't care. Anything he would have said, you would have jumped on his. Look,
no,
sure,
no.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, Lubo. If Daniel Levy had come out and said, I want to win the Champions League by 2027, that is all everyone would focus on for the next 2 seasons. That is all everyone would. He's not silly. You don't get to Daniel Levy's level of importance in business and football by being silly. You don't give the fans too much, right? He knows.
But he's given nothing.
He knows he can't guarantee these things. He knows no chairman can guarantee these things. City's owners did it back in the day because they knew they had the free run. There was no PSR. They had a free run to go in the market and do what the hell they wanted, and they did.
So put some meat on the bone. Just put something.
Yeah, I mean, what about if he come out? Let's give an example. If he come out and say, "Look, we want our ultimate ambition is to win the Premier League and Champions League." We're not putting a time frame on it because we realise that we're far away from achieving that right now, but that is our ultimate ambition as a big football club. The first step of it was we wanted to hire a world-class coach. You know, you can argue whether he's world-class or not, but let's say that that's the club's view. We want to put in place a really strong scouting network all across Europe. We want to make sure that we maximise the funds that we give to support that ambition, both through transfers and wages. You know, all of the, I think if he had said that type of stuff and then backed it up, which is the key point, because obviously to Lubo's point, words are cheap, actions aren't. And so far this transfer window has been very systemic of the 24 years of their ownership. I think people will go, you know, even I'm Enoch out clearly because I don't think they will change. But if they had gone and really attacked this transfer window, I'd have nothing to say. I would be, you know.
I hear you. What if he signs? Hypothetically, what if you would, Luke?
Do you not think Levy makes a rod for his own back, though, Sav? Do you not think?
Of course, I've acknowledged that. This is the thing. I'm not, as I've said a million times, I'm not sticking up for Daniel Levy. I just think that people are expecting to hear things from him that he's not going to do because he's not that guy. That's not how he's got to where he's got by divulging everything. At the end of the day, the proof for me, proof of the pudding.
But it's also things he should be more sensitive about, though, at the same time.
But hang on. By the way, I'm going to end the show in the next 2-3 minutes anyway, by the way. But for me, the proof of the pudding for me isn't what he says in his interview with Vinay. I don't give a shit. It isn't what he says on the overlap. I don't give a shit. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, right? And the eating is going to be who you buying, right? If he turns around and in the last 3 weeks, Spurs go and get, just hypothetical, Spurs go and get Savinho, Eze, and I don't know, a Calamawundo up front or whoever, right? Right there, that tells me, thank you, you've done what you said you're going to do. Thank you. I don't need to hear anything from you now. I don't need to talk about Daniel Levy because do you know what? He's just gone and given you Kudos, Paulinho, Eze, Savinho, and Calamawundo. Cool. There you go. There's a squad. Now go and challenge for 5th, 6th place. Right? Cool. Right? But all of this, people needing to hear from him, people needing to hear sound bites, people needing why? None of that matters. None of it matters. It matters. The actions are what matters. I've always been the same with Levy. The actions matter.
Right, but you'd never have spin doctors and PR then, would you? Based on what you're saying, there'd never be. Tony Blair wouldn't have needed Alistair Campbell because it's just about what Blair does. It's not about what Campbell says. Sure,
but this isn't that. At the end of the day, Daniel Levy can talk a great game, right? Daniel Levy, we all know in that Vinay interview, Daniel Levy talked a great game, right? Said the same thing all along. Nothing's going to change my mind on that anymore. He could come out and do a 1-hour interview this afternoon, guys, and tell you everything you want to hear. And then we end the window without signing any players, and it means fuck all. But he said some nice words, and you've all heard those words now. No, get me Savinho. Now you're trying. Get me an Eze. Get me a Harvey Elliott. Get me these players. That for me shows
intent
more than hearing anything he's got
to
say.
Talk, when he does talk, he then does the opposite, right? And that then, you know, to Ben's point, it causes a rod for his own back because, you know, we made the point when that Vinay interview dropped, didn't we, that this is interesting timing because he's going to be judged on it straight away because it was at the start of the transfer window. He says things like, you know, the stadium build is not going to impact transfer spend, and then we spend 30 million quid a year for 5 years. It's just this inconsistency and lying, you know, effectively lying and taking fans for mugs, which people don't like. I think the reason fans ask for more communication is because they want answers as to what, to be honest, this is what my sense of it is, because they want answers as to why they can see that the club isn't operating the way that it is. And the problem is that communication that then comes out doesn't answer that question anyway. And it's a bit of a, to your point, it's a bit of a vicious cycle whereby those videos become completely meaningless. We say we want actions. They don't do those actions. So we ask for more communication as to why they didn't do those actions. And then they don't do it again. And it just goes round and round and round. Yes. Right? So, you know, I think that's the issue. I'm very happy to, you know, as I always say, I'll call things as I see them. I'm not so strongly of my mindset that, like, you know, I can't praise him. I praised him for making the Ange decision, which I thought was the harder decision to make, actually. You know, I think it would have been a lot easier for Levy to keep Ange, you know, off the euphoria of the Europa win. You know, he's obviously had to, you know, pay out to sack him, pay out to bring Frank in. So, you know, I think for me, I will praise when he does things, but at the same time, at the moment, again, we're being proven right again, aren't we, as it stands?
No, we are. But this is the point for me. And honestly, I do really want to end the show. But this is the point for me. We've got to the stage where you can see it in the chat as well. If people hate Levy, for example, just using him in this example, there's never any nuanced conversation. It is just all Levy's the devil. Everyone else is the problem. And the problem is you can be Levy and Enoch out without having to mention everything every day about what they do. And the problem is, it's like, if I say anything like, okay, I don't blame Levy for that. Oh, Savva's Levy glazing. Why? I've already said I don't want him here, right? I don't pay. Guys, I gave up my ticket. I don't pay. I won't pay until they start buying. I probably won't go back now because of my watch-alongs and stuff. But I don't go and stopped going long before that because if I'm paying what Daniel Levy charges, I don't want to see Brennan Johnson's. Right? I don't want to see Richarlison's. I don't want to spend my whole Saturday. See you later, mate. I don't want to spend my whole Saturday. Thanks, Connor. Right? Watching those players. And it is a whole day that it takes up. So for me, I made the decision. Cool. I'm not going to go until this club sorts itself out. But you can't, you literally can't say anything these days without it being there or there. Just because I try and go in there sometimes doesn't mean I love Daniel Levy and I support him. Geezer frustrates the hell out of me. If he doesn't go and buy some really good players in the next 3 weeks, it frustrates the hell out of me. Right? But this is the frustrating thing with it. Look, guys, I need to do 2 super chats and then we will wrap up. Done a 4-hour, 45-minute show and I'm live at 8. So there'll be no Savva and Perchie, what are we doing here? Podcast. Perchie's got an important meeting, so we won't be doing that tonight. But I will see you at 8 p.m. Big up to Ethan Bates, my man Ethan. He said it's clear Savinho needs to improve on finishing, but I would point to how Frank his team improved on Buemo, who up until a couple of years ago was a very erratic finisher and consistently underperformed. Absolutely. And Ethan, again, if you look at actually what he did at Girona, he scored some brilliant goals. He had some great finishing as well. Played on the different side to what he plays at City and in a different setup. So, listen, I completely agree with you. I think it would be an amazing signing. And big up to Scott, who's become a new member. Guys and girls in the chat, please remember, whenever we all have these debates, it's always in the best. No one leaves these shows and hates each other. I see so many comments going, he's bullying and he's that. And what just is football, guys. Benji, Lubo, anyone want to say anything before we go?
I think 4 hours and 48 minutes is long enough, mate. I'm brown bread, mate. I'm done.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to send you over to it's LB. You all know it's LB. He's doing a show right now on Savinho. So when you get over there, please, all of you, type in Savva Raid and talk to him about Savinho. Much love. Take care. And as always, come on, you Spurs. Please go and check out. Was LB just ended? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hang on. I've got to send you somewhere else. LB's just ended, has he? Mine's telling me that he's live. 1 second. I'll send you over to Saeed. I'll send you over to... no. That's ended as well. Why are they telling me these things are live? Oh, ignore me. Ignore me. I'm going to try again. Please go and check out the video we've done on... Sean's just put a video out on the Spurs 5 and join us tonight. I'm sure it's going to be a very lively one as always. I am going to send you over to my man, Durag Diaries. Please go over there. Share the love with George. Obviously a massive Spurs fan. Subscribe to him. Type in Savva Raid. Much love. And as always, come on, you Spurs.